2020, and the whole world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
It's Game 9 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship,
Danny.
and we are...
Danny, who is that guy?
Who's that?
He didn't come in with you guys?
No.
We're going to be right back.
One, two, 1, 2. Yeah, chess.com in the house, come on. Harry Mack in the house, come on, yeah. Turn your volume up right now, y'all. We about to make this happen. Look, come on. My name is Harry Mack. I had to hop on camera and spit. Welcome to the FIDE World Championship. 135 years, that's craziness. Been going down since 1886. Match format with 14 games. Many queens will be captured and kings will be slain. Check out the way I'm unraveling the rhymes. This is sure to be a true battle of the minds. Just so it don't remain a mystery, I'll take a moment to walk you through the history. I said we gotta show love to the masters. 27 years strong, that's Emmanuel Lasker. This next name here is an honor. Said it's the end game master, Jose Capablanca. Can't forget Alexander Alicant. Ayo, his technique matches my style of rhyme. Why is that? Well, he's the master of attack, and I'm the master of causing disaster over tracks. But when he died, who's gonna be the next leader? FIDE came with a 3-year feature. Soviet reign for 24 years. Cold War pressure, it had us in fear. In comes the American Bobby Fischer. He had to get the crown, I'm just painting a picture. I be in the shuttle straight blasting off. I be slaying my rivals like Kasparov. When it come to spitting, son, I'm about to get it done. Won't stop till my rating 28-51. I'm getting loose with the style. That was the past, let me take it to the now. Coming off top with the clever words. Time to introduce your first competitor. If you don't know, this is a reminder. The endgame magician, Norwegian grinder. Triple crown winner, go hard for him. Of course I'm talking about Magnus Carlsen. Is he the GOAT, the greatest son? Highest score ever, 28-81. Can anybody test the crown? Well, I guess so. I mean, if anyone can do it, then it's Nepo. Cause he's never been the wannabe. Give it up, y'all, for Ian Nepomniachtchi, the ill Russian. The one that's causing the concussion. People pay attention from the moment that he's touching. The first pawn, making the move that's dynamic, intuitive, the way he's doing it. Yeah, gonna be an exciting challenge. Nepo about to keep the game in balance. Going down 2021 in Dubai. Chess.com, we gon' keep it 2 live. Twitch exclusive, so keep it locked. We got Fabiano Caruana up in the spot. My man Robert Hess and Daniel Ratchet. Yo, the gameplay guaranteed to be intense. FIDE Chess Championship, it's on. Keep it locked right here at chess.com. Peace.
Welcome back, everybody. For those of you with us, don't worry, the unknown person on the couch has been escorted out of the building, and the show will continue on here. It is Game 9, as we said, for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. Chess.com's broadcast today will be brought to you by Coinbase, and it will be led by the 2 guys sitting here on my left. We start on the end, as always, Grandmaster Robert Hess. Looking fresh after that rest day. You're looking good.
I feel rejuvenated.
Good.
Just hoping that Jan also feels the same.
Bobby, no cat shirt today.
No cat shirt.
No cat shirt.
I think I was overplaying the cats a little bit.
You overplayed the cats a little bit, a lot like how you overplay the Goblin Barrel right now. We need to talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about it later. I woke up to a rather suspicious text yesterday.
Bobby didn't know that because we're friends on Clash Royale, I can watch him. So I wake up, and it's a couple hours in. I grab my phone. I see Bobby's already, playing Clash Royale, and had to give him a little bit of advice. So I know people think this is somehow secretly sponsored by Clash Royale. No, we're just giving them a ton of free advertising because Bobby's addicted to the game. All right. Well, speaking of being addicted to the game, all of you that are with us bright and early, at least on the West Coast, must be addicted to chess or you wouldn't be here. And this is the time where we remind you of all the drama that was the previous game, our second decisive game in 5 years in regards to the Classical World Chess Championship happened on Game 8. It came in some ways, some odd fashion. It clearly has put the challenger against the wall, and it has us all wondering what he will come up with here with the first move in Game 9. But this is our last moment where we take a look back and see all the drama that was Game 8. This is day 8 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. We have E4 on the board.
And he's sticking with it.
Bobby actually was predicting this exact opening. And
Yeah.
what made you think that he would go for this line?
Because it's what I would do.
Whoa.
So wait, queen a3?
Probably I didn't defend in the best way, but it becomes really unpleasant, and I guess, frankly speaking, it's hard to defend after such a blunder.
I suspected it was a mistake. Like, I thought it was just a blunder, but I had plenty of time, so I thought I'll double check to see what he's intending, and it turned out it was nothing.
Where is Jan? I mean, he might be throwing water on his face right now and regretting b5 at this point. Magnus Carlsen thinking at the board in a winning position. Ian Nepomniachtchi not at the board. Understandably, at this point, doesn't want to sit there and look at his lost position, but unfortunately, it may not matter.
He knows he's winning, but he continues to calculate rather than just make moves with his hand. He continues to use his brain. He's focused. He's locked in here. And I mean, this is really great stuff from the world champion.
What an odd day it was, day 8, game 8 for Ian Nepomniachtchi's team. I'm sure they're very happy that it's behind them, and now they start looking ahead to game 9. We're going to start talking about all of that, make our predictions in a moment, but let me remind you, videos like that are available on our YouTube channel. This broadcast is also being live to our Chesscom Live new YouTube channel, which at some point may be the exclusive home for a lot of the live shows that you've become accustomed to every week, your Title Tuesdays, your Arena Kings, and many others. So make sure you head over there and hit subscribe to get alerted when we go live. Let me also remind you that some of the best moments of these shows are available at our chess.com clips channel. Some really great stuff being shared there, really instructive and insightful moments by Robert Hess and Fabiano Caruana, as well as some funny and silly things that we've been doing both behind the scenes here and on set. So head over to our clips channel and subscribe there as well. So, all right, coming up, we also will have guests as usual. Every day we are joined, and as I always say, when the game ends, our show just begins. Today we have Levon Aronian, once again, an amazing Super Grandmaster who's been joining us, giving amazing stuff. The banter between him and Fabiano is something you really don't want to miss. Jan Ludvig Hammer will once again join us from Norway. And then we have a good friend of mine, Rainn Wilson, best known as Dwight, the character Dwight from the show The Office. And you're going to want to tune in and see what Rainn has to say to all of us. I know he's been following the match, was texting with him last night, talking about the historic win Magnus had in Game 6. He's a Magnus Carlsen fanboy, that being Rainn Wilson. So, all right, coming up, like I said, it's time for us to make our move predictions. We will make our result predictions. We'll let you know where we stand, talk a little bit about the standings over at chess.com's Vote Chess feature with tons of cash on the line. Plenty more ahead as we get set for Game 9 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Mike Klein here with chess.com following round 8's press conference. As you know by now, Nepomniachtchi has fallen down 2 games and there's only 6 remaining. One of the interesting aspects about this press conference was how much Magnus still believes in the butterfly effect. Recall a couple of rounds ago when he was asked would he change anything in his career, and he basically said his career's turned out okay, and changing anything might affect where he is at the moment. And he said today that round 8's win is actually kind of a culmination about what happened in round 6. That being that both players were a little bit tired, but also that Jan may have felt the need to press a little bit. So that one mistake on move 130 in round 6 is still affecting the match almost 48 hours later. In fact, the players also had a couple questions about whether or not they were okay with the schedule, and Magnus, true to form as always, he said, yeah, it's more difficult on me, and yeah, I like it that way. So as if the man needs more challenges in his life, he's actually like, come on, FIDE, throw something at me. I can handle pretty much anything. For Jan, well, a lot of internet chatter was praising him. Of course, B5 is nothing to be praised, but for his reaction to the media, he's been dutifully coming out. He doesn't need any convincing to talk to me or the other media after the round. He was a professional. He was, self-effacing after the game and said he was, played barely even like a grandmaster. But again, he keeps on saying, match is not over. I'm fine psychologically. And finally, Maurice was like, well, you must have planned for this, a contingency in case you were down 2 games, and he's like, nope, no, didn't plan for that. And I think you can't at the top levels. You can't plan to be down because then you admit that's a possibility. So we will see now. He does have to regroup. He has to plan for it now. They have a rest day to figure everything out, and we're going to see what they come back with on Tuesday.
From Mike Klein, our correspondent on site as usual there. Really a lot to unpack potentially. He mentioned Magnus saying he wouldn't change anything about his career at this point. The butterfly effect, you can't if you're happy with where you are, you wouldn't change anything. I think obviously as his legacy continues to grow, depending on where this match goes, we'll talk about all that was Magnus Carlsen's career to maybe win a 5th World Championship match. But he also talked about Jan's composure, right? Despite being where he's at now. We've talked a lot about how much is he maybe convincing himself to maintain that composure and how much of it, either way, is him really maintaining a classy and a humble attitude despite being in a really tough spot, Robert.
Yeah, though, at the last press conference, he had this air of thinking it might be over rather than just being humble.
Yeah.
Right? He seemed like a defeated man. He apologized for his game, which made everybody sad because you don't want to hear that from such a fierce competitor who is at the top of the game that he loves and plays. So convincing yourself is difficult when you're down 2 games of Magnus Carlsen, but it all starts here. He has the white pieces. Yeah, he's in a tough spot, but he needs to apply pressure on Magnus Carlsen right now. Otherwise, it's really going to be too late.
I want to get into the pressure he needs to apply and make all of our predictions, but last thing I grabbed from Mike's video there for you, Fabi, is the contingency plan comment. Let's be honest. Did you have a contingency plan, a backup plan? Hey, this is the game plan. Should we lose a game, this is what we might switch to. You don't have to tell us what it was necessarily, but was there a backup plan in place by you and your team?
Yeah, there's a general plan if you're down in the match.
Okay.
there's really no plan that I can think of that would make any sense if you're down 2 points in the match. As a wise man once said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Right.
And 2 points is a lot. Like, you can try to prepare different openings, but I think it really all comes down to the game today.
Yeah.
If he's able to put pressure and win the game, then he still has a chance in the match. There's still plenty of games to go for -1. But if he can't make anything of the white pieces again, it's starting to look really, really bleak. I think that in general we've seen that Jan is going to stick with his openings. And I wonder if flexibility is a better approach. But also, it's difficult because then you have to be extremely versatile in all openings.
Yep.
And while that's one of Magnus's strengths, it's less clear if it's one of Jan's strengths.
Well, let's dive into that then right now, because we have our House of Staunton board right before us. A new board, by the way, so shout out to our sponsors who brought us this, and we'll get some close-ups of that later on in the show. But a brand new House of Staunton board before us for us to make our first move predictions. Remember, you can go to chess.com/Staunton and use the promo code chess.com to get 15% off. They make a great holiday gift for the chess lovers in your life. Chess lovers, what do you think Jan's going to play?
For sure, E4, because otherwise he's stumbling in the dark. He's not sure what Magnus will play, so he's going to go with E4 again.
Yeah, I agree with E4. I suspect, and I hope it's not the case, but I suspect we're going to see another anti-martial. You know what I would love to see, I think everyone would, is something like an Evans Gambit.
I'm so glad you didn't say King's Gambit, because so many people were talking about that. I'm like, don't do that. Don't even agree with any of that.
No, the problem with the King's Gambit is that it's a terrible opening.
Yeah, so that's a good point.
Well, the Evans Gambit is not a bad opening at all.
Yeah, for those who don't know the Evans Gambit, we're talking the move B4 here, which I would love to see that.
It's probably the best early gambit that White has in the E4, E5 lines.
All right, well, I'm going to also agree with you guys that mainly because of the lack of information Jan would have if he played anything but E4, I don't see any way to change that. What will his team have been able to do on the rest day against what we anticipate will be another Lopez, another Marshall, or another anti-Marshall by Jan versus Magnus? So we will see. Now it's time to dive into the result predictions. But before we do, we have an update on where we all stand with our result predictions. So here they are. We have Hess sitting at 3 of 8, and Fabi is sitting at 5 of 8, I think. Bring it out. Okay, so Fabi's on a roll right now. I think I'm tied there with you, though. So don't worry, Robert. You know what? We
take our chances.
We take our chances. You know, not all of us are playing it safe over here.
Yeah, with all your draw predictions.
If we had predicted all draws, we would have been doing much better.
Much better. we would have been, although we would have been only 6 out of 8, actually.
Which is a lot better for you guys.
Still a lot better for us. So, all right, well, it's time to get into our result predictions for today. Obviously, we're going to start with you, Robert. Your thoughts on what is obviously going to be a huge game for the match.
Yeah, whenever I predict a win, I seem to struggle with my result. So I'm going with a draw. I think that
you want to improve that standing there?
Yeah, that's really the reason why. I also think that it's important for Jan not to go too far. Okay. And if he's not taking the necessary risk, then it's hard for me to see him winning.
Okay. Bobby?
I'm going to go out on a limb and give you guys a chance to get back in the race. I'm going to predict that Magnus takes it with black. I think that Jan's going to go for it. He knows that this is one of his last chances to make an impact in the match. But I also think there's a good chance that that could backfire, could overpress. It would be very bad for the match, but I have a feeling that Magnus will win.
That is a huge prediction. And it had me sitting here pausing, reflecting on whether I was going to still go with my prediction, but I am, and I'm going to find it. Where is it? There he is. Give me that happy Jan. Let's get a happy Jan Nepomniachtchi today. Come on, crowd. Come on. Give this man a W. Looking great here, and that's what we all want to see, okay? I'm predicting with the white pieces, mainly because it's now or never, mainly because I also believe there has been some evidence of advantages with white, although failed conversions, at least on those middle game advantages. I think there's a decent chance that Jan gets a good position, and today we see something happen that we haven't seen previously. He has the aggression in him right? That we say, where's that critical moment firepower that we know we've seen from Ian Nepomniachtchi in his career. And I think today he finds it, and I think we have a close match. So there's my hopeful storyline. Let me remind everybody else that they can go to chess.com/events and cast their vote. Today, you should have been doing so every day for a chance to win tons of cash prizes. But our quick video reminder shows you head over, you click the vote tab. It's easy peasy, beautiful.
Chess.com.
Chess.com. All you got to do is head over there and cast your vote today. So, okay, we also want to remind you of our Vote Chess prizes. They are right before you. Lots of cash on the line. $3,000 for first place, $2,500 for second, $1,500, $1,250, $750. Those are the top 5 prizes, but there's tons of diamond memberships. There's diamond memberships being randomly given away just for participating. And let's bring up our standings from the community. We've got a man known to so many of the professional chess community right there at the top, Simon. Because he does so much for chess.com. For those who don't know, Simon is a staff member, and he is the backbone of so many of the regular events you watch, working very hard to make things behind the scenes be seamless. There's no he can't rig this system. He's guessing a result unless Magnus is in his pocket, right? Unless Magnus and Jan are cooperating, there's no rigged approach to this system. And so we were discussing it. We were like, should a staff member be eligible? I'm like, he's playing fairly like everybody else. Why not? We're all chess fans at chess.com. Simon loves the game and loves top level chess, and he happens to be doing well. He's also not winning clear first. He's tied with someone who I can't read from here, Marcelo and a bunch of 9s. And then we've got a whole lot of other members that are not too far away. So remember, those are the top 5 who right now would take home some large cash prizes. But we also have, as we said, lots of premium memberships being given away. And so you should play along at chess.com/events today. So, okay, we're gonna take our last break before the first move of Game 9 is on the board. Will it be E4 as we predict? Will something even more surprising happen? All I know is you're not going to go anywhere because chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship will return in a few.
Score stands at 5-3 in favor of the world champion. But we've had some terrific games so far, and we expect more of this to happen here at the Dubai Exhibition Center at Expo Dubai. Introducing the players. First player playing with the white pieces from Russia, Ian Nepomniachtchi. And playing with the black pieces from Norway, the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. We have some special guests with us today. First, representing FIDE, the Deputy FIDE President, Bashar Quadli. Representing Chess 24, Ayelen Martinez. And one of the bright young stars of our game, here to play the first move, Indian Grandmaster Praggnanandhaa. Please make the first move. Let the game begin.
Oh my.
I'm not sure what's more surprising, the haircut that we see on Jan or the first move.
We have things to talk about today, that is for sure. We have the English on the board. We were all wrong. We have a fresh-looking cut for Ian Nepomniachtchi, the man bun of more than 3 years, I believe. Knowing how long he's had it.
4.
4 years.
More than 4.
Okay, yeah.
In the 2017 Paris Grand, not a Grand Prix, but one of the tour events, Chess Tour events, that's where he first went with that haircut. I like the change.
Yeah,
it's good.
Well, I mean, this is one of those funny, okay, like this is a storyline we know in sports. I mean, there's all kinds of superstitions that athletes, whether they admit it or not, follow. There's literally No Shave November, an entire month, which, okay, has a different purpose and cause, but you get it, right? When actors are on, or sorry, when athletes are on a roll, they often don't like to change things. And when they aren't playing well, Robert, they often do like to change things, right? Whether it's they don't use the same pen, they shave, they put on a new jacket, or in this case, they get a full haircut, Robert.
I think it's distracting, honestly, to your opponent. Like, you do not do anything wrong, but now your opponent might be thinking, wait, this is a different person than I've been playing. So we can, of course, read more into this than is necessary, but I do think that Jan probably needed a fresh start in what's remaining of the World Championship. And for Magnus, you have to put everything else aside because it is distracting, but more importantly, we have a new opening on the board.
Yeah.
And Jan playing c4 and g3, we've seen Magnus go for Catalan positions. Now it's Jan's turn, and he's shaking things up.
I like it.
Well, I liked c4 as a choice, just because he needed to make some change.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't expect it. I thought he would keep going for the anti-marshal, trying to hammer him there. I'm wondering, after e6, g3 is a bit of a surprising choice, because after e6, the most natural way for him to continue would be knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
If we just back up, this is not very relevant for today, but instead of g3, if he had played knight c3,
okay.
Magnus also showed his intentions that after knight c3, he probably wants to play d5.
Yeah, and transpose.
And after d4, Magnus loves these types of Carlsbad structures that we can get. He's played, for example, the move a6 countless times. But it makes sense also for Jan not to go for this, because if he's going for closed openings, he would have to worry about an enormous amount of possibilities for black here. For example, c6 would be super annoying theoretically for him. So it makes sense he's going for more of a Catalan structure. This is actually how he beat Alexienko in the candidates.
Yeah.
I don't think it was exactly this move order, but basically that game was knight to f6, knight to f3. It might have been a different move order, but pretty much is. d takes c4, queen a4, knight b to d7, queen takes c4, a6, queen c2. I think this is how he beat Alexyenko, because Alexyenko didn't know the line as well as Jan did and got quite a bad position from the opening. So of course, Magnus will have something in mind. They've only played
3 moves.
3, so he's thinking after bishop to g2.
Yeah.
He can actually take on c4 immediately. He doesn't have to play knight f6 first, but white will play queen a4, and I don't know if there's much independent value from this. Black has a huge amount of flexibility in this line. Like, any move is possible. Black can play c6, knight d7. If we include knight f6, knight f3, then bishop d7 is one of the main lines. Like knight f6, knight f3, d takes c4, queen a4, bishop d7, queen c4, c5. So black is super happy to get this this sort of Marazzi structure, and the bishop will naturally come to c6 if white doesn't play knight e5. Black would love to solve the issue of that bishop, right? The typical problem of black's light squared bishop versus white's light squared bishop in the Catalan. And knight e5, they play queen to c8, and we get a position where white has a bishop pair, but black has healthy development. All the pieces are naturally developed, and a slight space advantage because of the c5 pawn. I think queen takes d7 is more usual because the knight is better developed on c6. And yeah, this is a super healthy line for black. But Magnus has other choices. What would be really interesting, I don't expect it, would be d4. It's not a bad move, either after knight f6, knight f3, or immediately d4. And then we get a reversed Benoni, where black has made the move e6, while it's more natural to put the pawn on e5. But e6 is not a bad square for the pawn. And this gets very sharp and interesting, but probably not what Magnus wants in this game, to play a super risky line when his opponent is nearly in a must-win situation.
Well, at the very least, if you're Jan, you're starting off on a different foot than what the last few games have given you, right? Magnus Carlsen spent some time thinking on the move c4, so maybe he was also a little surprised, had to double-check his prep. There's no way he wasn't ready for Jan to try c4 at least once in the match. And now he's thinking again, because of this slightly, as you obscure move order, and he is indeed going. For those who don't see him on camera, Fabiano Caruana just put a big smile on his face. He is excited about the game we're going to get today, I will tell you that.
Yeah, I was checking this not too long ago with the idea to play with black. I really didn't expect that Magnus would like these sort of Benoni positions, because white will play knight f3 followed by e3.
Yeah, so let's do the main line. So knight f3, likely knight c6. Right?
Yeah, this is an interesting choice because black has two options. One is to play c5.
Right.
And then white can either go for Benoni or for a Benko gambit, a much better Benko gambit.
Yep.
So c5 is one option. Like, this would lead to, if white plays e3, a pure sort of Benoni structure, right?
Right.
e3, knight c6, ed4, cd4. It's considered a pretty decent line for black. I was playing this from the white side against Lenier Dominguez. So whenever Lenier plays any opening, you know it's a good one. He's one of the most well-prepared and also has one of the healthiest approaches to the opening in the game. So this is one good line for black. But like you mentioned, also knight to c6 is another good way of playing it. It's emphasizing development over securing the center. But this gets sharper because then white tries to play very aggressively in the center, castle e3, then take knight c3, and trying to maybe e5 is probably a bit too liberal because then the e file opens and things get ugly for black. So knight f6 and bishop c5, sort of trying to secure the center with pieces rather than pawns.
So you said that if Lenier Dominguez Perez plays an opening, it must be good, and you're saying he's played this system for black, so you were preparing it against him. And so are you expecting that Magnus will play c5 a la Lanier, or you think that he'll go for some of the sharper stuff with knight to c6?
Well, I think there's two possibilities. Either he would play c5, maybe first knight f6, and then later c5, or I don't know if it makes so much of a difference which moment black plays c5.
Okay.
So this is one option, or the other option is, let's say, knight f6 castle. He plays knight c6, and after d3 he plays bishop c5. This is the other possible option. I could see either of these two happening, depending on what, because Magnus has prepared this line for the match. He's not trying to adjust to the match situation. He's just going with his preparation, which is to play this d4 line. So he feels it's more important to stick with his guns rather than play something a bit more solid, but something he's not as ready to play.
Super interesting. I mean, Robert, your thoughts on that? You've been deep in thought over there. Magnus, as Fabi said, going for a line that is, it's a line that could yield 3 results, right? This is going to be a double-edged game. So we get what we want as fans, but is Magnus going to be happy in the end?
I think it's smart, because if you play for a draw, you often aren't playing your best chess. And we've seen that in so many tournaments, time and time again. Players have a lead, or they're just saying, I want to be solid. And then when you're playing solidly, you're thinking about the result too much, and that can be a huge distraction. Chess is an objective game. So I think this d4 lines, it's good from Jan's point of view, but also this is still the opening stage. And as Fabiano has been indicating, there are many different lines that Magnus can play. And what I'm most curious about is Magnus clearly came to this match prepared with a certain idea in mind, but will he have 2 ideas? And then he's just choosing which one he wants and trying to read Jan's play and expression. So I do think that he's recalling lines. I guess me to believe that he didn't expect c4 in this game, but he can't be totally shocked considering Jan played it, as Fabiano highlighted, against Alexenko. So if he played in the candidates on that great stage, he's of course going to be ready for it on the even bigger stage as the World Championship. So Fabiano, I kind of expect knight c6 rather than c5, but I guess we'll see in a few moments.
Yeah, it really depends on his preparation, but you called it knight to c6. Why will
I don't know.
I think that we'll see. I don't know. I think first castle, because of d3, black gets an extra option of bishop to b4 check.
Right.
That's an annoying check, because let's say d3 bishop to b4, and if knight d2 is not, like, you're kind of keep blocking your bishop with the knight, and then black plays a5, stops that b4 later on. A3, and the bishop can drop back even to e7, for example. That knight on d2 is just not a great piece.
Right.
It doesn't want to be there. It wants to be potentially on a3 and c2. That's a great square to go to. Or it wants to wait on b1 for white to play e3 and then develop to c3 later. So first white might castle. It makes sense. Instead in the game position after knight f3, knight c6. And
he did just
indeed
castle?
he castles. Knight to f6. Black might as well develop now. d3. Bishop to c5. I think we might see this line. It's actually an interesting line for white. For black and for white as well. And here, since white can't play e3 so easily, and a3 threatening b4 just is met by a5, the way that white should approach this position is by knight b to d2. And if castle, knight b3.
Wow.
Once that bishop moves, let's say to e7, now white can comfortably play e3. Black can take on e3, or play maybe e5 as well, but take on e3, bishop e3. And now it's a battle between, can white play d4 before black can develop his pieces comfortably, either with e5 or with a5 and some sort of quick counterplay. So yeah, this would be an interesting fight.
The Soviet chess school would not be super pleased with this idea, but shows modern chess understanding there.
Well, I also think that this is the type of position that Jan prefers, rather than bashing his head against these closed anti-martial positions. There's a lot going on here. And the bishop on g2 is clearly much better than the bishop on c8, and the bishop on e3 currently is better than the bishop on e7. So you have your pluses in this position that are both notable and obvious. And so I think that can make Jan's life easier as he tries to figure out a plan. And we actually just see Magnus play the move bishop c5. And this is all standard opening fare thus far. And the really important point for Jan is deciding where to go with that knight on b1. Because as Fabiano was just highlighting, d3, knight to d2, that makes perfect sense, given the bishop on c5 can quickly be targeted and kicked back. And alternatively, you sometimes go knight a3, which Fabiano also mentioned, and then when you bring your knight to c2, you're just putting all of your attention in the center, and black never really wants to take on a3 and hand white the bishop pair. So yeah, Jan's thinking here, but he's in familiar territory.
I am really excited about this opening because it's such a sharp line. No matter what white does, the tension will stay in the position. And when I was looking at this, I thought this is maybe too risky to play in a rapid game with black. And here Magnus is playing it in a World Championship game. So he must believe in it, which is super interesting, I think. It's also in this sort of match situation when Jan is certainly happy to get a fight.
Right.
It seems interesting that Magnus is also not shying away from a fight. I mean,
will you agree with Robert's assessment that you think if this is what he prepared coming in and he believes in the position, but that's different when you're in a position where, okay, like winning chances with black are great if the match was still even. Here you're up 2 points. Do you agree that this is the right decision for Magnus?
Yeah, it's what I would do. I would stick to my pre-match preparation.
Yep.
And especially if Jan I get the feeling Jan is familiar with this line. If Jan is not familiar with it, then it's just a great choice because it's difficult for white to figure out all the details of this complex position over the board. But Jan, I'm sure, has some familiarity with this. The fact that he played this c4, g3 development in the candidates suggests that although it's not his main opening, he still knows the ins and outs of it, and he's not going to be caught off guard by this somewhat rare line that Magnus is choosing. The question is, how deep has he gone in his preparation, and how reliable is Magnus's preparation in this game?
This is going to be exciting, regardless of what happens here today. Maybe Fabiano's crazy prediction that Magnus Carlsen gets a victory as black ultimately proves once again prophetic. Fabi the prophet. Obviously, Jan is at the very least, though, Robert, getting something that he's not going to be unhappy, I think, with the chances that are created in this game. Whether he executes or not is another discussion.
Yeah, no, this is, as I was saying, the exact type of position you want.
Yep.
You need to win the game. You're getting a flexible position. The tension remains. And you have clear pluses, as I mentioned earlier. So the bishop on g2, that Catalan bishop, that's going to be nagging for black to deal with, because if you look at the bishop on c8, the best way to free up that bishop is to make the move e5. But e5 has other drawbacks, because when white eventually plays e3, opening the e file, and it's not like just because you help your own light square bishop, that doesn't take away the fact that white's light square bishop is extremely good. And so it's a very flexible approach. I do feel like e5 is a good idea in many of these positions for black to go with, but it's all about timing, because black hasn't castled, black hasn't fully developed on the king side. So if you take too much time, then white might be ready to strike while your king is still caught in center.
Well, let's dive into whether e5 is a possibility right now. But before we do, let me remind everybody that should we get another decisive game, chesskid.com will be free once again for 24 hours. We've had 2 days of unlocked premium over at our Scholastic Extension site. So if you're a kid, go back to sleep if you're in the US, or actually, no, you should be at school right now. Why are you watching this if you're a kid? But if you have kids, maybe that's something to give a try too. All right, Fabi, we keep mentioning e5, right? On a structural level, we know this is, if black could play this move and then several other moves, right? Develop the knight, get castled, even a5 to stop b4, it's a no-brainer.
Point out the immediate problem with this. It might have other problems, but b4 here.
Okay.
If knight takes b4, you traded a central pawn for a flank pawn, not good for black. If bishop takes b4, same thing, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, queen to a4. The bishop and king are both under attack. And if knight c6, white takes on c6, queen takes b4. You might think, well, you lost that g2 bishop, so the king is weak. But black's king is also potentially weak because it cannot castle. Bishop to a3 is coming, and that king will have no way to get to safety. And although white's king is a little bit vulnerable, after bishop to h3, let's say rook to e1, there's no real way to continue stacking pieces on the king side for black. And e3, bishop to a3, all these moves will generate a winning attack for white.
Or something funny, I've had this position like 5 times from the white side in blitz games. So I'm quite familiar with it, because people fall for that, trying to expand the center, protect, but b4 is a strike because the king is still in the middle.
So e5 tactically, again, does not work. This is, of course, a very common tactic you just pointed out, also in certain variations of the Benoni, if the colors were reversed. So that means you have to see a more logical developing move. First, there are two options for the knight, knight f6 and knight e7. What's the main line here?
So the reason I don't like the knight on e7 is, let's say black plays knight e7, white plays knight b to d2. And although it's possible for black to play a5 and drop the bishop back to a7, and maybe this is how he would have to play, let's just say black continues developing with castle after knight b to d2. Now knight to b3, and you might be able to save that bishop with maybe b6 or something. Not a move you want to make, because you don't want to lose a bishop pair, and there might be tactics along that diagonal. And if you make a move like bishop to b6, c5, well, your bishop is nearly trapped. It can still go to a5, but it certainly doesn't want to be there, and you are losing material here. So that's why I like the knight on f6, because it keeps the e7 square open for black's bishop to drop back. Although black loses some time in this case as well. After knight b to d2, castle, knight to b3, bishop to e7, white also spent time developing that knight to a rather unusual square on b3. Usually they say knights on b3, b6, g6, g3 are not well placed for a number of reasons. One is that they sometimes get hit by pawns, like a5 in this case. First, black will take on e3, take an a5, and if black is allowed to play a4, not only has he gained space, he's also kicked that knight again, and white loses another tempo. And the other reason they say knights on b3 are not great is because if black plays b6 at some moment, then that knight gets restricted. Here, specifically, it probably loses material because of knight to e5, or even maybe it's not the material you want, but knight f to d4 is even better, because after knight f to d4, knight takes d4. Yeah, knight takes d4, knight c6 is coming. This looks really bad for black.
It's instructive because, again, for those who didn't appreciate the Soviet chess school reference I made earlier, typically, as Fabiano just said, a knight on b3, Robert talks about this a lot, is typically dominated by a pawn 3 squares away. And this is the opposite of how knights thrive. Knights thrive behind pawns, where they actually double up on every square they attack, and they can help support space. So this is typically frowned upon positionally, but again, the modern chess approach is that tactically, black can't hold down the center, which makes the knight's future on b3 a little more dynamic than just the positional consequences of blocking your own space. So I like that. I'm selfishly, once again, I'm learning on the couch here next to you two guys.
And something that's really important in this position, if we just throw in knight f6, is that the knight on b1 and the bishop on c1 are sort of fighting for similar squares. Because the bishop doesn't want to go to g5. You don't really want to trade off for that knight on f6. If you were quick and you're knight bishop g5 and knight d2 in one turn, then that would likely be worth it. But you don't get that. So it's not something that white wants to go with bishop g5. And if you go elsewhere, say bishop f4, you're kind of walking into an eventual e5. Like once black castles, put a piece on the e file, and you push e5. So that's why knight d2 to b3 is a little more flexible. You actually carve out the e3 square, as we've been showing for the bishop. And the reason why knights on b3, b6, g3, and g6 are typically so bad is because they can be dominated by the pawn, as we've been talking about, but also they tend not to move because they're sort of on the rim without fully being on the rim. So they don't have as many squares as they do in the center, and they struggle to come back into the game. So the knight on b3 is a weird square, but in that particular line, it's actually quite a good square because it can hop into c5 or d4, and that actually gives white quite an initiative. So I actually wouldn't mind that knight d2 to b3 maneuver, and I think Magnus sees it coming, and he's trying to figure out what he should do in response.
We see Magnus super focused on the board. Is he taken back by c4? I mean, you guys, we've talked about, there's no way he wasn't prepared for Jan's English coming in. Jan has played it. Obviously, Jan has beaten his head maybe against the anti-martial for the first time. I mean, sorry, for the last time. This might be a sign of what Jan plans to do with the first move for the rest of the match. But how much do you think Magnus is trying to recall preparation versus trying to figure this one out and make sure he's not being tricked already?
Well, this has to be a line that he's prepared. You don't play this way, especially in a World Championship match. You don't play like this without preparing this in advance, knowing that this is your line of defense, and also being ready for knight b to d2, knight to b3. So yeah, I think he's just thinking about his prep and the position. He knows that he has plenty of time, and in general, he likes to take his time a little bit in the opening. I think probably he's trying to get a more human sort of understanding of the position because, of course, preparation in advance, a lot of it is done with computers.
Yeah.
And you don't always get that human element. So he's probably just thinking about the position on his own, but with that, so it's sort of like a cyborg. First you have the machine, and then you want the human side of it too.
Sorry, I have to say it, Robert. I have to point out.
What do you have to point
You
out?
want to point out what we see on the screen right now?
What? It's just Magnus sitting, thinking, trying to figure out what to do next.
It says FIDE. Well, I mean, someone had the great idea of their logo making it so basically the entire thing is illegible. Sorry. But FIDE World.
Oh, no.
And then it says Championship. Championship.
You know, I was paying attention to chess, listening to Fabiano, but now that you pointed out, I'm not going to be able to unsee it.
Go to chess.com, go.chess.com/merch to pick up your Hess Championship gear today. I'm not kidding. If you missed the memo, we actually have exclusive gear because there is only one true Hess Champion, and he is here. His name is Robert Hess. You can't spell chess without him. And the Hess Championship lives on.
Oh, Robert.
That is hilarious. It says championship.
They're promoting me.
Oh, man.
Robert, there is an empty chair there, so if you want to take a flight over, you know, you can maybe be there in time for game 13.
You could go sit down and say that the Champion is here. The Champion has arrived.
Oh,
all
boy.
right.
Well, Jan has returned to his chair, and knight f6 had been played by Magnus, so I expect we'll see knight d2 to b3. So as we were talking about earlier, the move a3 is too obvious, right? If you play a3, you're trying to go b4. But that actually helps black, because if you go knight d2 now, first of all, the bishop can retreat to a7 if it's ever attacked, but also black can make the move pawn to a4, and that's such a thorn in white's side often because if you push your b pawn, you can take en passant. Now here, it may work out because black is so far behind in development, but that's something long-term that black has in the bag. So you don't actually want to encourage black to play a5 because that's a move that he'd want to play anyway.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. And this structure, again, is a very common, I guess, mistake black can make in the Benoni if the colors were reversed. For those who don't know what we're referring to, we should just let me just real quick show everyone on the analysis board here what the Benoni is. The Benoni starts with d4, and then after black plays knight f6, some different move orders possible, but essentially c4, c5, d5, and e6 is how we get this structure. And again, white has a number of moves, but if you take a snapshot of this position, looking at it structurally, it's some very sharp things on the board here. And often as black tries to strike with a6 and b5 to support the queenside pawn chain, white will play a4. You get these positions where there's a struggle here, and as we pointed out, potentially a4, a5 ideas can be positionally disastrous for black. So, okay, not going to go too far down that rabbit hole, but just as we refer to the Benoni structure and you take a look, this is almost a closed Benoni because white we have not seen e3 and e5 yet, as we just saw in the main lines, but that's what we're referring to. And typically when you want to attack in the direction of your pawn structure, it's why we keep referring to things like this. So, sorry, Fabi, take it away.
So the thing about these positions is that one tempo is extremely important. And if black is given time, then he has a structural advantage. He has more space in the center. That's why white has to strike very quickly. We already saw Jan play knight b to d2. This means that he's familiar with the line. He also looks pleased to see it, I think, because he knows the line and he knows that white can fight for an advantage here. So he's happy with the opening outcome. It's still going to be an opening battle because Magnus is, I mean, Jan is not the only one prepared. Magnus also has his preparation. He has something in mind here, for sure. I think it's going to be to castle and to play bishop to e7, but we shouldn't rule out other options. There is the move a5 instead of castling as a very natural one. The point is after knight to b3, the bishop drops back to a7. So black is saying, I don't want to lose time by playing bishop c5, e7. I want to make use of my bishop on that diagonal. The question here is that at some point that bishop might be blunted with c5. And I don't know exactly how white goes about that. But at some point that bishop could get a bit weak. For example, if white plays bishop to g5 here, let's say a natural looking move, and after h6, take, white might try rook to c1 and later c5 to kill that bishop off. Not forever, of course, but at least to limit its influence for the moment. White certainly has other options besides bishop to g5. But yeah, now this is an interesting moment. Magnus does have a choice, and it's a very critical choice. It's between two. They look like similar positions, but the bishop's placement on a7 or e7 makes a huge difference.
Yep. No, it's going to decide the direction of the middle game depending on how Magnus approaches this position. I suspect your first instinct of bringing the bishop to e7 is correct, but let's look down that line a little more. If castles, we break the rule that every Russian schoolboy knows, put the knight in front of the b-pawn, but we do so to change the dynamic of the center. I think d takes e3 is kind of the move, right? e5 is...
Yeah, let's see why e5 is maybe not as good. White first takes on d4. Black takes with the pawn, because if knight takes, the e5 is hanging. And here, white needs to find some way to get to that, after e4, white needs to find some way to get to that pawn. It's not easy, because you can't directly attack it. But you can take away, possibly defenders of it, with moves like either bishop f4 or rook to e1. Let's try bishop f4, because that looks like...
I wanted rook e1.
Yeah, maybe possibly rook e1 is better. And at some point, white wants to try this knight e5 move. It opens up white's bishop on g2, and also takes away a defender from d4, which at some point in the future, let's say black plays h6. I don't know, just some waiting move, which of course he doesn't want. And white, instead of knight e5 immediately, white prepares it with bishop to f4. I really want to play knight e5 and be able to take back with the bishop. And then you really put pressure on d4. The bishop also exerts pressure on f6.
Yeah, we could even show it in some line like this, where it feels like black is striving for a4, but knight e5 comes in, and there's already things to figure out here, maybe?
Yeah, for example, if c5 to defend that pawn, bishop takes f6.
Right.
You can't take back with the bishop because the pawn on c5 is hanging, and you can't play g takes f6 because your king side gets destroyed, so
you don't take it back, is what you're saying. You leave it, free piece.
Okay, well,
at this point, at this level, you might as well resign in that position.
No, but it's really interesting to show, and it shows that the transition of e3 for e5, meaning this structural change, it gives you exactly a look into what white's plan is there, and this whole knight e5 plan is rather strong.
Yeah, so I think that d takes e3 rather than e5. On the one hand, d takes e3 gives up the center. So that's not exactly, if we go back one move, d takes e3 after e3 gives up the center. But on the other hand, black can play e5 at some moment and then develop his pieces very harmoniously. Bishop to g4, bishop to f5. This kind of forces white's hand to play d4 after e takes d4 to take back with the knight. Yeah, and then white, it's a symmetrical structure suddenly, but white claims the slightly more active pieces and the bishop on g2 potentially barreling down on b7 or just in general on that long diagonal. And white might say, well, I have a slight advantage. It's not the end of the world for black, but certainly you'd rather take the white pieces in this position.
Yeah, and there's some easy moves once you get there. That's the thing.
Yeah.
People see pawns getting traded, pieces getting traded, oh, it's just equal. But those aren't actually equivalent trades because as we were looking down that line, white was having the more active pieces, not just the bishop on g2. In fact, I think the biggest advantage, if we just show that one more time, so yeah, bishop e7, e3, takes, e5, d4, and let's say we trade knights on d4, and black plays c6, because you're shutting down the bishop with a little pawn chain over there. And in this type of position, white's knight is much better than black's knight. And white's rooks are about to be connected, while black still has to develop the bishop from c8. So it takes some time for black to fully gather himself in this position, and that could be all the time that white needs to get, a queen c2, knight f5, or queen moves rook d1. So these positions are full of like little moves that can have a big impact, and it's not just completely level, even if the material is the same.
In fact, even more than knight takes d4 in that line that we just went through. Although knight takes d4 is a perfectly fine move.
Oops, wrong knight takes d4. Sorry, different line.
Yeah, castle knight e3 take d.
By the way, we have a5 on the board, which is why I was backing up. But go
oh, okay. No, that's.
You can finish your thought here.
Yeah,
we're not going to get
just a small thought that even better than knight takes d4 is bishop takes d4. because that bishop on e3 is potentially hanging to knight g4 if the bishop stays on e3. So on d4, it's not hanging to anything. And then white can play queen to b3, put the rooks in the center, and black's queen is potentially under attack. Like the open lines in the center are very annoying for black. So
perhaps those ideas are why we're not going to see that. We actually see now that both a5 and knight b3 have been played on the board. And all right, well, either way, you know, the stage is set here. Fun little historical fact. Bobby Fischer was also down 2 games in his match versus Boris Spassky in 1972. He came back to win that match. That must be the last time someone was trailing by 2 games and came back to win a world championship match.
Yeah, because Kasparov was down 5 games to Karpov, but that match lasted forever. And Kasparov eventually won games 47 and 48, and the match
it was postponed.
Stopped.
Yes, so other than the epic Kasparov-Karpov match, often referred to when we refer to formats that don't work anymore. I'll take formats that don't work anymore for 200, Alex.
Gary was down in many matches, in fact.
Against Karpov.
Against Karpov, but also against Vichy.
Yeah.
In 95, he was down after 10 games, I believe, by 1 point.
It was only 1 point, though.
Only 1 point.
Yeah.
Only 1 point. I don't remember a 2-point deficit, but there's a lot of examples of a 1-point deficit being reversed. For example, Kramnik in 2004 against Leko was down 1 point with 1 game to go.
Yeah.
And he won that last game on demand and retained his world championship title.
Yep.
And there's one case of an almost comeback. Veselin Topalov against Vladimir Kramnik in 2006. He lost his first 2 games in the match, and he was leading later on in the match. Of course, that had the very controversial game forfeit and that whole mess.
Toilet gate?
Toilet gate. But
for those who don't know Toilet Gate, do yourself a favor and Google chess Toilet Gate. Goyle. Shout out to Crabbe and Goyle, most underrated characters from Harry Potter. All right, moving on. Moving on, we have empty chairs, so we have liftoff. We know our matches have begun at the FIDE World Chess Championship as soon as the chairs are empty.
That was a great save.
Okay. All right, but okay, back to it. So the last time we believe a world championship was won by the person who was trailing by 2 games was Fischer-Spassky in 1972. Jan is trailing here. And Karyakin quoted right now watching this game live says that this position is going to be complicated. And that's exactly the type of position that Jan needs to get to in order to have a chance to win. So, obviously it's our job to cover this match until it's through. And so we're going to be talking about these storylines without any hyperbole added unnecessarily here. But I do believe that this is the type of game that the people wanted. That's the haircut that people wanted. And Ian Nepomniachtchi at the board is what the people want. So let's go.
Well, he's about to leave the board. As soon as you say that, he's gone. But he has made his move e3.
Yep.
And he's still within his preparation. So maybe he doesn't want to look at Magnus. Maybe he's doing all his calculation separately because these top chess players, they're always thinking about the position in their head. And after e3, we're left with a situation where it's quite forcing. Right? d4 is under attack. The black king is still in the center, and we keep talking about lines with pawn takes e3, bishop takes e3, and so on. Black can throw in an a4 move at any point. I wouldn't rush that decision, but Fabio, as I look at this game here, I feel like Jan has to be thrilled. Like, look at Magnus's clock, and the position is opening up.
Yeah, but I'm sure that this is still Magnus's preparation. The thing is, we might still see the line that we were mentioning. If black plays d takes e3, white takes with the bishop, and I don't think a4 immediately. A4 may be an option, but I think it would be a bit rushed at the moment.
Are you ever going here, or is here always the best?
It's potentially a pawn stack because knight c5, I think black's only idea could be knight to g4, and then knight takes e4, knight takes e3, f takes e3. Looks like some sort of pawn sacrifice. But I think that rather than this, Magnus is going to castle after bishop takes e3, and we'll see a line that we already mentioned by a slight transposition, a5 first instead of castling. So we very well may get this anyway. One important thing I think to mention is that after d takes e3, which is likely to be played after e3, why does white not take with the pawn? And it's not an easy question to answer because there's no tactical problem with this. But if black simply, for example, castles here, then white really wanted that bishop developed on c1. And although white has more pawns in the center, and usually we say that's an advantage to have.
Funny, you'd love to just if you could put the bishop here, this looks like just an awesomely fun position to play.
That would be great. The bishop on c3 would be beautifully placed.
Combined with the f-rook and everything, but...
Yeah, but on c1, it does nothing, and it can't develop to d2 because d3 is hanging, and it can't develop on that diagonal because if white plays e4, then suddenly you have a hugely weakened structure, which you don't want. You have a giant hole on d4. So this is the reason why white in general should play bishop takes e3.
Yeah, okay. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so takes, castle's likely still the move, right? There's no e5 again before you're castled.
I think it's a move, but you don't have
a friend, not because I'm curious.
I know, I don't think it's a bad move. I just think
well,
that...
then maybe I am.
that black will accept a slightly worse position after d4. And
I've been accepting slightly worse things my whole life, so...
I'm not going to be the top.
Oh, that was so good.
No, but you put yourself in a very dangerous situation.
Okay, d4.
I hope your wife isn't listening.
I said it and winked at you. That was to imply that I have a Fabiano here. Honey, that was not toward you.
So I didn't want to say it.
Okay.
Oh.
My commentary marriage is throwing my actual marriage under the bus right now. All right, d4, go ahead.
I don't know how to continue now.
Woo!
Stuck between this odd couple. You never thought you'd be here, right?
So yeah, d4 would probably lead to a slight advantage for white. I think that black can castle comfortably because instead of e5. Because after d4, if white were to play that, well, here you run into tactical problems. a4 to start with. And then if the knight goes to c5, it might be taken on c5, leading to doubled pawns. Black may even throw in b3. Sorry, not b3.
a3.
But a3 at some point. So white would have to seriously consider the implications of these doubled pawns on the c-file. On the one hand, he gets the two bishops. On the other hand, well, black gets an extra pawn on the king side, a king side majority, and it can start playing e5, developing the bishop. We get a very complicated position here. So I'm wondering if Jan would more likely go for that, or he would play a slightly ugly move instead of d4. The move is a4. It looks super ugly. You create a huge hole on b4. On the other hand, preserving this knight on b3, not getting kicked around more, is some sort of, there's an argument to be made for that. And white says, I don't care about the b4 square. I only care about playing d4, queen e2, rooks in the center, and taking control of the center. So
funny because outpost squares like that, okay, like it's an outpost square. Put a piece on it permanently, but without the follow-up, right? Without targets for a knight to attack from there, or without pressure where the pieces can build up often behind an outpost square. That's a typical strategy. If you have an outpost square in the center, right now you use that as an outpost to put your rooks behind, your bishops behind. But there's something to be argued for an outpost square that's kind of on the edge of the board, right?
Yeah, I think an outpost like b4 is especially useful because we don't have to consider squares as holes, but as places that pieces can go. And the knight on c6 is a bit awkwardly placed, but now it has a beautiful home on b4. So that's, if there were no pieces of blacks that could go to b4, well, it wouldn't really matter if it's an outpost square because black can't use it. But here, of course, white has to seriously consider playing a4 because it is such a serious weakening that black can use to improve his pieces, specifically the knight.
Yeah, a4 is one of those decisions. Obviously, you can't take it back, and it gives black that square b4 permanently. But I guess the claim is the knight on b3 is useful there. I keep thinking about these positions where even if black plays a4, then knight on b3, at least until black tries e5, can go to the d4 square. And those trades on d4, it could leave white still with a better position, similar to line 5 I was talking about earlier. So let's say black castles. And just to sort of make the point, let's go rook e1, just to show what happens after a4. Knight b to d4. And if you take on d4, and I take, say, with my bishop, I'll stay with the bishop,
okay.
Where look at the control that white has over this position. Like this bishop on c8, it can go as far as d7, and that's as far as it's getting. And knight e5, of course, will be the move to respond to it with. So white's pieces are better, and black doesn't have any sort of pawn pushes that make sense. And this pawn a4 can potentially have wandered too far. where later in the game I can attack it, or your rook is tied down to its defense. And white does have this amazing bishop on d4, just controlling a lot of the board here.
I love that. It's really an interesting position to see that the d4 square, normally occupied by a pawn, might actually be better left open for white, right?
Yeah, that's one of the arguments to be made for delaying d4. It's difficult to say with which move white should delay it.
H3 maybe?
H3 is certainly an interesting option. It's a generally useful move. Even if, let's say, black plays e5 here, and white plays d4, and black takes, and white takes, let's say, knight b takes d4, knight takes d4, and now knight takes d4.
I was going to say, now you're switching on me. Here, bishop takes again would be good, but now you're saying this.
And what's the difference?
Yeah,
there's no knight to g4
I
here.
see.
So white's knight is beautifully placed in the center and can maybe hop to f5 at some point. Queen c2, rook's in the center, knight to f5 is an idea. So h3 is useful not just in this specific position, but pretty much for the rest of the game it will be useful.
And the inclusions are h3 and a5, so two different rook pawn moves, but h3 is far more useful covering g4. a5 doesn't do anything in this particular position. So
whoa,
it looks like Magnus hops right over to g4, so you haven't played h3 yet, and that makes a lot of sense to me.
It does make a lot of sense. White doesn't want black to take on e3. That structure may not be a bad change for white, but you really want your dark squared bishop. So where does the bishop go? It can go to c5 tactically, because after a4, white has bishop takes e7. Let's say queen takes e7. The knight goes back, and white says, or possibly forward, yeah. And white says, well, you still haven't developed, you haven't castled, you spend your time playing knight g4, a4, and I'm the one with all the development.
Yep.
So white can possibly claim an advantage here, although black remains very solid. So bishop c5, other moves, I'm actually not seeing anything else which makes really good sense, because on f4, you get hit with e5. So do you really want this? You don't want to go back to c1. Doesn't seem like after a4 you start to get pushed back more and more.
Yeah, anything but c1.
Anything but c1 basically. So c5 looks like
c5 looks like it's the move.
Maybe queen to e2. White saying, well, on the one hand I lose my bishop pair, on the other hand I really value development here, and I'm ready for d4 and rook to d1 and other developing moves. But I think that we will see bishop c5.
Already played bishop c5, and doing so quickly, again, continuing to suggest to us that whether Magnus is in prep or not, his clock is more indicative that he is not. Jan is definitely still recalling knowledge of this position, whether it's direct X's and O's in terms of the prep or just the ideas. Jan is playing very confidently.
I still think they both know this position.
You really think so, even with Magnus's
I get the feeling.
time management?
Yeah, he's taking time, but he could be recalling what he already knows about the position. It's just, black's play is not natural. First of all, playing d4, it already suggests black has something in mind, and then playing a5 and knight to g4, these are not like natural. The natural thing is to castle, and we would tell any person who's beginning to play chess and wants to improve that what do you want to do first? Develop your pieces, and what do you want to do after that? Castle. That's the first two things you want to do in chess. You don't want to play a5 knight g4. If we want to explain why the world champion is playing this way, it's because of concrete considerations. So he's throwing out the classical principles of chess, and he's playing moves which are kind of unusual. There is a reason for that.
Yeah, it's forcing, as Fabian was saying, because this doesn't seem cohesive at all. You went a5, and now you're going knight g4. Your pieces should be paying attention to all sides of the board, but here it didn't really, if you look at the position now, it doesn't really seem to make sense with the black king in the center. But there's something about the bishop trade that Magnus is aiming for, and the bishop on g2. That's the long-term advantage for white. We look across the board at the minor pieces. It's the bishop on g2 that is best. And what black would really like to avoid is allowing white both to have that bishop and an advancing center. Because the bishop on c8 looks stuck behind its own pawn. So at some point, black would love to get this move e5 in. It's actually quite difficult to do so with your knight on g4, because you can't play e5 and then keep your knight in g4. White can always play h3 and just kick that knight right out of there, and then e5 pawn becomes a target. So at this moment here, we were talking about how a4 is met by bishop takes e7. Humor me for a second. I'm wondering, though, if you take with the king on e7, we've seen...
Okay, okay.
I know it's...
This is not the bomb cloud.
It's not the bomb cloud, but it's seemingly ridiculous and probably not good. But there are times, right, when you want to be quick and just like take control of the center as black. Yeah. But here your king is in the open and you're still not fully developed and your knight is on g4. You don't have the pieces all connected with each other that would make that acceptable. But there are moments, right, in certain openings, where you, in the French, for example, where you take with your king on e7, because the point is that the foundation is there. But this is a position where your pieces are all over the place.
Robert, I respect the idea. Not here.
No, of course.
Not now.
Of course.
We humored you, and now I'm gonna ask chat to humor me real quick to vote by spamming emotes of your favorite player. Cast your vote. Let us know who you're rooting for. We know that chat is typically biased toward Magnus, but makes me want to ask Robert, everything you guys are saying, obviously true, and we're assuming the world champion is still in preparation, but I'm wondering if this is an early sign of being biased toward Magnus, a little Magnus bias-itis here.
Well, I'm definitely not suffering from that today. Okay. I've been questioning the time management. I'm looking at the position, trying to figure out what Magnus' exact plan is. Because he wants to control the center, but the way he's doing it right now, his pieces are all over the place.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like
but I do think he has an idea, to Fabi's point. Like, he's not just playing moves like a5, knight g4. Well, one, he's a good enough player, of course, to make this up on the fly and it be a good idea. But I do think that these ideas don't make traditional sense. So he's still within the realm of his preparation, but it's really important not to make one misstep, because one misstep and your position could be terrible. You're sitting passively, and it's not just passive in the sense that we've seen in the anti-martial, where the position's closed, and if white doesn't make every single accurate move, then black is immediately okay. Here it's like that's going to be a nagging advantage for white, so I think that Magnus is really trying to display pinpoint accuracy here so he doesn't suffer in the near future.
The only thing I'm calling out, Fabi, everything Robert just said I agree with, except the one last point which is we're making an assumption that because these lines are very forcing, that they must be good. But I'm looking at clock management, and I'm looking at Magnus right now as far as his body language, and again, we're giving the benefit of the doubt that a5 and knight g4 are going to work out in some way to deal with, the forcing lines we've been looking at, but they look good for white. So what do you think? I mean...
Well, the opening outcome is good for Jan.
Okay.
He's gotten a fighting position. He's up on the clock. He knows the position well. These are all definitely good things for him. I wouldn't say that it's a major opening success yet for two reasons. One is that Magnus has, he knows something about this line. I think it would be absurd if he didn't, and he's just playing this way in such a hugely critical game. The other thing is that after a4 for black, we reach a very logical sequence of moves. Bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, knight b to d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to f6. And although white does have all the development and looks to be having all the fun, the position is simplified. And if black makes a few more moves, castle, short, c6, rook to d8, e5, these are logical developing moves. White is in a position where he's the one who has to force the matter a bit, because black can improve his position more easily than white can. And the knight on d4 is maybe an aggressive piece, or possibly a target for black to kick around while developing. So this position doesn't seem clearly better for white to me, although if I had to pick a side, I would probably pick white, because he is the one with more development for the moment, and can try to move that knight from d4, possibly to c3, get d4 and claim a space advantage. But even though I think Jan should be happy about the opening, I don't think that he should be thrilled just yet. And he has to still watch out for one thing, which is, so far he's playing quickly and in his preparation, right? But he needs to, sometimes it's difficult to adjust when you're playing very quickly, and I've made this mistake many times before. I'm in my preparation, I play quickly, and then once I'm out of it, which inevitably happens at some point, I'm not able to adjust and slow down. And we've already seen this slight weakness in his play, maybe even more than a slight weakness, that sometimes he rushes in critical moments. He's a player who, with enough time, can figure out pretty much anything. He's strong enough to almost never make a mistake if he has the time and the discipline to do so, but he still makes mistakes because he tends to rush. So that's one thing he has to watch out for. I'm sure that he realizes this this slight deficit in his play, and he is going to be more disciplined in this game. So it'll be interesting to see how Magnus approaches this. Besides A4, he can also, make a move like short castle. There is something to be said for at some point developing in a harmonious way, and I don't know if Black necessarily has to castle here, or if he even should castle, but he should think about it at some point, getting that king out of the center, so that he's not dealing with White's initiative.
Agreed. Although we see Magnus is still thinking hard.
Yeah, I did like knight g4 because the side with less space, especially less space in the center, wants to trade some pieces, right? If the bishop had remained on e3 and the bishop on e7, that would have been a better piece for White. So I do like knight g4 from that practical point of view. And yeah, I think after the bishop went to c5 is in the game, Black can castle. I'm guessing what Magnus is concerned about is letting the pawn eventually go to d4 and White just claiming all the space in the position, and then Black's stuck being like, I don't really have a plan. I'm waiting for White, and I'm going to stop White's breakthroughs, but I don't have a plan of my own. So if you do castle here for Black, and I take your bishop on e7, and you take with the queen, and the question becomes, can I get d4 to work? And that's not an easy move to make because there's a rook coming to d8. And with a4 also on the horizon, perhaps I'm undermining your pawn's defense immediately. And
Robert, are we looking at the same possible tactic here?
Yeah.
I don't think it works, though.
You don't?
I don't think it works. So I think
guys, I'm in on this inside joke too. I also see the tactic, but let's show it for everybody just in case, because I know you guys see the tactic that I also see. So let's show everybody just in case they don't see it.
So after d4, a4.
Okay. Obviously, yep.
The most obvious move for White, or the most natural move, is knight to c5. Maybe it's not the best move,
Everyone needs you to go show a couple more moves. Even
And
though
now-
we all see it.
There is a move knight takes d4 here as an option.
Right.
Yeah.
And if queen takes d4, there's e5.
And of course, and that's because the bishop now guards the knight.
Yeah.
Because the move that some people were first thinking in this tactic, rook d8, would be good to win the knight, but you lose this knight. And so I obviously saw that along with everybody else, and now we're all good. But e5 is key because it removes the queen from defending the knight and protects the knight. It's just good for everyone to see what we see.
Few problems with this line. One is rook f2, e1 here.
Okay.
And that's a pin, a very difficult pin to deal with.
And rook d8 seems to take advantage of the point that you were making earlier, right? Where the queen has to move, and then you're going to win the knight on c5. But rook takes e5 here is a pretty nice move, because now your queen on e7 is under attack. And if you take my rook with your knight, I take back, and I have two minor pieces for the rook, and that's a winning advantage for White.
So glad we showed everybody that.
There's an even bigger problem with the line. Which is, knight to c5, knight takes d4, and without getting into any crazy details, just knight takes d4 back.
Oh, because you just hit the knight right away.
Yeah.
And after queen takes c5, queen takes g4, e5 looks like it works again, but then the knight goes over to f5.
And when you threaten checkmate, you play smart chess. So there we go. Okay, that was awesome. Okay. That jokes aside, that was, you guys both turned to each other. You've got this whole tactic you're seeing, and I'm like, I want to begin on this too, but I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, Magnus has castled, not a4. We're back to, we're back to the board if we're Ian Nepomniachtchi.
But that is actually an important line that we were just showing for multiple reasons. One is that Black's idea is clearly to aim down the d-file at that pawn, but also you need to make sure that you're not blundering tactics like that, because it looked like White was just going forward. d4, knight c5, those are all very logical moves, but if there's a pitfall of knight takes d4, then your whole position collapses. So the players are thinking about lines just like that, and in general, pushing the pawn d4, you're going farther away from your other pieces. That means that Black can attack it. So the knight on g4, though, that's the problem that Black has in this position and many others, is it's an awkward square that can easily be kicked or is just hanging in a variation like the one we just saw.
Does it ever make sense to play d4 before trading on e7? Because we've been trying to display the ideas by making the trade on e7, but
it definitely makes sense.
Just to reinforce the bishop's position and try to get black to trade.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's a difficult decision for white, in fact, because both bishop takes e7 followed by d4 and d4 immediately are extremely likely, natural, and also look rather similar. Here it might get concrete. Because you start to wonder about bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, and then b6, which is probably not good because of the knight on f3 moving somewhere, but it has to be considered.
Yeah, so many knights hanging here.
Yeah, I think the knight on g4 hanging is a really important factor in this position. If the knight were on f6, maybe black could consider this and even sack an exchange at some point. But with the knight on g4, too many things are hanging. So d4 makes a lot of sense. It might actually transpose because after d4, black can play a4, and then white is sort of obligated to take on e7, play knight c5. So the position that we saw is a pretty critical one. Here, of course, black doesn't take on d4, but yeah, maybe rook d8.
Yeah, just maybe instead of the crazy tactics that we all saw. We have rook d8.
I do think, though, that one additional option for white is to retreat the knight rather than jump forward. Now, I wouldn't want to do that, right? Playing knight c1 rather than knight c5 doesn't look very good because you're just giving black all the space. So in some positions, you want to retreat because that doesn't allow the tactics for black. But on the other hand, that's a win. In this position, it would be for Magnus because you pushed a pawn up, the knight just goes back to the starting rank. That's a little bit of a slow measure, and then black has time to finish coordinating and developing.
Yep.
Yeah, it feels like white should go forward. If knight c5 isn't working tactically, then he should start to consider other knight moves. But if he can play knight c5, then he should do so. And one interesting question is, okay, black has rook d8 as an option, but also a very natural move is a3. And I really like the following move for white here. Normally you would play b3, but instead of that, more aggressively, I like b4.
And if I take
If take, then rook to b1. That knight can't take on a2 because after queen d2 it gets trapped. So black's knight has to retreat, probably to c6, and now white regains the pawn. Maybe white can, I don't know if white should throw an h3 or not. Let's say white keeps the knight on g4 as potentially hanging, plays knight takes b7, and with a rook on the 7th rank, this looks like a strong initiative for white. So a3 might tactically not be so good for black.
That knight hanging is so important on g4 because even in a variation like that, it gives white some tactical tries that black has difficulty meeting. So yeah, a3 is really a move you want to play as black if it forces b3, but as Fabian just showed, b4 is really clutch. I mean, it's a tactical variation.
Jan is dialed in, and I'm drawing attention to Jan's focus at the board because of what you said, Fabi, about that trap even the best players in one can fall into. When you're in your preparation, you're playing fast, confidently, as you should be, but you have to make sure you have the discipline to slow down and not rush as soon as you're not. And I don't know that Castles puts Jan out of his preparation, but it obviously might put him in a position where he wants to double check and make sure that he's following the right line. Because you've talked about that. The high levels, to a certain point, you're literally following the recipe. And then after a while, it's like, okay, I know this is sort of the recipe, but let me make sure that I'm not messing up or mixing ideas, right? One idea is super effective here, but not in the other position. You think that might be kind of what he's pausing here really, really quick before he goes forward?
I think that he's been moving instantly up to this point, so now that he's starting to think, this suggests that he no longer knows for sure what the best move is. While for the previous moves, he knew what the best move is 100%. He still, of course, has a good idea of the position because he's obviously looked at similar positions and he knows the typical themes and ideas. Now the question is implementing them in the right way using his calculation. It's, in general, assuming that he's no longer in his preparation 100%, it's a good moment for him to stop and think. He has plenty of time, and this is the first decision he's having to make. And it's very likely an important one. Although a lot of moves may look very similar, the small differences might make the difference between playing for an advantage or the game being sterilized and having nothing. And he really needs to play for an advantage. He can't let even the tiniest advantage slip up. So thinking at this moment, very good idea. definitely not a time to rush, even though the instinct is to keep playing fast to put pressure on your opponent, psychological pressure.
Right.
And that's a tool that Ian likes to use, and he does so very well. In this situation, the stakes are too high to try that trick.
Right.
It's a moment when he really just needs to be playing the best moves. So we may see one of those options, d4, bishop takes e7. I don't think it makes sense for white to play h3 because the knight is better off on another square besides g4. So black would be happy to play knight f6 and get away from a hanging position.
Yep.
So d4, bishop takes e7, tough choice. They may even lead to the same position. But d4 feels slightly more flexible somehow. I mean, why allow black, let's say, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, d4, rook to d8? Why allow black options like that when you could play d4 first and tell him, okay, now play a4 and then I'll trade? Or you can trade immediately on c5 and give me the development.
And you've highlighted a few times, and so has Robert, that while a4 is an effective idea for black in a lot of these awkward Benoni knight type of developments, it's also a drawback, right? There's a risk the moment you put the pawn there in any line where the knight ends up on c5, the pawn is a target here or on a3, right?
Absolutely, it's a target, and that's why the instinct is to play a3 to get rid of that target. But sometimes the right thing to do is to counterattack, because although you don't want to lose the pawn for nothing, it is still a flank pawn. So if black can get some sort of counterplay, for example, rook d8, then it's worth trading the pawn. For example, here, knight takes a4, knight takes d4. Knight takes d4, e5 might be a tactic. It's worth trading off the a4 pawn for the d4 pawn. Here, black has to consider, what about rook e1? Again, we noticed that that pin might be a serious problem. But there might be options like this.
What a wild type of position this would be, but it does continue to lend credit to the idea that white should sit on this position and play d4.
Yeah, it's another position, the one we're just analyzing, where even if it's a one-for-one trade, we saw the evaluation bar go up because white's pieces are harmonious. Black hasn't fully developed. So there's a knight on g4, the bishop's still on c8, back rank problems. So that's a really good variation that shows that you may see a tactic that gets you a one-for-one trade by material, but actually the A pawn and the D pawn, the D pawn seems more valuable. It's in the center, but the position opens up and only one side has everything coordinated well.
I want to go through a super concrete line because I think it's important and some of the things that we might see. So let's say d4 here, a4, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, knight c5. The move that comes to mind now is e5. If knight takes a4, then black happily plays e takes d4 and says, well, you got your a pawn, I got my central pawn. And
you can't take everything.
You can't take everything because a4 hangs in the end. So after e5, the best move for white, I think, is probably, instead of knight takes a4, is rook to e1. And now, we already mentioned this tactic from a transposition. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, right? The same line that Robert mentioned, rook d8, rook takes e5, white.
The same line that we all mentioned.
That we all saw.
we all saw this line. Yep. Okay.
So here white wins. So after rook to e1, I'm looking at rook to d8.
Right.
Answering a pin with a pin. Now, white needs to do something. That tension in the center is sort of unbearable for the moment. So white plays knight takes a4, taking the pawn. And now the move that I like is queen to b4. Looks like black wasn't looking that direction at all. But now after queen to b4, everything's attacked. a4, c4, white plays b3 to defend all of those things. And now e takes d4. Black has again regained a pawn. We're still left with this hugely complex situation because black's pieces are scattered. White's pieces are sort of scattered, but he has a more compact position generally. And white may still be playing for an advantage here.
Well,
but it's hard to say.
Takes a 2800 to bring balance to the forces, they say. Nothing like a crazy line that somehow you were calculating lines that Stockfish agreed with. Is it Fabi or Stockfish on the couch here? Have you ever been accused of being half man, half machine?
I don't want to get into this, but actually, let's not talk about it.
All right. Well, a sophisticated chess robot sent back through time to join the Chess.com broadcast. Welcome to Fabiano Caruana's debut as a chess commentator here. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? This is the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship, and it's Chess.com's coverage. Robert, you're busy calculating away when Fabi's spitting out lines. So I know you got some to add here.
Yeah, just these variations are very sharp and they're forcing. So if you play d4, as I keep saying, there's no going back from it. And in this variation we're just looking at with a4, bishop c5, knight c5. Oh, sorry, bishop e7, queen c5. Yeah, this variation. Apologies. And e5. This is exactly what Jan is thinking about right now. Like, because there's nothing you can do once you reach this point. And now you're trying to figure out, okay, so rook e1, we've been talking about this rook d8 move. I can potentially say, can I go queen e2 to go for a pin? Can I throw in an h3 move? Here, there's going to...
the knight actually guards the queen. So
right, the queen is defended, so it's going to be a problem. And knight takes d4, queen takes c5, just wins a pawn for black. But these are the type of moves that you have to think about. So rook e1 is the most obvious move, but perhaps there's a moment you can throw in the move h3. But even when h3 attacks the knight on g4, it doesn't mean the knight has to move, because you can take on d4, then c5 is hanging. So these variations are so sharp, and Jan needs to think about it right now, not just stumble into the line and then hope that it works out for him. He doesn't want to play d4 unless he's mapped everything out in this sequence.
Fascinating stuff. We see a Ian Nepomniachtchi fully focused, maybe for as much time at the board as he's had in any other game in the match. Again, it is a storyline, not to overplay it. Obviously, we know Jan is the type of player who thinks actively about the game in his head, even when he's wandering around. But we see him there with a fresh new haircut. It has been one of the sideline storylines today. He did show up with a new look, and maybe it's a new dawn, a new day, a new life. Thank you, Michael Bublé.
First, Nina Simone, and I made that reference last game.
First of all, don't call me out like that on pop culture in front of everybody like that. We have talked about that.
You're just feeling good.
Is that also
Bobby,
Michael?
are you still happy to be here? How are you doing?
I am feeling good.
Okay.
I hope that's also not a Michael Bublé song.
Well, he did sing it. It doesn't mean it was the original. I was just giving a shout out to Michael Bublé. Sometimes his voice fills the airwaves of my house,
Especially during Christmas time?
Yeah.
Especially during Christmas time, right? So he was on the brain.
Who haven't you met yet? That's the real question.
That's true. Let me remind everybody that in about 17 minutes, we'll be joined by Ho Yifan, four-time women's world champion, joins the show at 6 a.m. Pacific time. So don't go anywhere. Fabiano and I will be joined by Yifan and continue to break down the games as we do daily when she joins. So can't wait to have Yifan on the show in just a little bit. All right.
On a related note, this is a question for both of you guys. Terminator 1 or 2, which is better?
I think this is one of those really rare cases where 2 was better. And there's like 3 movies where I put that. One of them is Godfather 2. The other one is Terminator 2. See if you can guess the third.
Toy Story 2?
that was a good one.
First of all, that might also, but no, I think Kill Bill Volume 2 was actually Kill Bill Volume 1.
I'm a 1. Kill Bill.
Yeah,
okay, actually, yeah. I watched the whole trilogy again the other day, and 2 was better than I first gave it credit for in hindsight. But okay.
Die Hard 2, definitely not the one.
No.
Hans Gruber for the win.
For sure. I had chess thoughts, but now I'm stuck here.
Die Hard 3 though, a good return to form.
Yes.
Okay.
But Live Free or Die Hard?
No.
Not the one.
Nope. It wasn't even called Die Hard 3. It was Die Hard with Vengeance, right?
Die Hard with Vengeance, yeah.
Samuel Jackson.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I have another question for you, Dan.
Yeah.
Now that we're in pop culture reference.
Yeah.
So, they ask who let the dogs out?
Yeah.
Who lets the dogs in?
To begin with?
No, or just in afterwards.
Yeah. Who got them back in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just in life.
Who gathered the dogs in a completely humane and appropriate way and get them all in really great, safe, loving homes?
Yeah.
That's an important question.
It's not as sexy as the original,
That's the sequel.
Who gathered the dogs and put them in safe homes humanely and... Okay, well, Jan is thinking here. We've looked at a lot of the forcing lines, and the Russian, the challenger, is back against the wall. He's down 2-0 if somehow you missed the weekend's set of historic games. And some people, maybe were away for the weekend, and Monday came, and they were at work, and now they're here catching up. So it is 5-3. the world champion leads the match.
Yeah, it is a good, like what Jan has done so far. I really like everything. His new approach to the opening, his play thus far. Although we I think can safely assume it has been preparation, and he's gotten a fighting position. The only thing is, I really do feel like Magnus still knows the position, even though he's taking a lot of time. I don't think that he has stumbled upon this variation over the board. It would be a very strange choice, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's some lines where Black can play sort of on autopilot and accept a slightly worse position, but without a huge amount of risk. But here, Black takes a lot of risk.
Yep.
This is a line where if there's one wrong step, you know, Black is looking at a terrible position where White has a center, Black has scattered pieces, and Knight on c6 is awkwardly placed, and Knight on g4 is potentially hanging in so many lines.
Yep.
So I still get the feeling Magnus knows what he's doing.
Also get the feeling though with a poised and focused Jan. I mean he obviously understands what's at stake. None of us have to remind him, right? I mean, I think he knows it's, for lack of a better put it, you know, it's now or never, right? So if you're going to get an advantage out of the opening, you've had them in a couple of the anti-marshals. This one cannot slip away.
But you know, we keep highlighting lines centered around the move d4, and I'm trying to figure out how White can play for an advantage by not going d4. Now, on one hand, you keep away from certain tactics, and you don't let Black have an easy way to trade off pieces and things like that. But then, what's White's plan from here? Bishop on g2 looks good, but what's the follow-up? You know, the knight on g4 will come back into the game eventually. So ideas with quiet moves, you know, maybe just playing like a rookie one type of move, it does make sense to me. But it's hard to, when you need to win a game, to play just a quiet move like this, because you make one sort of slow move, and all of a sudden Black has finished the development and equalized completely.
Also, tactics time again.
Okay.
Rook to e1, a4, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, knight b to d4. It doesn't want to go back, so it goes forward. Knight takes d4. Or, do I first play knight takes d4? Oh no, there's actually queen to c5 is a huge move here.
The rook left f2, undefended.
That's a bit more mundane than I wanted. I was looking for knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes f2. But first of all, may not be very good because of queen to f3.
Might be a lot of fun if
but
you
the
get
idea
it
was
to
king
take
f2, queen c5, and with a nasty pin.
Queen c5, king e3, e5, and
I don't think this is how you should
play a world championship game.
World Championship game.
Okay, good.
But yeah, queen to c5 here is very strong. So that might be the very concrete reason why White, can't make a quiet move like rook to e1, because then you would have to play knight b to d2, and you're supposed to be going forwards, not backwards, if you want to play for an advantage.
Well, in d4 also, I mean, we've looked at a lot of these moves. It makes sense, right? I mean, you reinforce the position of your bishop on c5. We've been unable to find a better move than a4. It kind of forces Black's hand. Is there any other move? I mean, maybe retreating the knight to safety, right, to avoid tactics, but that feels wrong, right? And that's like almost submitting to the fact that something about the knight g4 idea was suspect. So I think a4 has to be played. And then it comes around to us pointing out why d4 was better than just taking the bishop voluntarily at first, because now when you come here, the a4 pawn is a target because you induced this move. And we're in these very concrete lines where I think your move e5, Fabi, makes the most sense.
It does make the most sense. I'm wondering, after e5, rook to e1, rook to d8, because White has a lot of freedom here.
Yeah.
And although Black does, for the moment, threaten knight takes d4, because now after knight takes d4, there is just queen takes d5, and there's no queen takes d4 because it loses a queen.
Yep.
So White does have the move h3, but as Robert pointed out, knight takes d4 still works. Very important, of course, because if the knight was forced to retreat, Black would lose e5. And here, knight takes d4, queen takes c5, Black ends up, just up a pawn. So instead of h3,
there must be some move here that we haven't really considered there for White.
Yeah,
Knight d3 is not completely out of the question because there are pins everywhere, right? The d4 pawn is pinned, the e5 pawn is pinned, and here I guess you could probably just take on d4. And
But I could take e5 too.
Yeah, but this can't be impressive.
It looks like a trade which favors black, at least in his search for equality.
Yeah, because you're walking into a pin.
So what would be the move here as we look at this position? The knight on c5 is tender. The d4 pawn is pinned. I keep wanting to come back.
Yeah. I'm having this crazy. I'm having this crazy thought, but I didn't want to suggest it.
No, but I had the thought before too.
I swear I was also thinking at this time. I'm not just trying, to not be on the outside looking in of your guys' constant inside high-level chess jokes.
So what's the point here? The first point is if knight takes d4, knight takes d4, c5 is no longer hanging, and if rook takes d4, queen takes d4, so white ends up a piece due to this pin. So b4 is just directly defending c5. Other point is if knight takes b4, white can play knight takes e5, maybe among other moves.
H3 first maybe is even.
Maybe h3 first is just crushing, in fact.
Yeah.
Because then the knight goes back, and then white can play knight takes e5 with a much better version.
Wow. Eval bar happy. All working, no play.
Eval bar happy, Magnus less happy.
Magnus unhappy. I've got a fat head for that.
And the third point after b4 is if a takes b3, white can play knight takes b3.
You could also take this way, too, with the queen coming to a1.
Yeah, but then there's still the same tactic where knight takes d4 and queen takes c5 will.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
But knight takes b3, the knight sort of went forward and then backwards, but it was sort of hanging on c5, and here it defends d4, and white just wants to play d5.
Yeah, next move.
Space advantage, kicking the knight, everything looking very good for white here.
And h3 is about to come, so like black is in some danger of just tactically losing a pawn.
Yeah, for sure. He's in a lot of very concrete tactical danger now. Maybe he has queen to b4 and some sort of, concrete measures to try to create counterplay, queen b4, and then if d5, there's queen takes c4.
We have liftoff, by the way.
So but then queen to knight f to d2.
Knight f to d2 wins
on pins and guards.
Protects d5.
Yeah.
We have liftoff in that d4 has been played. As we predicted, it maintains the tension on c5. For all intensive purposes, a4?
I'm not sure it's forced, although it's the most natural move, but it's also a very difficult decision to make because black could potentially lose that a-pawn. And he's relying on the sorts of very sharp tactics that we've been looking at, but one small miscalculation and you end up in a bad position. I do want to say one thing. Let's say that black's knight were on f6. Let's say that white had played the previous move h3. Knight to f6, d4. Now a move I'm thinking of is b6. Because if bishop takes e7, probably knight takes e5, knight to e5 wins there. Then knight takes e7.
Okay, so the reason why it doesn't work is because this was the win. Okay, good to note.
Yeah, knight to e5.
But your point is proven because the knight on g4 is no longer hanging, and that was the line you were gonna say that.
Yeah, here the knight on g4 isn't hanging, and black is probably doing relatively okay, but not very relevant for the.
But I guess it points out. I mean, the eval bar inadvertently reminds us just how dangerous b6 is because these tactics are a serious problem for black, and
it seems like black can never really play b6.
Well, it comes back around for me saying I don't know that there's any other move besides a4 here.
Yeah, you are very likely right that a4 is the best move for black. We're not seeing anything more logical. I mean, you can play knight f6, but then you accept a passive position, and that's not what Magnus wants. So he's for sure looking into these lines after a4.
Yeah, every other choice is extremely passive for black.
Bishop to d6.
That's why actually I was going to recommend that, but it felt slow because like by playing bishop d6, you're keeping the status quo, but it feels like you're giving white time to.
Yeah,
it's an interesting move though. It both supports the eventual break of e5. It frees the e7 square for the knight. It also frees the e7 square for the queen. So in theory, you're trying to coordinate, right, your army in the same way we've talked about, but you're.
Yeah, the only question or possible downside of this move is if white plays bishop takes d6, it only makes sense to play c takes d6 now. And do you actually like this structure that we got? It looks like black has sort of gotten more stuff in the center, more central control. On the other hand, that queen side is a bit weaker now. The b5 square as a whole, the b7 pawn looks kind of lonely. So it's not clear if this is a good structural change for black.
And white doesn't have to rush bishop d6. As soon as you play a4, I can then play bishop takes d6.
Yeah.
So white has a turn to decide.
Play like rook e1,
Yeah.
Right? You can also make the move you've been saying, put the queen on one of these squares so the d1 is available.
Although there might be a tactile issue in some of these lines with the d4 pawn. After bishop takes c5 then could be a problem. But then the b7 pawn, knight on g4. Yeah, there's a lot happening here. And I think bishop d6, it makes sense if you are not certain that these variations, like the roads we've been going down where white eventually plays b4. But this looks like an interesting try for Jan. I mean, what Fabiano was saying, with the pressure down the d file, maybe an eventual queen b4 if white's not careful. But I do think that from Jan's perspective, this is everything you could have asked for from the opening.
Are we ready to call it an opening win yet for Ian Nepomniachtchi? Or maybe, oh, okay, a4 has been played. It is on the board as our
I think
camera.
it's an opening win, assuming one thing, that Magnus isn't prepared for this position. Which sounds crazy because he's taken like 50 minutes to get here. And why would you take so much time if you know the position? But it's still a possibility. And if that is the case, then, well, then it's going quite well for Magnus. But the position seems like white is the one pressing for an advantage. Jan is, of course, happy to get a sharp position, and the time situation, Jan is a bit up on the clock. All of these factors are in his favor. So we might actually get the lines that we've been looking at, because knight c5 really suggests itself. And I think Jan should go for it. He's pretty much got...
Yeah, there's only, I mean, okay, knight c1, knight d2. We're just going to pretend that those moves aren't allowed. Retreating not allowed.
They're not allowed in this game.
Not allowed in this game, Jan, in case you're thinking about it. No, but jokes aside, we'll see knight c5. I mean, and so we will have been looking at what is potentially the most critical line to come here.
Yeah, I think we will see knight c5, and I'm guessing a3 is not working out so well, so we may see e5, rook e1, rook to d8. And I'm wondering if b4 is just a brilliant shot there.
Okay, let's look at that line again. Knight c5, e5, rook e1, rook d8, and b4. If this is what we've looked at already, again, the obvious tactics, if the knight takes b4, you win the e5 pawn. Either right away or h3, they both look great.
h3 first looks
amazing
for white.
You can't take d4 now that the knight is protected, because white simply takes twice here, and in the end, the queen is hanging due to a pin. By the way, indeed, we do have knight c5 on the board, and if en passant knight takes, this is probably the best for black. But again, it seems like a logical improvement for white because d5 is hard to stop, and this bishop still doesn't even have a natural developing square.
Yeah.
I guess f5.
It could go to f5, but then you are going to get hit with h3, d5, and if you move your knight from c6, which is not obligated because there's still a pin, but, I mean, can you really
Can
move?
I just take
Knight
here?
takes c5.
Or just knight takes c5.
Yeah, I was going to say, can I just...
Yeah, that's...
So actually there, and of course e6 is probably bad in other ways, but again, d5 is coming, and d7 is again not a move that not a move that we would really consider here.
So let's see queen to b4 here. d5, knight to a5. But white probably just plays h3 and collects a pawn. Maybe first take on a5, then h3, and then collect a pawn. Either way, white emerges much better here. Yeah, there's no real compensation that black has to speak of. So this is not working out.
This is potentially a very, very dangerous situation for the world champion. I don't think we're ready to say it's the most dangerous one he's had since game 2. There was also some potential for Jan, as everyone remembers, in game 5 when he did not play, game 5 when he did not play c4 as white in that Spanish, but...
and game 6.
Yeah, game 6 as well.
He lost the game, but he, of course, had his fair share of chances. Yeah. I'm really...
But there's something different about the nature of this game. Is it the fact that we didn't have the Marshall, right, where it's a foregone conclusion that Carlsen knows those positions, maybe better than anybody in the world, right? So it's not a Marshall. It's a weird AF position, weird as Fabi, as we say. It's a weird...
Fabi isn't weird, though.
Thanks, Danny.
AF is what the cool kids have said, and I just feel like it means really cool. I don't even know what it means, so...
it is the type of position that he doesn't have to work so hard to get. When the anti-marshal, it's solid, it's locked up. If he wants adventurous territory, you're not getting it from that opening unless you do something that really can be uncalled for. Here, it's just the nature of the position. So I definitely think that Jan is happy to be at this point here. He's up 15 minutes on the clock, and we keep looking at these variations where black hasn't found a path to easily equalize. Even once you strike with e5, open up that light square bishop, there's still some issues down the e file if white can then push through to d5 later and use that pawn to remove the knight on c6, and that knight on g4. And what's it doing there? It went there to kick the bishop out of e3, and it was an objectively a good move. But now that's the piece that black is struggling to deal with.
There is a move knight g to e5 here, which I don't think is very good, but it is possible. It doesn't lose material immediately. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5. Yeah, this would be amazing for black if white, of course, should not take on e5. White has, for example, queen to e2.
Or queen c2 hitting.
Yeah, hitting a lot of things, which black is not happy about. So, but if you want to deal with that knight directly,
all right.
I feel like e5 is just the move. I mean, what else do you have? Maybe a3, b4, and something there.
Yeah, but we looked at that and.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if. Let's have a closer look at that line. a3, b4, knight takes b4, rook to b1 feels correct. Not of course forced, and knight c6, knight takes b7. I was wondering about, for example, rook to b8 here. Is there knight a5?
Here you can take on d4.
But there's maybe knight to a5 that forces black.
What a wild
to play
move.
Bishop to d7.
Just have to show the obvious tactics you take here with a tempo on the queen with check.
And it's not over. The line continues a little bit.
Yep.
Queen to d6, for example. Queen takes b1. Queen takes c6, and now the final nail in knight g, or both of them are completely winning. Knight g5 is checkmate.
Just slightly better.
But a piece up is also a pretty decent advantage. So yeah, but it wasn't, after knight to a5, it wasn't over. We should probably continue with that line a bit because it's probably not what black wants, but it's certainly a critical variation. Knight to a5, bishop to d7. It defends both c6 and b8 in one move. And I wonder if there's some tactics like, let's say, rook takes b8, or first knight takes c6, maybe more accurate. Bishop takes c6, rook takes b8, rook takes b8, d5. What, e5, knight d4. But then after bishop d7, black is still hanging in there. So, well, maybe even more than hanging in there because this a3 against a2 pawn is a huge long-term advantage. So
maybe a3 is back on the agenda as far as a candidate move for Magnus, but
those lines don't look very nice for black anyway.
But am I correct? Has it been played already?
A3 has been played.
It has been played.
Has been played. So a3 is officially on the agenda. Well, also on the agenda for us is Women's World Champion Hou Yifan. So we're going to take a very quick break, but before we are joined by Yifan, we will also be announcing today's daily trivia question. Remind you that you can play along on Twitter. All you have to do is quote tweet the answer to the trivia question. The first couple members of our community to do so will win a 1 year, not 1 month, diamond membership. That's a good membership to have. So play along, quote tweet the answer to today's daily trivia question, which is about to be brought to you right now by Jonathan Korbla at the break. Remember, Jonathan Korbla is the voice of our daily and also premiering daily documentary series, Chess: A Reflection of Us. If you haven't been sticking around for the post-game show and seeing this awesome video series that takes you from the beginning of time in chess all the way through the current World Chess Championship cycle and where we stand in the current state of things in the chess world. It's pretty awesome, and we're pretty proud of it, so we hope that you're checking it out daily. All right, as we said, Hou Yifan is joining us just on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage of round 9 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship continues.
Hi there, Jonathan Corbla back at the World Chess Championship playing site with another trivia question for you. In 2016 and 2018, Magnus Carlsen successfully defended his World Chess Championship in rapid tiebreaks after drawing in the classical time control. How many challengers were able to draw in the classical time control against the champion?
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today. how many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
We're back here as Game 9 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship rolls on. Coverage brought to you by Coinbase, and now it brings you Ho Yifan. As usual, she joins us at about the 90-minute mark, and, well, we have a lot of action. In this segment, we typically take questions from our subscribers only in chat, so now's the time if you're a subscriber. If not, subscribe now. Ask us a great question. I got this handy-dandy red button today, too. If I press it, someone gets a diamond membership. It's like magic. I press it and they get a diamond membership or a sub. All I have to do is press this and it happens. So, you know, good questions today are going to be rewarded. Yifan, let's dive right into the chess, even though the chat is going to be bringing us some good questions, because we have a very exciting position on the board here.
Well, yes, actually, when I checked the game earlier, it was like A3, but actually a lot happens in the last two moves, right? because all these a3, ba, rook d8, I guess these three moves are kind of very crucial decisions so far. Knight b3 already kind of regular.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we went to the break, a3 had literally just been played. B takes a3 was played very quickly, which by itself is interesting because we were looking at so many other lines with Fabiano and Robert. And rook d8 and knight b3. So Fabi, since you were kind of leading the way, let's dive here. I'll let you give your assessment and maybe ask Yifan her next thought on the position.
Yeah, we were mainly looking at b4 instead of b takes a3. In fact, we didn't look at any other move.
Yeah.
Besides besides b4. Yifan, what were you thinking when you saw the position after a3?
B4 or to be honest, I also didn't consider BA, but I guess instead of BA, actually there are also other options which is similar to BA3. No, actually not. We cannot defend on B2. Yeah, but B4 just seems more attractive compared to BA3 since, for example, if knight takes B4, did you discuss something like H3, knight E5? If that's the idea behind the sacrifice?
We didn't consider H3 and knight E5. That's interesting. We were looking at rook to B1.
Okay.
But H3, it looks very interesting. H3, knight F6, knight E5 might even be stronger than rook to B1. Because black can't put the knight on C6 so easily. And rook B1 will come next move.
Yeah, your H3, knight E5 idea might be even better than what we were looking at, Yifan. We were looking at a more forcing, or actually yours is plenty forcing, but we were looking at this move, rook b1, based on the fact that obviously knight takes a2 does not work, and if the knight retreats, white can immediately regain the b7 pawn.
Maybe it's a bit crazy, but after h3, can black play knight to h6?
In this position?
Yeah, I just want to not allow knight to e5.
And the idea is knight e5 is meant by f6, I assume?
I guess so, although it's not very...
Seems crazy, but maybe.
Kind of ugly looking, but there might still be rook to b1 after knight to h6, so white always has that option up his sleeve. Maybe h3 was indeed a better... Actually, wait, h3, can black play b6?
Wow.
This would be crazy if this had happened.
Well,
B6 is a great move, yeah. Can we try knight d3?
Yeah, knight d3.
Don't have to trade, because.
But I think maybe trade on d3, queen d3, knight to f6, and if knight to e5,
Yeah,
I have the rook a6 square, trying to hang in there. It looks so dangerous for black.
Well, maybe black could try to sacrifice the rook, like bishop a6.
Yeah, possibly. But it feels like queen to f3 or something. Like, is it really enough compensation? Or rook f to e1 and then d5? Because black has no real attack on the king side.
What makes me curious is, I mean, back to the more kind of macro discussions of the match in general and the players and what we've seen. A3, so B4 maybe was better, and the computer also kind of likes our B4, but Jan played B takes A3 super fast. Again, so do we think he had already calculated a ton of lines with B4 and just knew that they were no good? Or do we think he just is confident about something with B takes A3 here?
Well, to be honest, it's a bit, let's say, the decision is very interesting because due to the match situation, of course, white wants to maintain more opportunities. But if white wants a win, B4 should be more attractive. Let's say if white is Carlsen, I guess B takes A3 making more sense because that's solid, definitely solid. Probably keep some initiatives, but it would be hard to imagine, let's say, after BA3, white has some huge advantage because I feel like black just somehow release the pressure a little bit after B takes A3.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like he had a good chance here with b4. It's not like, white is winning or anything, but certainly black would be under a lot of pressure after b4. All the lines we looked at looked very dangerous for black. And after b takes a3, Magnus didn't take, but I wonder why black couldn't simply play rook takes a3. I mean, I understand the pawn on a3 is not running anywhere, so he can make other moves, but
yeah,
like what?
Rook d8 feels like such an appropriate Magnus move to play, though. I mean, as you just said, the pawn on a3 is not going anywhere, and now black has sort of solved. It's like all the lines we were looking at, but black is up a tempo instead of white being up a tempo, right? The pressure is coming to d4 fast, e5 is coming, the c5 knight is suddenly vulnerable, and white, what is white doing in the main game? He has to retreat the knight because of all those tactics we've been pointing out where knight takes d4 is a threat. And a3 can be taken now twice.
Maybe he wants to keep the option of queen takes a3. That's why he's keeping his options open to see later how, because maybe after knight f6, if white plays rook to e1,
which is what happened
d5, now he can consider taking with the queen so that he's no longer under d5 as an idea.
It just, again, like, and I hate it because obviously, like, I don't like sounding like a broken record on these shows and repeating the storyline, but it just feels like b takes a3 was played too quickly. And whether it was, sensing something, about the moment, getting too excited, like you said, probably, where you were in preparation and then you take for granted that maybe your advantage is actually not as big unless you continue to play accurate moves as you thought. I don't know what else to say about it, but all of a sudden we're in a position where, if anything, I like black now.
I think that Magnus should feel more relaxed by this new development. He certainly looks a bit more relaxed. And yeah, Jan took 5 minutes on this decision. Even if he rejects b4, I mean, like, you should take a bit more time before you reject it, right? And then you have a reason to do so.
Yvonne, what do you think? Are we just living in an echo chamber here of Jan is playing too fast in critical moments, or is it? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, actually, just before I joined the commentary, I was discussing with Simon, and I said that if Nepo still cannot win, because I joined at the moment when black played the move a3, I said if he cannot catch the chances of this game, will be more likely that the match is kind of already decided. Right. So apparently, I felt like this is really a good chance for him because, a real game drives some advantages, and also let's say this knight on g4, the bishop on c8, black just felt like kind of undeveloped and the pieces were kind of disconnected, right? So yeah, I also agree that Nepo should spend a bit more time to decide which move to play, because after ba3 you just have a bad pawn structure, and that would be a long-term advantage for black, and what else to hope for?
Well, and that's where we're headed now, and I'm going to head over to the Twitch chat for our first really great question for the day, because this is as good of a question as I think we've ever had from chat in a World Chess Championship match coverage. I want to ask it to both of you. SOPH, so Soph P1 wants to know, how, if at all, does your relationship change with your seconds after losing a game in a match? I mean, to me, that's a fascinating question, because obviously there has to be tension added to the room. Everyone's feeling the pressure to deliver. And maybe your relationship with your seconds can change post-match, right, depending on how it goes. But Yvonne, I'll ask you first. How does it change the environment if you're trailing in a match and if you've lost games? And does that change your relationships with how you're approaching your team and the work they're doing for you?
Not really. I mean, due to my experience, although there were some situations, for example, even the result of the game were kind of affected a lot by the preparation, but I still didn't, really allow such feelings or emotions to affect this relationship within the team, because, first of all, the most important thing is that the team has the same goal. That is definitely for sure, right? So when you understand that everyone is having, let's say, the same aspects approaching the same result, you should not, let's say, allow your personal feelings that might be affected by the game to your team. So in the meantime, I understood that sometimes it's unavoidable that you may have some feelings due to your performance or even your, somehow your playing. But I think I was trying to find other ways to let these feelings go apart from saying directly 3 or seconds, because, it's not so easy to build a team, right? And then you bring your second to the World Championship match. You should not, let's say, kind of ruin this relationship because you lost a game. That's not the end of the day, right? So I was trying to even talk to friends or maybe these people who are not highly related to the skill-wise, and also trying to talk with your maybe best friends. I guess that's kind of the way I deal with it. But I definitely understand, because sometimes you feel like, okay, so why you prepare this thing, right? So if we could think more, we could change our strategy, maybe another result. But on the other side, I was also thinking, okay, so even we got a not very good start, but did you really catch every possibility you had later in the game? If you also made some mistakes by yourself, so why you blame, or let's say, this kind of feelings to other people?
Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, your mindset and demeanor sounds like the most, the calmest, healthiest way to deal with it. I wonder if every dynamic between a player and their seconds is as calm and healthy on an emotional level as yours. Fabi, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I agree with Yifan that it should remain professional above everything else.
Right.
And for the seconds or coaches, they need to know how to deal with a player who's upset, and that's a very personal thing. Every player reacts differently to the emotions of losing a game, especially at these stakes where it makes, it's a life-changing thing, right? The difference between being world champion and missing out on your chance, which for many people is a one-time chance, right?
Right.
So there's that dynamic. The coaches should know how to deal with that so that they don't exacerbate the situation, or so that they can put the player in a good mindset again. Of course, the player shouldn't be brash and blame a loss on their seconds, because in most cases it's due to the player's mistakes. I mean, the player takes all the responsibility of the decisions at the board, and the only thing a second could be taken to task for is if they made a huge blunder in preparation. I still think that it's the player's responsibility to double and triple check everything. So if there's some, losing line that's recommended by a second, that's of course their mistake, but you can't blindly trust all the analysis that's presented to you.
Yep.
There is a good example of this. I think the best example, the Kramnik-Leko match from 2004 Brissago, when Kramnik and his team of seconds prepared a line of the Marshall, which they thought was promising, but it was a bit rushed. They prepared it during the match, and it ended up being a losing line. I think it's one of the only cases.
Well, and almost lost the match, if not for Kramnik's last game win in the Carol Khan there,
Yeah, he lost the game without any chances.
Yep.
Leko took the lead in the match, +1, and that lead extended up until the last game.
Yep.
And from what I understand, and there was a book written about this, about Kramnik's 3 World Championship matches against, three at the time. Three at the time, I should say. Because later he played another match against Vishy Anand, but against Kasparov, against Leko and Topalov. And from what I understand, he was not too pleased with his seconds jobs. And I don't know the full story, but I assume that might have factored into his considerations later in keeping his team or not.
Right. Interesting. Well, I think it's a great question regardless. So I'm gonna press the button here and give Soph P1 a 1-year diamond membership. I feel so powerful. Do you want to press the button, Fabi?
And does that mean I'm also giving another diamond membership?
Yeah, to whoever
else?
you want. Press it.
Should I?
Be careful. Okay, whoever gets the diamond, someone else gets a diamond membership.
That was kind of scary, Danny.
What?
That was kind of scary.
That was kind of scary. All right, that was great answers too from Yifan and Fabiano. We have a couple moves on the board. Queen takes A3 and Queen E2, and I guess again, as if you're just tuning in after our last break where A3 was left, we have Fabiano and Yifan with us, but a little bit of a surprise that Jan played B takes A3 here rather than this B4 that we deemed to kind of be the critical idea and the best way to maintain an edge, especially if we consider Yifan's idea, which is to maybe meet knight b4, not with the move that me and Fabiano and Robert were looking at, but maybe even an h3 and knight e5. And, you know, obviously it's not totally forced, and maybe Magnus could do something different, but this is a position that would seem really difficult and challenging for black, unlike the one that we have on the board where already Magnus has coordinated and, dare I say, has just as good of a chance of winning this game as Jan does at this point.
It's still a challenging position for both of them, but less so for black. He has more freedom in his decisions. He has one problem left, the bishop on c8. If that bishop were on g4, well, black is doing amazing. Bishop on c8 is still a very passive piece. Black has to find a way to develop that piece.
Okay.
So maybe bishop d7 here, since he cannot play b6.
Yeah, bishop d7 with a tactic, we should point out.
Okay.
If knight to c5,
again,
there's knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes c5, and black is up a pawn.
Yeah, and there's no bishop takes b7 because the knight is hanging. And again, this has been a common theme all game, that whenever this knight is on c5, whether the queen was on e7 or now a3, you always have to watch out for this tactical removal of the d4 pawn.
But Yifan, what does black respond to after knight to e5? How does black deal with that? Because that move looks very dangerous to me.
I was also considering, so probably bishop e8, if he wants to keep the bishop on board, and if we trade on c6, just a bishop takes. Not sure if this pawn structure would be a disaster or not that much.
Maybe it's okay, because the a pawn, the pawn on a2 is a big weakness. It's difficult for white to move because his pawns are also very weak. Maybe queen to f3, but then rook to a6.
Then maybe c5.
Queen to f3, c5. Ah, that looks interesting. D takes c5.
It's a fascinating shot. If you can't take with the knight because of the queen.
Black just has compensation. Some move like h6 here, or black is down a pawn, but white's structure is really messed up.
That's a nice little positional shot there, Yifan. c5. So this bishop d7 move might just be simple chess. Oh wait, we have h4. H4 and h6. Sorry, in the corner. Those moves were so subtle I didn't notice right away that Magnus had played h6, and Jan immediately responds h4.
I don't know what that changes. Black can still play bishop d7. It doesn't seem to have changed very much in the position. Oh, maybe there's one difference. Bishop to d7. Let's try that out on the board. Knight to e5, bishop to e8. Maybe Jan can go crazy, g4.
I'll take your pawn and just call the bluff.
Yeah, take, g5.
I'll just play the most obvious moves until I blunder.
I think you're playing great moves.
Just like play the obvious response moves, and it just, I mean, I believe me, I'm as behind an unsound G pawn push as any guy. Okay.
I love them too.
I love them, but in this case, I think that Jan is totally bluffing, and
well, not Jan in this case, but me.
Oh, but you, yeah, okay, sorry, yes.
We shouldn't blame Jan for the bad moves I suggest.
Well, if the position changes that much, it might actually be a bad sign. I have not used the T word yet. You said it the other day, the tilt word. But if I see G4, I will say that I think we're fully there at this point. But
I don't think G4 is happening.
Yeah, no. Okay. You know, it is happening. More great questions from chat. So, okay, you talked about the relationship with the seconds, maybe not changing, but some really instructive and kind of insightful stuff there, especially the callback to the Kron-McLako infamous loss in the Marshall attack. Here's another question from Ranger Danger 1. How does the preparation change, though? So, okay, the relationships with the seconds all being the same. Fabiano talked at the start of the show, Yifan, about the fact that there is sometimes a contingency plan. Maybe not for being down 2 games, but being down 1 game, let's say. In your World Championship match experience, Yifan, how did your preparation ever change if you were trailing, or even if you just lost a game, you lose a big game? How does the preparation change at all back with the seconds?
I cannot recall a great example from my own experience saying that there's a huge change that's talking about opening directions. Also, it could be found in the game that I almost keep the same main line, but that mostly happened because that the line did not facing any serious challenges. Let's say even I got some problems in the opening, I still try to insist on the same line and try to fix this issue and make some tiny improvements. Though I remember that in the year of 2011, actually I faced difficulties in every different line, but I still try to keep the same one until the end. So maybe that's not a wise decision. If I could be more, let's say, well-rounded in the opening choices, that means I could play different openings. By that time, so probably I would think about to change one, but back to then, I wasn't, let's say, that capable to handle so well. So I have no other choices. But I think, it's not a bad idea sometimes if you switch at certain critical moments, both psychologically and also technically.
Got it. That's interesting. You're too humble in your answers. I ask you questions, and you think of all the ways you should have done better. But you did pretty well in your career. So I'll just say that. We have one more question I want to give as we bring up the look into Magnus again because it's relevant, and I think that it's obviously been a storyline because it's what everyone sees. But we'll just cut right to the chase. Do you think there's any correlation with Jan being down 2 games and his performance in the match with the fact that he really has not been at the board very much? Is there anything to that, or is it all just kind of the drama of the media, so to speak?
Well, I think that's just kind of for entertaining reasons because, every player has their own playing styles and habits and preference, right? And for Jan, I guess, or I remember that he just liked to walk around and think about it. Doesn't mean that when he's not in front of the board, he's not fully concentrated. And also, I see the picture of the playing venue. It's just, you have not many other things apart from being focusing on the games, especially in such an important event. But it really depends. For example, I knew some players, if they did not, let's say, sitting in front of the board, if they walk around, somehow they cannot think their play. But I think both here, the 2 players we have, they are kind of similar.
Okay.
We're talking about whether walking or whether sitting in front of the board.
Interesting. All right. Well, obviously it is a discussion for that reason, and probably because he's losing the match and has made some kind of quick rush decisions, you sort of add to it. But whether being at the board or not has led to any of those rush decisions, maybe not so much, but
Well, Danny, you know my opinion. I don't want to make results-oriented analysis, but I think that Jan pretty much never being at the board and making very fast decisions is a sign that he's not fully concentrated, and that might be because the tension of the match is both difficult to handle and unusual for him. It's his first match, so he might not quite be used to playing with these stakes for the first time. I have a feeling that him getting up so much is some sort of a bad sign for his overall psychological outlook.
Well, it's different too, because at any other tournament, it's not a match. There's games to look at. There's friends you can chat with in theory, right? I mean, it's a different environment, right? And the level of effort that Magnus is putting in, okay, like you can physically see it. And again, so if I'm walking back statements that maybe if he's not at the board, Jan is leaving the camera and he's focused on the screen and the monitor, I don't know, right? But in general, like you can physically see and measure the effort that the world champion is putting in, right? As we see, and it's interesting, right? And it's not something we saw in the Carlsen match, to talk about Fabi like he's not here, There were a lot more scenes of both of you guys at the board mutually with hands on head,
I feel like
fighting each other.
I was almost always at the board.
I don't think you, in some ways, some people were like, hey, Fabi, blink twice if you're okay, is a little bit of a different personality, style, but, so interesting. Well, All right, back to the position. Let's talk a little bit about this h4 idea, because clearly it's given Magnus some things to think about. As we say, he is head in hands, focused.
Yeah, I think that the line that Yifan mentioned with bishop d7, e8 is a very good one, but it's also kind of unusual to allow your pawns to be doubled.
Yeah.
So maybe there's that hesitation there for him, that he doesn't really want to allow that, damaging of his pawn structure.
Well, is there something else, Yifan? I mean, you had that really nice idea of meeting something like queen f3, a direct attack with this positional shot. But is there something else here for white? Maybe not queen f3. Is there like a rook d1, or is there even a queen e5? What are your thoughts on this position if it occurred, Yifan?
Yeah, but I was just thinking, for example, how white could improve the position, because the A1 rook were kind of stuck there, right? And rook d1 probably is a very good option, because that would free the knight on b3. But then the next step is where this knight is supposed to go. E5 probably a good square, but that would be a long way to be maneuvered to that square, right? You could go to c5, but that would face knight d7. Oh, no, maybe not knight d7, maybe just holding there. Yeah, I was just thinking maybe black should just kind of stabilize and waiting here and see what's the next step from white.
Okay. Is there anything to this queen e5 idea that I suggested? I mean, maybe it's super...
Queen e5 looks very natural. Black can protect with rook to a7.
Yeah.
But also maybe some counterattacking rook, or actually maybe queen to d6.
Queen b4?
Yeah, I kept
queen to
looking.
b4, yeah.
C4 just felt tender. I was highlighting it.
Yeah, c4 is a bit of a weakness too. Also queen to d6 makes, of course, then you allow the pawn potentially to run. But like queen to d6, and if a4, there's queen to b4, so you can't run with the pawn so easily. And you know what black would really like is to put a rook on a3, because a rook in front of the pawn is better than a queen. Queen is not a great blockader.
Interesting. I like this idea of bishop d7. Yifan feels really natural. It's also not just a good move that you suggested, but also at this point hard to see a different move. I mean, what other moves actually is black potentially? I mean, okay, queen b4 voluntarily based on the point you made that the rook belongs on a3 Fabi certainly should be a candidate move, right? Just putting the queen there with the idea that you might eventually get rook on a3. Maybe.
Then you're worried about rook to b1 and knight to c5 at some point coming.
Okay, yeah, okay.
It's a bit of a potentially, it's not a bad move for sure, but it's a bit of a slightly risky move.
Okay.
But I know we were talking about Jan's time management, but look at Magnus's time.
Yeah, that's true. He's
got how many moves does he have to make? 22 to make.
We can see he's really been thinking in this game, and yeah, that I guess that is the other side of that storyline as we talk about the time control. Remember, everybody, you have to reach move 40 in order to get more time. And right now we have 21 more moves to make. So,
well, yeah, 22 for Magnus, and that means he has less than 2 minutes a move on average to get to time control. So that's not a lot of time.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, this is actually, okay, we had a game where both sides were literally under 10 seconds, and if you weren't tuning in, the historic longest ever World Chess Championship game in history, Game 6 in which Magnus won, Jan made his 40th move with 5 seconds on the clock. But in this game, 20 more moves to make, 21 more moves to make in 35 minutes is about as much time pressure as either player has been in, and bishop d7 right on cue is played by Carlsen. Yep.
Yifan, were any of your matches without increment?
Yes. No, matches. Well, I think some events, for example, our national championship and our league, even now, I guess, without any increments.
Okay.
But if talking about the international events, it's very hard to record.
But no World Championship matches were played with the time control that is now played.
No, not for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting. It's an interesting storyline, and I mean, Magnus himself has kind of been on record as being in favor of it. He feels like the clock should be part of the game, and he likes the drama that it adds. But again, as we just showed the fans a second ago, the time control is no increment, so you have those real dramatic moments where someone could literally lose on the clock despite their position on the board. So, all right, Ifan, this has been awesome. Thank you for bringing your insights for what's on the board, and this is it's going to be a wild day. Well, we'll ask you to go on record because we've had a lot of drama predicting results around here. Your thoughts on where this game is going? I don't think it's that easy for you today to predict a result. Your thoughts?
I gave a win for white before I joined the commentary team, so I think I have to keep the same result, though that's probably not my current prediction, but yeah, I'll keep that one.
Well, we appreciate your integrity. And all right, so Ifan, you're in my camp here. We both predicted a win for Jan, although I agree with you. Now with the position I see on the board, feeling a little less confident that white can get the full point here. So, but we'll see. Thank you for joining us. Either way, we will see you tomorrow. Wednesday, December 8th, Ifan will be back, and enjoy your evening where you are, and we'll catch up with you then.
Cool. See you tomorrow. Bye.
That was awesome stuff. Ifan was giving us some hot lines there. This bishop D7, I mean, she was right on everything. She predicted this bishop D7. We'll see if she's right about this potential idea where knight E5 might be met by bishop E8. So,
yeah,
okay.
I think, yeah, this is actually an impressive idea, because at first I thought, well, you allow the doubling of your pawns and a passed A pawn for white. Doesn't look very good.
Yeah.
But now that we're seeing it, and this is Magnus's idea, I think for sure after knight E5, it looks like an excellent one.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see if Ifan's analysis proves as prophetic as Fabiano does on these shows. It's great to have these two brilliant minds together. Let's keep everybody together. Don't go anywhere at the break, because when we come back, we will dive into what your votes told us, the results of both the chess.com/events vote. Where do we stand with that? There's a lot of cash on the line. The results of your chat votes, and of course, everything that will still occur on the board for Game 9 in the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. Chess.com's coverage brought to you by Coinbase.
It's Expo 2020, and the world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork.
It's
the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
In case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
We return now with coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship on chess.com. It's brought to you by Coinbase. We are now rejoined. That was weird.
That was weird.
Yeah,
That was
okay?
super weird. What happened to me there?
You're not supposed to agree with us about it being weird.
No, that was weird AF again.
So Fabi's not weird.
Fabi's not weird. It's not weird as Fabi. Weird as friendly can be. We are joined by a couple of friends of mine, Robert Hess and Fabiano Caruana, and we are ready to jump back in to the position as two moves have been played since our last break. We saw bishop knight e5, bishop e8, and then queen e3. So the idea that e-fawn suggested for black is executed by the world champion, but Jan stares down the tension on c6 here, Fabi. Instead of trading, he moves the queen up one square.
He keeps the tension. He makes it a difficult decision for Magnus. But I'm kind of attracted to one move now. This move provokes knight to b4.
Right. With the whole fork of queen and two rooks?
A royal fork, as they say.
You're picking up Danny's expression now.
Is that Danny's expression?
Yeah. One, if you will, as they say.
Mm-hmm. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, this move, as you're saying, it welcomes knight to b4. And actually, I caught you right before the move was played during our break. Instead of queen e3, I was thinking rook e to d1 because both moves defend the d4 pawn. But as you're saying, Fabi, queen e3, it sort of welcomes that knight jump.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a provocation, if he wants to see knight b4. Maybe because it leads to... Because queen e3 isn't a necessary move. It doesn't really seem to have much difference compared to other moves, right?
So you're saying he wants the fork.
I wonder if he wants it just to keep the...
He also likes to live dangerously.
He certainly does.
And, well, what's White's reply here? Because that looks...
There are a lot of moves. There's rook e to c1. Looks like a sensible move. Then black can play c6. Or black can even play bishop to c6. I'm wondering if black wants to force... Yeah, because c6, like, it does leave that bishop on e8 rather dead.
Yeah.
Although it's still pretty solid. But maybe bishop c6. It's kind of forcing a trade on...
Yeah, this was e-fawn's idea to, again, just remind everybody that if a big structural transition happens, the point was this is not nearly as bad as it looks to the eye, because White's pawns, c4 and a2 in particular, are just as weak and vulnerable. And again, a move like this puts the queen on pre to a super cool positional tactic, c5, taking advantage of the pinned knight. And if you take with the pawn, it's actually black who really, really is enjoying these ugly ducklings here.
Yeah, so maybe knight b4 and bishop c6 simplifies Magnus's task a little bit.
Yep.
Although black sort of lost two tempi here after all the trades with c6, but the two tempi are rook e1 goes to c1 and queen e2 goes to e3. Did it really change anything? I mean, it doesn't seem like it makes much of a difference that white got those two extra moves. And let's just point out knight b4 why white shouldn't take on b7. That is a hanging pawn, but then knight to c2 comes, forking everything. Let's say queen moves somewhere, e to e2, we can try. Now knight takes a1, and if bishop takes a8, otherwise black is simply up in exchange, then knight takes b3. And after all these captures, black ends up a piece. So that's why knight to b4 is tactically justified. It also seems like Magnus is kind of getting low on time. He's taken his time. He had a difficult position. So maybe starting to make forcing moves to make sure he doesn't get into a really precarious clock situation where, you know, he has to make 10 moves with 2 minutes or something we saw in that sixth game. Doesn't happen again, because although it worked out for him then, it's not a good general strategy to be in that you're super low on time. So I like knight to b4 here.
Well, plus, Robert, are there any other major candidate moves besides knight b4?
No, because you definitely do not want to take on e5, and the pawn will take back and b7 falls, and that's just asking for trouble. So that's clear that it's not what black wants to do, even if you can maybe get away with it. But that's probably one of the things that Magnus is calculating. Like, can I just trade and then move my knight? And if knight b4, I mean, there are so many possibilities for white after knight to b4. Right, rook c1 was mentioned, rook e2 is not out of the question, that you can move your queen somewhere to make sure you don't get forked on c2. So these options are actually quite difficult unless black say with a high degree of certainty, I'm going to play bishop c6 and that's going to work out. But let's say you play rook e2 here for a second, bishop c6, and I take you on c6 and you take back. Like, this type of position here, white has everything under control right now. And I think from the perspective of like the long-term edge, it would be white, but in the short term, black's about to strike at the center. c4 and d4 hanging pawn structure can quickly be targeted. So, you know, I don't think you have time to make use of your bishop on g2. You might just have to take on c6 and then hope that your outside pass pawn has some potential in the event of a queen trade. And that actually is something I would be worried about. That if bishop c6, you know, take on c6 and like knight c5, if we trade queens, you take with the pawn on e3, like there's this outside pass pawn. Immediately black has rook a3, so you're not in time. You just shut everything down and black will just seize the initiative and is much better. But like, if you're not move by move in time to stop that pawn, then it becomes a concern.
Move by move, we see queen b4 is now on the board from the world champion.
Queen to b4 is saying, I want to take on e5. After you take back, I move my knight, maybe even to h7 or to d7, and then b7 is protected. And black wants to solve the tension in the center in that manner. If white plays, let's say, rook e to b1 to try to target that queen, maybe black can still take on e5. Pawn takes, and maybe knight to d7. Or maybe knight to d7 is inaccurate because it doesn't cover the d2 square. So white has knight to d2. Maybe knight to h7 is actually a good move as well, because the knight is very bad there, but after he goes to f8, it's not doing so badly anymore.
Computer doesn't agree. What are we missing?
I think knight to c5.
Oh, knight to c5.
Yeah.
Ouch, down.
I think your initial intuition was right, because after knight d2, you probably just have queen c5. So knight d2 for white, queen c5, you force the queens off, and
e5 is falling, d2 is hanging at the end of these lines.
Yeah, the thing is that although white wins material, let's say bishop takes b7, queen takes e3, f takes e3, white is up a pawn, but rook comes to a3. I mean, look at that structure.
Yeah.
Everything is potentially falling. e5, e3, a2, all of them are weak pawns. So white can't be materialistic and go for a line like that, because, well, the more important thing are the long-term factors, not just the fact that, you know, you won a pawn and things are great, but that black has enormous compensation for it. So I wonder what, after queen to b4, there's a sharp knight c5 option. Then knight takes d4 is the question. And probably this knight c2 tactic is the main factor, although white might win b7 with tempo. Knight c2 comes with even more effective tempo.
Hitting everything.
Hitting everything again.
We keep talking about the short-term features of this position, guys, versus the long-term features, and I know that there's been pros and cons throughout, Robert, highlighting, okay, like long-term, white has maybe one of the most dominant pieces on the board, but also long-term with the structural change, who has more weaknesses from A2 to even the D pawn to the C pawn? It feels like, I don't know, it feels crazy as it is. Fabi's prediction that the world champion might even win with black today. There's just so many little things about this position to me that could go wrong for white.
Yeah, I mean, the one idea that I'm now considering but should not pan out is bishop takes c6. You almost never want to part with your bishop, but because the queen's on b4, like after bishop takes c6, I would like to follow up with knight to c5. Because the queen on b4 doesn't have too many squares. I am somewhat concerned about a rook coming down to a3 and chasing the white queen, but if black were not in time to, this rook a3 move is kind of a saving move in many of these variations, that black would be in big trouble here. A rook's coming to b1, the knight on e5 protects c4 while attacking the bishop on c6. The knight on c5 takes away the queen's a4 escape and attacks b7. So it's like one move away from being really powerful, and in fact, that's actually kind of why I would prefer my queen on e2 and my rook on d1. Like, he went queen e3 when I had mentioned to Fabio during the break, rook e to d1, because I just thought that it gave white a little bit more flexibility and asked black some more difficult questions.
Speaking of being one move away, though, I thought you were going to highlight the other really powerful threat that white has in this position. If black does nothing, some random move with the knight on c5, it's white to play and game over with a move like knight takes f7, right? Queen takes and then queen e7 check?
Well,
the king would escape up rather than back.
Yeah, I think the main threat in that
wow.
position.
I did not. That's why the eval bar like black. I did not see that.
Yeah, I think the main threat in that position after knight to c5 is rook e to b1.
Yeah.
Because that queen is suddenly potentially trapped. In this case, it's actually trapped because queen a3, rook to b3 traps it.
Okay, but this tactic, knight takes f7, has my eye. I guess it doesn't work.
Knight takes f7 is always something to consider, for sure. Once the bishop leaves e8, that's very important.
Yeah.
Even once there's a full trade on c6, bishop c6, even immediately, black has to calculate knight takes f7 at every move, and so does black. But, of course, Magnus, seeing this idea, will probably never allow it under good circumstances. But the very important thing, and the reason Magnus played queen b4, is the move we've seen in so many lines now, rook to a3.
Mm-hmm.
If white takes on c6 with everything, knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, this might be a better version for black, because let's say white protects that pawn, like rook e to c1. Now black plays rook a3. I'm already thinking black is the one who's very slightly better.
For sure.
Because the queen was doing a decent job on a3 blockading, but far better is the rook, because it also attacks a2. White suddenly has to be in a defensive position to defend that, to protect a2, maybe queen e2, but then we're already looking at a very, very shaky defense for white, and certainly no chances for an advantage. So I like the move queen b4 because it's looking towards the future, and we see rook e to b1, which we mentioned as one of white's most clear-cut choices, right? The most direct way of playing.
Although the main line we looked at is the queen can laugh in the face of danger here on the b file with a trade in knight d7, and where's the discovered attack that matters here? The queen is totally safe.
Maybe knight to d4? I'm thinking more important than the c4 pawn being defended is I want that knight to be active, bishop takes b7, and knight c6 is coming. And that already looks like that rook on d8 is trapped. Rook to a4, knight c6. It's funny, you don't think of a rook trapped in its own camp. But after rook to a4, knight c6, the rook has nowhere to go. White wins.
So I think the queen c5 move is important again. So instead of taking the pawn on c4, maybe queen c5 here, which threatens e5. If you take on b7, there's always rook a3 ideas, and e5 is going to fall next. So this rook a3 move in every possible continuation is such a thorn in white's side.
Well, let's continue with this line because it's very interesting. After queen c5 feels like the right move. Not here, but one move previously. Rook to b5.
Right.
Now you probably have to take c4.
Yep.
And it's very sharp. With the rook on b1, white was winning. With the rook on b5, there's no knight c6 stuff anymore because that rook will be hanging. So if bishop takes b7...
But at least there's no rook a3 here.
There's no rook to a3.
But rook a4 doesn't...
Rook to a4 attacks everything, and there's no knight c6. The rook on b5 is the problem, right? Otherwise, white would be winning a rook. So queen takes c4. Maybe white has rook to c1, continuing the initiative. Probably take on a2. Rook takes c7. It's so sharp. White is basically counting on active pieces because already all the pawns have been traded off on the queen side.
But there might be knight takes e5 here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes e5, yeah.
Just.
And but
at knight e5, there could be like knight e6 if you're not careful. Danny would be happy about this, but of course it doesn't work.
Well, there's queen a1 check and knight g4 forking the king and queen too.
Yeah.
Rook d1, queen
Rook
a1,
d1.
whatever.
Yeah, so tactics don't work. Also, white would just be trying to make a draw here because he's just trying to trade off all the pieces and pawns. So if tactics aren't working for white, this might be a very safe choice for Magnus.
After knight takes e5, can Jan think about queen takes e5?
Yeah, for sure. But if black plays queen takes c4...
Do I take on b7 first or play rook c1? That's...
Rook c1 feels more accurate.
It wouldn't worry me in either case because I feel like even if you win both those queenside pawns, and I guess you will,
White's pawns are not.
White's pawns are also super weak, so it will be enough for some sort of equality. Rook c1 even allows queen b5, and I think black shouldn't be too worried in endgame, even if he's down a pawn. White's a2 and d4 pawns are kind of weak. This probably lead to more or less a balanced situation. Certainly something Magnus is happy with. He's been under pressure, and he will take the first chance to liquidate if he can.
I'll predict now, speaking of things Magnus will be happy with, is that somehow we're going to end up with an endgame where all the queenside pawns are gone, and black has 4 and white has 3 in the end.
That's a super important factor, that the more compact structure, it's not an immediate advantage, but it's a long-term one, and we might see that in the endgame as either compensation for black, for the pawn, or even a direct advantage.
Right.
Probably only a slight advantage in the best of cases for black, but still something that he can be happy with.
Well, the world champion, happy with his current lead in the match. He's up 2 games, 5-3 if you're just tuning in. And
doing pretty decently in this one, right?
Yep.
I mean, what you're saying, Fabiano, about the pawn structure and what Danny was highlighting is that white has these hanging pawns, right? Pawns like to have chains. They want to be protecting one another, and Magnus did take on e5. So if you take with the pawn on e5, it looks like we're going to see some trades over here. And there's something about that, first of all, not playing b4 from Jan, and then also playing queen e3 so quickly. It's not a bad move. The engine registered it as just another one of those moves that keeps the game approximately level. But I felt like rook e to d1 at that moment would have kept a little more tension in the position, more options available.
Yeah, I think that Jan is trying to blitz Magnus because he notices, of course, we all see the danger of Magnus being low on time, but that doesn't really matter if Magnus gets a relatively simplified position, which is what seems to be happening now.
Yeah, no, the trade on e5, clear that Magnus sees the end, right? He sees a position that he can start trading, and he went knight g4. So we were looking at knight d7 to stop knight c5, but he goes directly after the queen, and that knight has been in a g4 a few times today, and
it likes that square. So his idea is after white plays queen to f4, he's going to play h5. That's not a very good thing structurally speaking, but the active knight on g4, which is very difficult to kick out because white doesn't want to play f3, right?
You've got all these positions where the knight on g4 is quite literally a thorn in white's kingside.
That knight is an amazing piece. It sets up all sorts of tactics in the future, and f2 is a vulnerability, e5 is a vulnerability, and white doesn't have any obvious moves here. Like, you can play f3. It would be fine if this won the knight, but the knight simply drops back to h6.
I was going to say, I'm looking at this diagonal. Tell me there's something more.
I hear Danny vomit.
I don't think you need anything direct.
I can't give check as a c5.
But look at the move Jan played. He went queen back to e1, which encourages a queen trade. If you don't trade queens, f3 is coming, right? f3 traps the knight if you give white a free move. So even queen takes c4, we mentioned rook c1 ideas, but f3, is the knight getting out of there?
I don't see how he gets out of it.
Pretty fascinating.
So let's say Magnus trades on e1, because he probably should. This means that Jan is winning a pawn, but because b7 is hanging and f3 is a threat, so he has to deal with the bigger of the threats, which is f3. Let's say he plays h5 to deal with that. Bishop takes b7. Rook to a3, for example. I see black as having fully sufficient compensation here because of the weakness of a2, c4, and e5, and black's extremely decent pieces. The rook on a3 is just a monster. And the knight on g4, for the moment, is a monster. It can be kicked out with f3, but then it might find a nice home on f5, knight to h6, f5.
Pawns can't go back, right? So the moment you start doing things like this, you have new targets. On g3, the second rank opens up.
This looks, it's double-edged, but this does look like compensation for black. Maybe white can do something crazy here, like play c5, c6, just try to block black's bishop out. Yeah, it's a difficult position. I think at least Jan is keeping a significant edge on the clock. That's a big thing. So if Magnus ever comes into serious difficulties, that could be a decisive factor. That's probably his main advantage at the moment, that he has that huge time edge.
I think Queen E1 surprised Magnus. Just based on the reaction right now, he was likely expecting the Queen F4, Queen E4, something attacking the knight and bringing the queen to a more advanced square. But Queen E1, for the second game in a row, has come as a surprise. Here, a very different situation than when Magnus played it. But I think the lines we're looking at, where the queens get traded and black goes down a pawn, for sure, both players recognize that Magnus has great compensation for it. But when that pawn remains on the board, and you're like, I have compensation, you're telling yourself that you do, and you're calculating that you do, but there comes a point where you really want to be sure that you see a clear out. Because if you remain down an outside pass pawn for too long, and that pawn can start pushing up the board, then you're in trouble. But with the rook on a3, I don't see how that pawn ever really...
I feel like, I'm looking at this, I don't see options for black besides capturing on e1. Because f3, there's no way for no square the black queen can go to stop that threat. And here I'm wondering, okay, h5 is the most natural move.
And that's because the knight is about to be trapped.
The knight is about to be trapped. A very kind of shaky way of trying to retrieve that knight is rook to d3. But I'm wondering if that's not a bad way of doing it, because the rook could come to c3, and it might also be an active piece that's annoying white.
It's a fascinating move.
And knight takes e5 becomes a threat in some positions, right?
Yeah.
If the rook hang on a1, but if immediately there'd be knight c5.
But still, there's knight to f3.
Yeah.
So in this position, if black were given a move, knight takes e5 is an option.
An immediate threat.
I think white should probably take on b7, right? There's also knight c5, but I don't know why that is a better version. Rook to a3 now. The rook really belongs there. And
like bishop e4 or something almost.
Yeah, bishop e4, rook slides over to c3. e5 is hanging, so white has, look at all these weaknesses, they're all attacked. a2, c4, and e5. a2 is not really threatened at the moment, but white's rook on a1 wants to move to d1, so then there's rook takes a2.
Yeah, this is...
It's kind of a hilarious defense. Like, you think about defending, by teaming up with something, but you're just actually going after every single pawn in white's position. In that...
Well, rook d3 is a super tricky move to spot. Obviously, if Magnus does, that would be something. I mean, what an active defensive move.
I think that h5 is the more human approach, because with h5, your knight always has a square. h6 cannot be taken from the knight. With rook to d3, there might be some tactical lines where e3 is not available, right? So you're kind of tactically trying to hold that knight together rather than doing it in a more stable way with h5. But both moves are playable for sure.
Queen e1 and rook e1 are on the board. We see Jan immediately return to recapture the queen, and I believe Magnus has already played the move h5. Indeed, it is before us now. And yeah, let's remind everybody again, as far as the time control goes, we are on move 25. That was 25 h5 by Magnus, which means we have 15 moves to go before reaching move 40. And again, absolutely critical with only 17 minutes on the clock. That's about a minute a move, a little more than a minute a move for Magnus, which is not very much if the most critical position is ahead.
And I wonder if Jan had the black pieces, if he would have played rook d3. Because Magnus has shown time and time again, he's fully comfortable being down a pawn, being down some material, because he senses the activity is enough compensation. And here he goes rook a4 directly after the pawn on c4.
Instead of a3. Interesting.
This is asking for c5. I suggested this move when it wasn't at all being compelled. And now I do kind of like that pawn on c6. It looks very funny.
Can black play c6 and trap the
Trapping the
bishop?
bishop. You would
no.
do that, Robert. I mean, it works.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
What a move, c6. Okay, so don't trap your own bishop in the corner there.
General chess advice.
General chess advice. Bobby Fischer taught us that. Shout out to bishop takes h2.
Wait, so what does white do in that case?
There's something I'm considering here. Like, let's say you play knight c5 for white, rook takes c4, and if I play rook c1, so I'm giving you the e5 pawn. Now, you could take on e5 right away with the knight, and maybe that's tactically sound, but because if you take the knight, you lose the rook with check, right? That's clear. So, can you take on c1 instead of take on e5 just for a quick sec? My main point is after you take on e5 as black, and white now can play a4, because the knight on c5 is there. This looks really scary.
Yeah.
Maybe there is a way out for black, but that's an outside pass pawn. We talk about this all the time. The quality of a pawn in an endgame often offsets the quantity. Black is up a pawn now, instead of being down one, but that's the best pawn on the board and a very scary one.
No,
so this is a fascinating line, but let's continue it for a little bit because I think this is one of the lines that Jan will consider and maybe even play.
Maybe we even go for this rook from that point of view, because then if knight e5, we can just stare down the tension and play a4 right away, can't we?
Yeah, let's just say that if black takes on c1 in either case.
Okay.
So, yeah, right here?
Yeah, knight e5,
So
rook
it doesn't
c1,
matter.
rook c1.
We'll do this line.
Knight e5, a4. Why is that pawn on a4 dangerous? It's dangerous because of the bishop on b7. Otherwise, black's rook could get behind the pawn and cover very nicely. So the move that I like here for black is bishop to c6. And it works tactically because if bishop takes c6, knight takes c6, knight to b7. Yeah, knight takes c6 would probably lead to a huge simplification. Knight to b7, rook to b8. That's why white can't just pick up a piece immediately because c6 is hanging, but so is b7. And the move you mentioned, knight takes e6.
It's a little better for white than
F takes e6.
But it's just going to be a draw.
Rook takes e6. I can play... I'm wondering... I don't think I want to go behind the pawn. In front of the pawn on a8. I think I might want to go behind the pawn.
Yeah, I was thinking you go here.
Well, you can check and go to a1. That way the pawn doesn't get as far.
Okay.
Yeah, so it starts to get very concrete. Rook d1, king g2, rook to a1, rook to c4. White needs to stay on the side of that pawn. Now the king will try to activate. Black might play c5. But then there's rook... Yeah, first of all, that's a tricky...
Take and take here.
That's a tricky endgame.
Yeah, that's actually not the easiest endgame to draw.
I don't even know if it is drawn.
Yeah. Okay.
It's such a weird one. Like 3 against 2 is almost always a draw, but split pawns like that, not very ideal. And also c5, maybe king to f3. But maybe black's king gets to the center in time there. So this is also dangerous,
so
right?
Rook a3, I guess. You just want to cut the king off.
Rook to a3 looks like a good move, cutting the king off. And then if king to f1, rook to a2,
exactly.
you keep cutting the king off.
But these are the type of endgames you need to know as well, theoretically speaking, because if you give the h pawn and the c pawn, that's bad. But if you give the e and c pawn, we know that should be a draw. So it's a really fascinating line. And actually, there are some positions, if we even just go back a few moves, so when black played bishop c6, like white doesn't want to trade all the pieces. So there's a time and a place to even make a move like, it doesn't work here, but maybe like f4, right? Like giving up the bishop, taking the knight, just trying to keep that pass pawn alive. It's not going to pan out. Black is going to be up a pawn in that variation and will be able to corral it. So just to keep that in mind, that we don't necessarily have to trade bishop for bishop. Sometimes you want to take the knight rather than the bishop trade.
I feel like if my pawn was one square further, I'm looking at ways that I can sacrifice the exchange just to make sure that the a pawn runs. But doesn't.
I think that is an idea in some lines. Yeah. Here the rook is in time to go to protect from behind. I think the move f4 does kind of make sense to me.
By the way, we have the move c5 on the board, so not knight c5, but pawn to c5.
But it's losing.
Wait.
That's losing.
Oh my God! Did he just blunder?
Yeah, he did. C6.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness! And he just might not see it as a possibility. We were talking about c5, white playing c6, and then mentioned c6 for black, and the bishop's trapped.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And Magnus is scowling because I think he sees it.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's. I would say it's shocking, but I kind of suggested the move. So
well, you suggested
I can't be critical.
You suggested it several moves ago, and it's not your game, and you also didn't have 54 minutes on the clock when it was your move to think about it. I'm blown away by this blunder.
Yeah, Magnus obviously sees it.
Look at him. He's like in disbelief.
He's going to play c6.
Okay, but at this point, I think we can say that this is a match of rushing.
I mean, at this
like,
point,
it's been decided
there's
by
no holding back anymore. I mean, this is he has plenty of time. Magnus Carlsen is about to get under self-induced time pressure. There are multiple other moves on the board, and if c6 is played here by Magnus, the world champion is going to win with the black pieces. And we can all start looking at our mid-December with a schedule that's opening up rather rapidly. Time to go skiing, boys.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Magnus, you just saw his reaction, right? He looks like, this can't be. Like, I must be missing something. And you sometimes trust your very highly rated opponent. You're like, oh, if Jan did that, he can't be missing this simple move. But it's because white is pressing and white's trying to win the game that maybe you don't even consider that black could suddenly trap your bishop on b7. And c6 is about to be played by black. The bishop on b7 is going to be lost. And Magnus is going to take a 3-point lead in this world championship. And he's going to answer all doubters. There are going to be no questions. Is Magnus going to be the world champion? He said, yeah, I'm actually going to crush this one. And it all maybe comes back to game 6, that really long fight, and it was tilted from there. But
no, but I'm just like sitting here, just like we were getting. First of all, we're knee deep analyzing knight to c5, which actually has a lot of merit to it. These outside past a pawn lines start to become 2 result positions for white. Okay, maybe he doesn't win, but he's pushing. And
yeah, it's also there's no. I'm like thinking of a way to make it tricky after c6. There is no way because you don't actually have an inroad into black's. Like if you could get your rook active somehow. But let's say c6, rook e to d1, just rook to b8. There's no way to invade because d7 is so well defended. There's no way to get to d8.
Magnus has
played c6.
Magnus has just played the move c6, and as we return to the live game, what is Jan's expression going to be as he returns back to the board? We're going to go full cam here and make sure that we capture this moment because unfortunately it is, as you said, Fabi, making the storyline of this World Championship match very clear, which is one where the challenger, I mean, as you said, he was not at the board enough. Chat, by the way, in a rare occurrence, voted Jan as the more likely victor. That's at 55%. And I guess, not that uncommon. Chat is often wrong. By the way, earlier they voted Terminator 3 is the best Terminator. Oh my God, Chat.
What?
What?
That's the worst thing that's been said.
That's the worst take you have ever had, Chat. Terminator 3. Okay, but votes on events were only 23% for Jan to win.
Chat predicts wins no matter who it is every single time. Look, the chat voted 2% draw /events. Chess.com/events voted 59% draw. They don't believe in drawing. Yeah. They're not artists.
I'm going to guess we're going to see a shakeup. We'll stay at this scene here, but let's bring up the standings currently on the Vote Chess events. Let's see. I'm going to guess that Simon at the top and his partner both voted draw today. If I had to guess, they went with the safe result. I bet we're going to see a shakeup there in regards to who's taking the cash prizes. So remember, even if this World Championship match gets away from the challenger, it doesn't mean it needs to get away from you. Tune in every day. Make sure you cast your vote for a chance to win. Because I bet we're going to see a shakeup there. I bet not many people predicted a win for Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. Fabiano, be quiet. Fabiano, be quiet.
I'm trying to be optimistic about my chances in this contest. I know I'm not in it, but
hey, if you predict every result from here on out, you could make a comeback.
That's true. But you also win our predictions internally here. So.
Okay, we also have a storyline that's been raging behind the scenes, and apologies to those of you who've been following it. Our position here is we don't really want to dive into this controversy unless we actually felt like it was something worthy discussing. But having reviewed the footage, I actually think there's something to this, and we're going to look at this. So look at this, what happened here, guys. So the knight was adjusted. I believe he was clearly adjusting it because of the body language of that not being a way you make a move, but he doesn't say adjust, and he doesn't say should do. Can we get a fact check? What move number was this, please, guys? This was move 18. This was before move 18. So move 17 for black, correct? Okay, so sorry, I'm talking to the staff here. So look at this happened behind the scenes. Look at this again.
Yeah,
that looks to me like a simple adjusting.
It is a simple adjusting, and so I don't think that the arbiters made the wrong call not to hold it, and maybe he really whispered it under his breath, and we can't see under his hand.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he did touch his knight.
I don't really get the controversy. First of all, when nobody can hear you, you don't really talk.
Right.
It's strange to, like, if your opponent's there, you say a jest because to indicate that you don't intend to move that piece.
Yes.
But if nobody's there, then yeah. I mean, I think
that's exactly what happened. I think he was clearly adjusting, looking at his body language.
It's very clear when someone wants to move a piece and when they don't. There would be a hesitation after he touches a piece, and there might even be a slight movement with the piece indicating.
Also, if we go to the move in question, like let's just put that position on the board is after White's 18th move, right? Here, there's no way he's moving his knight. There's knight's already on f6. And the next move, like queen takes a3, queen e2. The knight's not going anywhere. You would never even think about moving the knight. Right?
It was move 17, but
wherever it was here.
No, I agree,
But some positions, you are thinking about making a move, and then you're like, oh, wait, maybe I should do something else. Here, there was no way that he was moving the knight because it doesn't make sense. And every single line we analyzed had nothing to do with that knight f6. So I think the controversy is manufactured. I understand that some people, they want to follow the rules, which is great, and you need to adjust the piece. But when there's nobody there and you're in this weird glass box and Jan is off in his rest area, well, you can just like...
No, let's bring up the video one more time because I agree. And that was what I said when I first saw it. I was like, body language of chess players, we instantly know he was not touching the piece here to move it. He was clearly, he turns it with the intention to adjust it. And the fact that he lifted his hand, I immediately saw the video and go, okay, he was adjusting the piece, realized as soon as he did it that even though he didn't say anything, he's on camera. So the hand gesture is like, hey, letting everyone know. Like he does this and goes, hey, I was just adjusting. Right? So he's like telling the camera, even though no one can hear him, I was just adjusting, right? For those who are watching, because I think what you said is true, Fabi. He didn't say adjust, and you wouldn't say adjust unless your opponent was in front of you. But the moment he did it, he realized he's being watched by tens of thousands of people across the world and lifts his hand as a way to say, like, hey, everybody, don't worry, I was just adjusting.
Yeah, I think this is normal. There's no controversy here.
You know what is controversial? The position.
I don't think it's controversial at all.
The position is not controversial.
It's controversial because it's impossible for us to not be discussing a storyline now of like, oh, man.
I mean, I could see Jan coming back to the board, and he probably won't resign in this turn, but...
I think the reason he's not at the board right now is because he's looking at the monitor and going, what the did I just do?
Yeah, he doesn't want to be at the board right now.
Yeah.
This is a terrible moment for him. It's also such a preventable one. I mean, the match may have been out of his hands, pretty much. It was certainly a steep hill to climb, but the game was not going badly for him. Maybe he didn't make the most of his advantage, but he was still up on the clock. We were looking at some lines, they didn't look easy for black. Knight to c5, rook to c1. I like that suggestion. It looked like at least black has to prove the draw. And yeah, just another rushed moment. I mean, this one is, you can't argue. He's trying to blitz Magnus, and he ends up trapping his own bishop instead. Now it doesn't matter how much time Magnus has. Even if he had 2 minutes here, there's nothing you can do because all of black's moves are instantly made from now on.
Yeah, and it's actually tragic that, considering the early stage of the match, it was a huge fight between these players. It was Jan in game 2 with the black pieces having a shot there, both sides making inaccuracies, game ends the draw. Then with the white pieces, Jan pressing a bit, Magnus holding steady, maybe Jan not maximizing, then surprising with the Petrov. There's so many interesting narratives, and now we're left with this kind of bitter taste in our mouths of, hey, if Jan had played less quickly, if he had sat at the board more, and if he had just maybe been more confident in himself, this would have been the tight match it was expected to be. But now we're here, and not only has Jan started losing games, his winning record against Magnus that everybody was talking about, which we were saying prior to the World Championship, it's a whole lifetime ago, he no longer has a winning record against Magnus Carlsen after this game.
Yep. Well, and it's also, it was what everyone wanted. It was a decisive game. in the World Chess Championship for the first time in 5 years, that being game 6. It was a historic win, will go down as the longest game in World Chess Championship history. But in hindsight, it was also apparently the straw that might have broken the camel's back, because it was such a clearly a game of a momentum changer for the match, right? Since that win in game 6, we have seen a completely different Ian Nepomniachtchi, even though in that game, we all talked about the fact that until the game was lost, perhaps with this sort of careless queen e4, it had still been a very good game by Ian Nepomniachtchi, maybe one of his better games. We were applauding it, right? His decisions to play fighting chess with g takes f6 and so many other opportunities that he had in that game. And so just what a whirlwind this has been, right? A match that, if anything, through the first 5 games, we could argue that the challenger had more opportunities. Whether he capitalized or not, he had more opportunities to get wins than his opponent did. Game 6, everything has been different since then.
Yeah, I think Game 6 was one of the most exciting games in World Championship history.
Yep.
Maybe not the most exciting game, but certainly in a long time have we seen so much drama and so much excitement, and also, from a chess point of view, a lot of content.
Yeah.
It was a very interesting game, both from the opening. Maybe the opening was a bit of a slow-paced opening, but then the middle game was super exciting. Ian took a very brave decision to play rook a to c8. I don't know if it was a good or a bad one, but we can't really criticize it because it certainly showed his intentions to fight, as well with g takes f6. And we were thinking, well, this looks like a man who is ready to fight for a win, even with the black pieces.
Yep.
But I think he was ready to play on equal terms with Magnus. But once the match score went into Magnus' favor, he wasn't ready to play with his back against the wall, pretty much.
Yeah.
And to try to slug it out, maybe slowly. He might have to slowly try to take his chances. Instead, like this is not the patient approach.
Yeah.
Since that game, he hasn't shown any patience or any long-term match strategy besides to try to blitz Magnus in every game, which doesn't work.
You come back to that term you mentioned, because I'm going to bring it up again, because you said a few games ago, to blitz Magnus. You said that maybe that was something Ian tried to do in a previous game where he played too fast, and that was not going to work out. And here again, we see that regardless of no matter what we want to say to give Ian the benefit of the doubt about c5, what happened after c5? One is a blunder, and guess who knew right away it was a blunder? Magnus. So it's not like it was, I'm not giving us credit with the eval bar, but you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously Magnus knew it was a blunder instantly, right? And so you can't not draw attention to the storylines that unfortunately were before the candidates, before Ian Nepomniachtchi and this incredible challenger we saw rising to the occasion to maybe take the title in this match. It's the things that were unfortunately the storyline of his career before that are going to be the storyline of this match, right? Playing too fast in the most critical moments.
It was predicted by Magnus.
Yep.
We heard his thoughts before the match even started, that Ian is an exceptional player. When he's feeling it, he can beat anybody at any moment in many games in a row. When he's lost, he might tilt, and it's exactly what we're seeing. And that's the shame of it all, because Ian Nepomniachtchi is an amazing chess player. He earned his spot at this stage for the World Championship. Magnus has been playing pretty good chess. He, by his own admission, would say it's not his best chess ever. But the storylines become about how Ian is making mistakes rather than Magnus playing super well and defending the title.
Right.
And that's not totally fair to Magnus. It's not totally fair to Ian. But a mistake of this nature, this is a one-move blunder. And the match ends with a move like that. Yes, he was in a tough spot regardless. He was down 2 games. He's Magnus Carlsen. He doesn't lose games very often. He hasn't lost in a World Chess Championship since 2016 in a classical chess when he lost to Karyakin. So good luck to anybody. But the point is that you're handing your opponent a championship on a silver platter, and that's disappointing to see and to say, because Ian Nepomniachtchi is an unbelievable talented player. He works extremely hard. We know he put in the effort for this match, and then it becomes reduced to like a matter of a few moves where he slipped, and maybe he has earned some of that criticism, but it is sad that that's what's going to be the conversation around this World Championship.
Yep. And as we take a look in to the glass box, it's an all too familiar scene, unfortunately, and Magnus Carlsen, obviously, despite having a plus 4.1 advantage according to our Stockfish new NNUE 14.1 cloud server engine here, meaning it's accurate. Black is winning here. the game is over, he's still working hard at the board and is poised to defend his title, win a 5th World Chess Championship match, and cement his place and his legacy as perhaps the greatest of all time.
On like the issue of rushing, I can speak a little bit to it from personal experience.
Please.
Because one of the reasons I felt that I didn't play particularly well in the candidates in 2020 and 2021, the same tournament, which is split up into 2 parts, is that
why? What happened? Sorry.
Well, at least in the at least in the first part, I really felt that I was rushing, and the first part was maybe not the deciding factor, but I ended it with 50%, and Jan, who eventually ended up winning, as we know, and Maxime were both on +2. And although it wasn't an insurmountable lead, it was pretty tough. And I was just rushing because I was nervous. And I felt nervous at the board. Sometimes you know that you shouldn't be doing something, but it happens anyway, because you just can't control yourself. It's a difficult thing to even give advice on. Because sometimes you just feel jittery at the board. And you know, like, obviously Jan is a very experienced player. He knows that he should be taking time at critical moments. And a lot of the moments when he hasn't taken his time have been critical moments. Like, especially, I mean, C5, even if C5 isn't a blunder, it's still a critical moment because it's not obviously the best move compared to, let's say, knight C5. You know, even if black doesn't have C6, it's not clear that C5 is better than other moves, right? So he should be taking his time in these moments. And I assume that he knows that, but he just can't control his impulses.
Yeah.
And it happens to everyone. It's you know, in this case, it costs him the chance at becoming world champion. You know, hopefully it's a problem he can solve in the future.
We did learn that Fabio's not a robot. He said he was nervous.
Yeah,
that was a question posed earlier.
I mean, I know the circumstances, jokes aside, around the first half of the first ever candidates event that would ultimately be postponed due to a global pandemic. There were reasons to be nervous. There were reasons to not feel like yourself. Was there anything else to that? Was there anything going on with you at the time in terms of the X's and O's of chess that had you feeling nervous?
No, from a purely chess perspective, you felt in a good spot.
Okay.
I just come off a tournament win in Waikanze.
Yeah.
And my rating was not the highest it's ever been, but it was higher than I'm used to.
Yeah.
And so, like, from a purely chess perspective, you know, things looked to be going very well. But once I got to Russia, and even the tournament kind of started well for me. I drew the first game and won the second. And from there on, it was just so many missed opportunities or terrible mistakes due mostly to rushed decision-making. Mistakes that, you know, I felt like I didn't have to make. I knew better, but still crept into my play at least like 3-4 times that led to games being either not won or lost. So
this is tough. I mean, we're sitting here now. It's been almost 20 minutes. It's been it's been almost 20 full minutes since Ian Nepomniachtchi's blunder and his absence from the board. And again, you know, you made good points that even if this isn't a blunder, people make mistakes, they make blunders. It was still a critical moment, given the match situation, given what you know is true about these opportunities, how slight they are. It's not clear what the best move is. And so to make that decision in such a hasty way comes back to the term that you said. It's almost like he was trying to blitz Magnus rather than beat Magnus, right? And unfortunately, the storyline of this match, again, as you said, Robert, other than Game 6, that doesn't take anything back. It was a historic win, right? Other than that, Game 8 and this game and Game 2, right? You could argue a little bit of Game 5, right? The storyline is Jan beat himself, not Magnus beat Jan, and that sucks.
Yeah.
That hurts.
And Game 6 was historic. We all were here for a 10-hour broadcast, and people all over the globe were paying attention, tuning in, and it was a really wonderful game. That said, within that game, there were moments where haste made waste, where Jan, despite having a good position, he made that quick move. And that's been a theme throughout this match, where people point to move 130 as the losing move for Jan in game 6, because queen e6 technically was the move that lost the game. But as we discussed many times, that queen e4, that was just an unnecessary slip, made a decision too quickly, and then he was on the back foot the entire rest of the game, and he couldn't quite fend off what was a very difficult position. So, yeah, we're going to talk about it time and time again. Unfortunately for Ian Nepomniachtchi, he's probably away from this game because he knows as soon as he resigns, and here he is. That that's that, and there it is. He laughed a little bit, but he's not actually laughing at all.
Yeah, no, this is
You
highly
laugh because
unfortunate.
otherwise you cry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about the critical moments of this match, and a few came to mind before this collapse, of course. And the first one was c3 in the second game. I know Jan he didn't seem disappointed after that game, but that was a chance. Like
in hindsight, and we were talking about it then. We were like, you're not looking too disappointed, but this could prove.
In hindsight, having checked the game and analyzed the game, and knowing what the objective evaluation was, that was a huge chance. That was his biggest chance in the match by far.
Yep.
His only really winning position that he had. And then the second one is queen to e4. Even though it's not a move that maybe changed the valuation even, it turned what seems to be a game that was just a draw, like heading to a draw. Moments away from a draw, just repeating moves pretty much, to now we're playing for the next 3 hours.
Yep.
And it's unclear if he's going to draw or not. We were unsure. We thought, at moments we thought he's going to draw, at moments we thought Magnus is winning. But in any case, he shouldn't have gotten into that situation. Yeah. His last chance is to play rook e4 here, but then rook to a7. I guess we could put it on the board because White has very few ways to try to extricate that bishop. Rook to a7, rook to b4 protects the bishop momentarily. Rook to b8 attacks it. Bishop takes c6. It looks like rook b4, bishop e8. You got an exchange, and you even have 2 pawns. But then final blow is rook takes b3. With a pin, a takes b3, rook a1. Black is up a rook.
That concrete line is enough to spell disaster. Obviously, we see some interesting comments about it, although I think it's being said slightly in jest that Bobby Fischer trapped his own bishop against Boris Spassky in the 1972 legendary match. Was down by 2 at some point, came back to win it. I'm just going to answer that with saying this is different. Right? This is different. And 3 games is bigger than 2. Well,
that was only after 2 rounds. Fischer was down 2 points, but it was after 2 rounds.
Yeah.
They still had a long way to go. This is 3 points with not very many to go. Yeah. There's 5 more games. Going plus 3 and 5 games is, borderline. I wouldn't say impossible. Nothing's impossible. Borderline impossible.
It's impossible.
Yeah. When you say impossible, all I hear is I'm possible. Positive thinking.
Wow, the therapy session that we showed everybody yesterday, it's helping you as well, not just the top chess players, right?
Oh man, yeah. Like I told Georg, we come to these shows with empty hands and open hearts to learn, and that's what we're here to do.
Agreed. Well, I don't know what more Jan can learn from this game. He looks dejected. I feel for him.
Yeah, this is hard.
As sharp as our criticism has been, it's no fun to see somebody in such a painful moment. So, yeah, I think he's a move or 2 away from resigning this game, and you can't lose with the white pieces. You can't do that in a World Championship match. Magnus did it against Karyakin and then bounced back, but you're already down 2 points, going down 3, and we did like the way he started this game too.
Yeah.
Takes a3, another rushed move.
Yeah, that was it was the rush move. So, again, it's obviously Jan, the respect he deserves as a player and a challenger goes without saying. And we have been saying it a lot. And I personally thought that this match coming in was going to be a very close one. And I looked at Jan at his best and what he was capable of, and thought that this might be a uniquely different challenge for Carlsen. Unfortunately, the storyline became that not Jan at his best, but some of the things Jan has done throughout his career at his worst, particularly rushing critical moves, was what happened. And there's unfortunately, no argument against that at this point. And that's hard, especially because of how much respect you have for a player like Ian Nepomniachtchi, and how hard it is to see a player at the highest level struggle when you know how much this meant to them.
There's like a moment of silence for Jan's World Championship chances.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really hard to take this in because he's sitting here. He wants to resign, but he also doesn't want to resign.
Yep.
And he just, he looks beyond upset.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Truly is heartbreaking. Obviously, we've had a lot of fun, a lot of great moments, a lot of exciting content. There's more coming today, by the way. You're not going to want to miss. People wonder. Well, I won't say the particular video. There's so many coming up, but we're still having a great time. And of course, we appreciate everyone who's tuning in and interested in all different levels of chess. If you happen to be watching for the first time, hit follow or subscribe. Our next huge event in regards to where a World Championship title is at stake will be the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, which is coming up between the Christmas and New Year holiday. So early shout out to that. We will have what you see before you, live cameras. Personally, one of my favorite events because of Blitz and Rapid Chess. And there's plenty more ahead, of course, on our coverage for the World Championship. But again, don't quite know what else to say because I feel devastated for Jan right now.
Yeah, this is not something anyone wanted to see. And yeah, it's we've all been in that position when we're staring at a lost position and we don't want to be there. But we're forced to fight on because it's chess and you have to fight on to the very end. But unfortunately, this game is very close to the end.
Yep. Oh, man.
And the worst part is you have to somehow try to brush it off, come back to the board tomorrow with the black pieces, and play for a win. From move one. You're running out of time. You need to at least strike as best you can. And I don't even know how you get into that mindset to come back to the board tomorrow. He has to, and he will. He's a professional. But it's going to be
not going to be easy.
Probably the most difficult thing he's ever had to do.
Shakes his head, doing everything he can right now to do what we've all done at the board, which is when you know you're lost, but you're not going to give it up at this point. So what controversy can you create? What mess can you possibly stir up that at least leaves some opportunities for your opponent to go wrong? Set some traps, if you will. Unfortunately, in a situation like this, it's unraveling quickly because by picking up that bishop, Black's pieces only get better. They pick up the bishop sort of on their way to victory, right? Like that really great feeling you have when you realize, oh, I can stop by and pick up this on my way to the post office. Nothing feels better than combining two errands into one trip, right? You save gas, right? You lower your carbon footprint, convenience. My brain
is a dad brain.
I don't want to say how excited I get because there's only a couple other things that get me more excited. But I get real excited combining errands into one trip.
That's probably the most dad thing you've ever said.
It feels good. And unfortunately, that's how Magnus feels right now if you're young. Magnus is combining errands in one trip. He's picking up the groceries, grabbing the thing that he didn't want to grab for his kid, and going to the post office, and they happen to be all on the way. Let's bring up the analysis board so my analogy makes any sense here, okay? It's not even that it's easy. It's that when you go pick up this bishop, it's on the way to the grocery store. The rook is better on the b file.
Well, for example, if white plays a4 here, thinking, well, my last chance is to push that a pawn up, take on b7, take on b7, take on b7. White plays a5,
right?
Trying to keep on pushing. Black picks up more groceries. After a6 goes back home.
It's all on the way. You're getting it, Fabi. You're getting it, and you're back. You thought when these errands were stacking up on your Sunday, you wouldn't be back in time for the game. You get back in time to check your Yahoo Fantasy Football League, make a change, and watch kickoff.
There are changes you need to make, and they're not just about your fantasy football.
Okay. Anyway, the point is, okay, rook e4 is played. The point is, Magnus isn't even now. Magnus's turn to blitz. He's not even thinking. These moves play themselves.
What Fabi said.
These are automatic moves.
Yep.
I mean, Black could maybe take more time after rook e4, waste a move, and still be winning after rook a3. But no, there's knight d4. So yeah, you're not only do you want to pick up the bishop immediately, you also are kind of obligated to. Yeah, rook b4 is the only move to keep the game going. One more move. Rook to b8.
Let's just, so just what I want to show lines for the viewers to say here's why it's obvious, but it's obvious. The bishop is trapped.
Yeah, well, we should explain why.
Okay,
let's say
rook b4 has been played.
A piece. Let's look at bishop takes e6 for a moment, because this is possibly interesting in terms of material values. A piece is worth, let's say, 3 points. That's the common wisdom.
Right.
A bishop or a knight, and a pawn is worth 1. So here, white has 2 and black has 3, and you would think, well, that's not so bad for white, right? It's only down 1 point. But it's not just about the quantity, it's also about the quality. Here, all of white's pawns are weak.
Yep.
And black's pieces are streaming in. For example, rook to e3 to protect that rook. There comes knight to f5, and more of black's pieces come in with effect.
I don't want to miss the final moment, so we're going to catch up. a4 has been played. Magnus will capture the bishop. This is the exact line you just showed, Fabi.
I don't think he's going to play a5. He's probably going to preserve his knight in some way. Let's say take, knight to...
Maybe try to go to b6. Like,
D2.
That's one idea. You can go to a5 with tempo.
Yeah, but then rook to b4 traps that...
It just gets worse.
It does get worse, yeah.
So
knight to d2, but I mean, black can try to activate knight to f5.
Probably should. Here we go. We're all in.
Yeah, you're all in, but like the pawn is comfortably covered. So maybe you can play knight to d4 here to give it extra cover with knight to b5 at some point. And then, yeah, rook to a7. And bishop d7, c8 will round up that pawn eventually.
For a very sad bishop, it gets happy quickly. Just
Yeah.
going over to c8 and winning the pawn. But it's behind its own pawns to trap the white bishop there. And yeah, this is just forcing pieces off the board at this point.
I wonder if he wants to try rook to b6, so after taking everything, he can put the knight on c5, where it's pretty good. It's a pretty good knight. It controls black's bishop very well.
He does go for that.
He does go for
it's a cute little idea. I mean, at least it keeps it controversial in that the bishop is trapped for now. The a pawn is threatening to run.
Yeah, the problem is that black's knight will get into the game, and the a pawn is still pretty slow, because let's say rook to b8 here, a5, knight to f5, a6, knight to d4, a7, rook to a8.
And I wish I could use that d7 square, and even if I could, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, the knight just has no way in, and also black isn't time to play knight to b5 and to round up that pawn. So it looks momentarily like white is rushing forward, but it's not fast enough. Maybe if with one more tempo, white would have enough time to create counterplay.
Yeah, and as you've been saying, Magnus's move is just too obvious, right? You want to bring your knight from the rim back towards the center and attack a pawn in the process. So knight f5 is extremely logical, and white's only idea is to push the a pawn. So if you could somehow combine pushing the a pawn and keeping the black rook off the back rank, say knight f5, and white plays rook d1. So like, okay, I want to play rook d8 and a5 and rush my pawn up the board. First of all, black can just play rook back to b8. You don't have to take on g3 or anything.
Yeah.
And that way your rook just slides to a8, stays in front of the pawn. It's not going anywhere.
We see Magnus pondering his approach here before leaning in and playing knight to f5, activating his worst piece. That's how you win chess games, boys and girls. He will play the rook back to b8, I'm sure, in just seconds. Looks like he actually already has.
Yeah, that's why black's decisions are so easy, because you have to go back to b8. If you go forward, then the pawn rushes forward, and there's only one piece which can cover that pawn for the moment. But it's a fully sufficient piece to cover the pawn.
Remind everybody that when the game ends, our show begins. We have the post-game press conferences brought to you live. I don't think you're going to want to miss what Magnus Carlsen and Ian Nepomniachtchi have to say. We are also then joined by many special guests every day. To start things off, once again, we will have Levon Aronian, the Super Grandmaster from Armenia, now playing for the American team. Jan Ludvig Hammer, the man from Norway. I'm sure that Norway will be dancing in the streets, so to speak, after this particular game. And then actor Rainn Wilson, best known for his depiction as Dwight from the hit TV series The Office. Rainn will be joining us to talk about chess, his love for the game, and Rainn, a big chess guy, also someone who knows Magnus personally, so we can't wait to hear Rainn's thoughts. If you're just tuning in and wondering why you're going to stick around and stick right here, those are 3 very big reasons with those special guests. We also have premieres of all kinds of fun stuff. Our next episode of Chess, A Reflection of Us, the documentary that is narrated by Jonathan Korbla. We have answers to our trivia questions. We have all kinds of stuff up ahead on our post-game show. So we're going to keep it right here. We're not taking a break because we expect this game to end in moments, but just want to make sure that you know all the reasons to stick around and be with us for the remainder of the day.
I'm not sure the game will end so quickly, because although Black is completely winning and rather technically winning, Black doesn't have a quick way to do it. So let's say White plays king to f2 here. Black will put
it's Black to move first.
Oh, sorry. Oh, he played a6. I thought he would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's say he plays knight to d4. We already mentioned that the knight comes to b5. Let's say White plays king to f2. Black will play knight to b5. And it's not like the a6 pawn is gain lost immediately. So it will take time for Black to play king f8, e7, bishop d7, bishop c8. Although it is a foregone conclusion that Black will at some point collect this a pawn and be up a piece and a pawn, it still takes a bunch of moves. So we might see this drag on for a little while.
Let me throw out an idea, though, and perhaps the reason why Magnus is thinking here, because he's so damn good at chess, he's probably accurately calculating how difficult that might be. Is he considering whether he can get away with taking this pawn?
Well, there's one thing which worries me there. So let's say knight takes g3, a7, rook to a8, and there is this move, rook to either a5 or a6.
Yeah.
I think Black is still in time to get knight e2, d4, b5, because it comes with check. King f2, knight d4, knight a4. If White were given one more move, it could actually win.
Well, that was my point, is we're being scared because it's our job, it's not our game, we're putting it cautious. But I think Magnus is going to be accurate. Magnus isn't going to be scared. And I think if he sees that he can grab that pawn on g3 and get away with it.
Yeah, I think they're kind of equally accurate. Although knight g3 might be even more, like, you are taking more material, you might get there, you seem to be getting back to b5 in time and winning the position, but you don't actually need that g-pawn. You are up a piece, and once you corral that a6 pawn, or if it goes to a7, the a7 pawn, it doesn't matter how many pawns you have up on the king side.
But it is interesting to point out that if this happened, the reason why Fabi needed to play rook a5 or rook a6, everyone, is because you'd love to play knight a4. And then White would be winning if anything else happened, because you get your knight to b6, and the a-pawn ultimately proves enough to win you the game. The rook has to sacrifice itself for it. But you can't ever move the knight to a4 because the pawn's lost. So those extra tempi that White has to waste to put the rook in front of the file and then bring the knight around is exactly what would allow Magnus, should he choose, to be as accurate and as greedy as he could be as a chess player. And it does speed up the game, because now you can just play for f6 and you can open up the side of the board because that g-pawn is gone.
Yeah, this would be resignation.
Yeah.
So yeah, he might be considering to capture that pawn immediately, because White sort of has control for the moment, as in Black can't really move a bunch of pieces. But White also has no freedom, because he's lacking pieces to give him the freedom to do anything besides the very blunt plan of a7, rook to a5 or a6, and knight a4. That's White's only active idea here.
Well, maybe he's concerned about White starting with knight a4, because that could be a tricky move order. So, like, let's say knight g3, knight a4. Now my threat is a7 followed by knight to b6, and you have to be very careful about this. Of course, amongst other options, Black can play the move c5, because after a7 you move rook to d8, because you don't want to go rook a8 and allow knight b6 with tempo. And after knight b6 now, you play bishop c6. You'll give up your bishop for the promoting pawn, and then you're still up that's be 3 pawns. So that's also winning. But I'm guessing that's one of the things he's looking at, is if White starts with knight a4, because as we've acknowledged, you can't play a7 and then knight a4 without moving your rook first.
That's actually enough of a tricky line. Very nice find, Robert, that probably makes me suspect that he might just not go for this knight takes g3 because of that. Because does he really want to go for... Okay, it's totally winning, obviously, but do you want to even give back your piece? Maybe he does. You know,
Yeah,
but...
black wins here, but knight d4 just seems easier.
Yeah, knight d4 just seems like... Bring the knight over, and like Fabi said, yes, it takes some time. Optically isn't as sexy as knight takes g3, but does the job. Eventually, you wiggle everything over. We'll just show that.
Yeah, white can't
We'll
really...
do this anyway just to show it. And the point
Or,
is...
but here the pawn is even more quickly...
Yeah, so we won't play a6.
Yeah.
We'll say king f2, king e7. Don't play king e3 because of a fork. so I don't even know what to do.
Okay,
I'll play here or something.
Yeah, king to e7, knight to b5.
And eventually the bishop, the reason the king gets here is to guard that square so that the bishop can activate itself, so that you can use your extra piece, so that you can win the game with rook a8 and knight c7. Sorry. So, by the way, I wasn't breathing that entire time. So that makes what I just did much more impressive. I love when you give me that look, Robert. I live for that look. Only you and my wife can make me feel that way with one look.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna go.
And it's good you use that line in chess commentary rather than something else.
I'm gone.
Bye, Robert. Love you.
No.
By the way, it was the look you gave me that is like, oh my gosh, is Danny doing this again? Not anything else. Not anything else.
Oh gosh. Why do I put up with this? You don't even pay me.
All right. A6 is on the board, and we are waiting. What?
You know what you did.
You know what you did.
Last summer?
You know, last summer, that's right. I feel like I'm talking to my 5-year-old. Like, you know what you did.
Well...
Yeah, this is a stylistic choice. Knight takes g3 is a more just straightforward calculation way of cleaning up the game. Knight d4 is the... Magnus goes for the straightforward approach.
Here we go. So you had the sense, right? Because you're like, Magnus is Magnus. And this is an example. To me, even if you could argue knight d4 was safer, like, I just love how ruthless he is. I love it. It's one of the things that since Magnus Carlsen burst onto the scene, all of us fans raising our hands, watching. I mean, you and I have talked about this so many times. It's the way he beat Levon Aronian when he'd already clinched the Sinquefield Cup, right? All the way back in the first ever Sinquefield Cup, 2006, right?
No, the club wasn't even open in 2006.
2000, what was it? Oh, 2013.
2013 is when he beat...
Sorry, because, yeah, okay, Bobby's epic Sinquefield Cup was the next year.
The first edition of that tournament was in 2013, and Magnus was in a position before the last round where he would clinch the tournament victory with a draw.
Right.
He was under very serious pressure
against Levon.
But then something turned around at some point.
Yep.
It turned from Levon having serious pressure to suddenly it's kind of unclear, and then Magnus had a chance to play for a win. And rather than just secure the draw, he went for the win fully.
So my mistaken year aside, what I'm saying again about it's just those moments, and there are others that have defined Magnus Carlsen's career. And when I think about that, I think in how quickly he plays c5. He's already calculated the line Robert said. It's the thing that you just want to, you applaud, you admire. And the thing that he has done to me as much as anything he's done as he's dominated the chess world for the better part of the last 2 decades, that sets an example. He's ruthless, and he doesn't care about the match situation or the safe approach. He will take the most accurate approach, and it's always impressive to watch.
Yeah, he did the last game too.
There is one last move here. Rook to b1 is a move. Maybe White's best shot at confusing things a little bit.
Rook to b1, but then the rook goes back to a8.
No, but then
then rook
to
b8.
a8, rook to b8 is maybe a better version of, because he picks up c5 in the end.
Yeah.
It's probably still really bad because he's losing a bunch of his remaining pawns. But I think rook to b1, he just wants to play bishop to c6, rook to b8, and rook to f8.
Mm-hmm. And then if knight to b6, you can even pick up f3 for good measure. Well, maybe not right away, because...
Yeah. But you can move your knight back because the promotion...
Should we show it?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. We're calculating in our head, and Robert's pointing to me. Hey, you might want to use your mouse, buddy. Okay. Rook b1.
Or you know what?
Bishop c6.
Yeah.
Let's show that. I apologize, everyone.
Wait.
It was a blunder. What's the idea?
Because after rook f8, knight c5, there's knight to b7.
Oh, you cut
Or
off the bishop.
Yeah, knight.
And knight d7.
That's ugly. All right, so rook to b1. It makes some sense.
Has he played rook b1? No, not yet. So back to what we were saying, rook b1 initially, you can play rook a8. That was my idea, and you
rook
give
b8,
up. You give up the bishop here.
Yeah, king h7, knight c5. It looked like a better version, but maybe after knight to f5, it's just all the pawns are falling.
Clean.
So I just had to calculate that to make sure that this would work out, and it does. And we were talking this last game when Magnus won with the white pieces. He was still thinking, make sure the queen endgame, he had everything under control. He does a great job of that. And one other person who has won a tournament and could have just had a draw in their final round, but won their last round game, Fabiano
Caruana.
In the candidates, he beat Alexander Grishuk in the last game. Only needed a draw, but kept on going.
I remember how excited we were covering that, and we were referring to your victory over Grishuk as Magnus Carlsen-esque, Fabi, at the time you were playing, we were commenting.
I thought you were your own man, so I just said it was Fabiano Carlsen.
Well, and we were saying that this is like what a big win, what a statement win. Magnus Carlsen is known for these types of victories when he only needed a draw, and it had us as excited as we ever were for the 2018 World Championship match, and you gave us a thriller in that match. You know, you didn't lose a classical World Chess Championship match. You know that? You know that?
I'm aware.
Okay. Just checking on you. Big fan over here. Big fan.
Big fan Dan?
Big fan Dan. Okay, well, Jan is not a big fan of his position, but is going to do what he can to keep it messy. The evaluation now, more than 7 points in Black's favor. It does that. Not super relevant, but just a reminder of how difficult the task ahead is for Ian Nepomniachtchi.
And I'm wondering if he's going to keep this going, or by the time move 40 comes around, and then Magnus gets another hour on his clock, that will be the moment that Jan throws in the towel. But right now, he's actually seeming to be calculating, hoping for any last chance. But the line we're looking at with rook to b1, trying to go to the final rank, rook to b8, just like we're looking at rook a8 takes a7, and Black's going to be up 2 pawns at a minimum. Yeah, this is all...
Actually, this points out what we said earlier, that the structure, black structure on the king side versus white structure, it's relevant. If white had, let's say, pawn on e4, pawn on g2, or some sort of configuration.
Or even this pawn on g2.
Yeah, something like that. Some configuration where he's not just losing his pawns. Then, you know, I mean, 4 against 3 is not easy, but it's not necessarily winning. But here, his h pawn is falling. His e pawn is also a weakness.
You could probably even play rook a2 if you're black here. And
I was thinking about that g5 and just trying to checkmate with your h pawn.
Well, I was going to say if rook a2, rook e7, you can even defend with the king, and you're. But maybe your idea is even. I mean, okay, that would be. Let's just. Hey, we got time, right? Look how fun this would be. Oh, okay, Dan, you blew it.
You're also allowing a lot of counterplay. So. Rook takes f7.
He blew another winning position, Dan. My nickname in high school.
You know, the structure on the king side, although it's not relevant in this position, Magnus once won an endgame, which was 4 against 4, rook endgame, against Ponomaryov. And the reason he won it, you remember that game, was because white had the far advanced e-pawn, which was difficult to defend. So rather than 4 against 4, it became white trying to defend his e-pawn. And although, of course, it was a draw, there were some practical problems, and very, very slowly, black won the game. Magnus won the game. So this e-pawn is both an advantage in middle games, and also in endgames becomes a weakness, as we see in this game.
And Jan takes on c5, which means bishop c6.
Bishop c6 will be next.
Yeah, he wants to play bishop c6, rook to b1, I guess.
And hope for rook b8 trick again?
Yeah, but black can...
Yeah, there's a funny knight... Let's show the line again, because if bishop to c6...
Rook b1.
Rook to b1, and if you play like knight f5 or something to go for the pawn. Here it comes rook b8, and you thought rook f8 was the saving move, but as Fabiano and Hess pointed out, right?
Or knight to
knight
b7.
b7 was my original idea too, but knight d7 also wins the exchange. But
yeah,
the point is, this is really highlights what a donkey the knight can be, right? If it's needed on the other side of the board, it's like, hey, could you move a little faster, buddy? If I was a bishop, I could get there in one move. You big donkey.
Well, maybe not here.
Yeah, actually, here it's hard to imagine a square that helps.
You know
Bishop sometimes get dominated.
So sad, right?
You know why you are so sad now?
Because of you.
Yep. Thanks for noticing me. Anyway, the threat here, everyone, is rook to b8 next for white, and white is actually winning, as the eval bar shows. So.
And how dangerous passed a pawns can be, or passed flank pawns.
So knight takes c5, a little bit of a trick here. Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Let's see, bishop. He can play rook to a8 also.
I think rook a8 first is actually
looks a lot easier than bishop c6.
Yeah, it's the cleanest.
Right, because the knight's coming right back around.
Yeah.
The rook has no way of getting.
You just can't play rook b1 anymore.
Yeah.
And there's no knight a4.
Yeah.
Even if your rook were on a5, you don't have knight a4 because the bishop just.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So rook a8, as long as Magnus finds rook a8.
I think bishop c6 also covers it, but rook to a8 might be instant resignation.
Yeah.
Because white just has no moves.
Rook a8, we could be watching the final moments of Game 9 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. We shall see. You see the clock right there, by the way. Only a minute and 56 seconds for Magnus to make two moves. So,
Danny, I want to suggest a funny line.
Oh,
not relevant
I
for this
love it
game.
when you want to do
Bishop c6.
Okay.
Before he makes a move and we see the end of the game. Bishop c6.
Yeah.
Rook to b1.
Okay.
Rook to d2.
Okay.
Knight to b7, or rook to b7 also works. Knight to b7.
Okay, we'll do it.
Bishop takes f3.
Mate.
a8 queen.
I love it.
King h7.
Love it. Keep going.
There's nothing to keep going.
I know.
That's it.
It's mate. Oh, Jan just looked over like, okay, calm down, Dan. Okay, I hear you, buddy. I get you. Don't worry about my bad commentary. Focus on the game. Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Too bad. It would have been fun to see that.
It would have been fun.
It's the type of checkmate I was looking for before.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's going to call it a day here. What else can he do? There's no way to get to that rook on a8. There's no path to it.
Yep.
There's actually no square on the board that's not attacked besides a6, but that would hang a7 because b5 is covered. So even if you had like 5 moves to try to maneuver that knight around, you just can't get it.
You can go to
C4.
d3 and c4, but yeah. Okay, it's an irrelevant question. Yes. I was going to say, even if you could put the rook on b8, you're still losing because of rook takes a7.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, this is firmly in territory of white can't even hope for tricks.
Yeah. I'm expecting the hand to extend in resignation momentarily, and of course we could be wrong. But we know we have a world chess champion, but we also have a world Hess champion.
Oh, no. What? It's on screen? What is that?
No, you didn't notice it's always been there. This is the World Chess Championship. You didn't notice that? That's what it said the whole time.
No, you just put it there.
Did you? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's Robert. It's always been there.
Bobby, right? Is he not
from game one?
Yeah. Why would you even? Have you been paying attention on this show?
To the chess, not to the Hess.
Well, I've been paying attention to both the chess and the Hess because I've been trying to separate them from years. And no matter how I rearrange the letters, they're all the same. Anyway, go to go.chess.com/merch to pick up your World Hess Championship merch today. Jokes aside, the merch is actually pretty awesome, and you might want to go pick some up before it all runs out. We've got about 80,000 of you with us on Twitch, more than 20,000 of you on YouTube. We've got a few thousand of you scattered across the other platforms. Shout out to TikTok, by the way. If you're watching on TikTok, I see you, baby. I see you, baby. TikTok audience has been growing daily. It has. We're also streaming to LinkedIn. So if you're that guy who sent me a business request 3 years ago that I've been ignoring, now's my chance to apologize. Because Dan doesn't use LinkedIn. But shout out to wherever you are watching. Thanks for making the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship a part of your life. There's There's plenty more coming up. The post-game show is just around the corner. Lots of guests, lots of fun, and lots to talk about here.
Can I just say another? We have to go back a move because here
Okay.
I can't make fun lines anymore.
Let's analyze it. Okay, let's do it.
Like, we have to go back one move.
Okay.
Bishop c6.
Okay. Oh, so you just want to make fun lines?
Yeah. Well, there's nothing to analyze like from the game point of view because Black's winning. But rook to b1, rook to d2, knight to b7, bishop f3, a8 queen.
You talking about stalemate?
I'm trying, but it's.
Oh, this is so funny.
There's no way to do it.
Okay, wait. What if it was rook b7? Hold on. We're gonna try to create a stalemate here.
Ah, there we go.
Bishop takes, check queen here, check queen.
Your knight still
takes.
Yeah, there's still a knight.
Hold on, I'm gonna pretend I don't have it in the end. Knight takes e6, check.
And
Black's king moves.
And it's stalemate.
That is stalemate. I was going another way, which was, let's say, rook takes knight takes b7. Sorry.
Knight to b7.
Yeah, knight to b7, bishop f3, a8 queen, king h7. Let's say white.
We have a resignation on the board. Bobby, you're gonna have to hold that thought for a future video. Check it out on YouTube later.
Yeah, but I thought maybe I could go knight d7. I'm not sure if knight
d7. Knight f7.
Yeah, I'm
Queen
not
e6,
sure.
d5.
Yeah, bishop f4.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it looks a little bit ugly, like 94 or something.
Yeah, knight e4, queen e6. I thought.
Yeah. No, I mean, okay, for a moment I just thought this is like some huge advantage, but actually I think should be fine, yeah, but I mean, okay, any move that's fine.
Yeah,
I mean, I've got knight h6, bishop e4, and so on, yeah, like.
Yeah, knight f5.
Oh, that's a little bit, even king get 2 at some point. So if you take on c4, then maybe okay.
Yeah, I thought
c1.
king f2, knight e7,
Yeah.
and bishop c6. I mean, I blundered.
Queen e1.
Yeah.
Okay, queen e1, but maybe it's how I thought it's like slightly better. I mean, even not slightly, but yeah, somehow.
Yeah,
But
no, I mean,
after c6, okay, there is just no way. Yeah, I mean,
no, it's just
big nonsense. Because if pawn on c4, c6 is never an idea because of hand c5.
Yeah.
It's fun.
The dialogue that goes down between the players right after the game ends has been an interesting thing to listen to, although unfortunately now becoming less interesting by the game.
Yeah, they were discussing at some point. I heard knight takes f7. Not exactly sure which moment, but your idea was relevant in some positions to sacrifice the knight. And then they were discussing the endgame instead of c5. I think Jan mentioned f3 on move 27.
Okay, well,
f3, knight h6, bishop to e4. I heard something along these lines.
Well, let's dive into it when we get back to the position in full, because obviously with the game behind us and so much coming up here with the post-game press conference, all the players' thoughts, all of our special guests, we need to do what we always do when the game ends, because we have often peak viewership at the time. So many of you just got here. Let's remind you of everything you missed. It's time to review the entire game here in round 9 with our Coinbase rapid recap. All right. In English, this was the first thing that turned all of our heads. Jan plays a different move than we all predicted on move 1.
Yeah, I think it was a good choice. He looked like he was ready in these c4 lines. It looked like he knew pretty much what to do. And it also threw Magnus off a bit, because I think everyone around the world was predicting e4.
Yep.
Jan hadn't showed much flexibility both with his white repertoire and with his black repertoire in previous games. So we thought he was just sticking to his guns. But instead he went for an entirely different approach, one that I think worked pretty well.
Yep.
And yeah, Magnus, the other surprise was that Magnus played a very sharp and unusual line rather than taking on c4 at some moment, leading to somewhat more simplified and balanced positions. He chose the most aggressive, ambitious approach, but one which also gives white a great amount of possibility to play for an advantage.
Yep. Well, in the game, we got that double-edged type of position you're talking about with a Benoni structure, if you will. For those who want to look up the Benoni chess opening, you can just Google or do so at chess.com/openings. But it's important because this position on the board after d3, knight f6, knight bd2, a5, Robert, is one that you can see with colors reversed, a la the Benoni, but also was already very critical and had a lot of forcing lines ahead.
Yeah, the colors reversed is key here because white gets an extra tempo. So when white goes knight at b3, you're attacking the bishop on c5, kicking it back to the e7 square, and then we saw white strike with e3. So suddenly the position is opening up. White has this light square bishop, has already castled. So for the time being, it should be at least a slight edge for the white pieces.
And arguably, it was a slight edge for the white pieces after d takes e3. Again, in real time, we spent some time highlighting why the moves e5, traditional Benoni type of moves don't work. I'll summarize Fabi's points very quickly with saying that, among other things, ideas where the rook comes to e1 and the bishop comes to f4 with knight e5 ultimately leave this d-pawn a little tender here, and black has to be very careful before opening and extending the center. Because of that, the trade occurred, and already after bishop e3, we're looking at a position where we started to like white. Then Magnus uncorks the surprising and very, very direct knight g4.
Yeah, I think we were expecting Magnus to castle. I'd go for a slightly slower type of position. Knight to g4 suggested to me that he was sort of ready for this position, but it's unclear even now to me how ready he was, because although he was playing a very unusual line, one where you would expect him to be prepared for, a very risky line as well, he still got into some danger, and he was burning time on the clock. So Jan, I think, responded very accurately and naturally. And bishop to c5, we were expecting these moves to come. All the moves that were played in the game, pretty much up to knight to c5, we were sort of expecting it, and then we weren't sure what would Magnus do, because he had a lot of interesting options. e5 was one of them, and white plays rook to e1, black plays rook to d8. We weren't sure what was going on here. We suspected that it was dangerous for black because of this fascinating b4 move. But it's hard to say, of course, because everything's hanging in the center. There's three pawns that are, the b pawn, the d pawn, the e pawn, the a pawn, 4 pawns which are kind of hanging, and many ways to capture them. Black can capture b4 in 2 different ways, which is unusual. So we weren't sure about this, but Magnus went for a different approach.
Well, ultimately, maybe he also agreed with the fact that this was risky because of the looseness of the a4 pawn, is perhaps why he played the forcing variation a3. But this moment here, again, leads us to the first critical moment that is very relevant in terms of what is proving to be the critical storyline of this match. It wasn't that Jan played b takes a3, Robert, but also that he played it so quickly, and in hindsight, it gave away all of white's advantage.
It really did, because the move b4, pushing through and away from that pawn, it defends the knight on c5, which is critical in many of these tactical positions where white was going to have that pawn captured, a sacrifice from black side, to get the knight on c5. So b4 would defend it. If knight takes b4, which looks like a free pawn, all sorts of rook b1 ideas getting the b7 pawn, and now you split black's queenside pawns at the end of this. Taking on a2 loses the knight, of course, and if the knight had retreated, down goes b7, and there were tactics after rook b8, knight a5, which looked very interesting. And actually, if we go through that real quick, knight b7, rook b8, knight a5, you can't take on b1 because of knight takes c6. That's a really nice tactic. You can't take on a5 because you lose your rook on b8. And if you play bishop d7, something Fabi and I talked about during one of the breaks, maybe white just plays knight to b3. And you look at the pawn structure. Black has c7 and a3. White has pawns that are coordinated, connect in the center, and white has much more space to work with.
And these were the type of lines we were not only maybe expecting, but kind of hoping we would get, right? Because obviously, everyone at that point, I think, was looking forward to maybe a victory today by the challenger, something to keep this match close. Ifan also suggested, while she was with us, just shout out to Ho Ifan, suggested nice ideas where you actually kick the knight and bring the knight to e5, which is also tricky for black to deal with long term. Specifically, actually, if knight h6, sorry, rook to b1, our move again, but if the knight went to f6, Ifan's idea, knight e5, is actually very strong. And you see how hard it is to deal with this b pawn under fire and the fact that things like rook b1 are still coming. So those are the types of things we thought we might see. We have been looking at these ideas a lot. Not to be. Jan played b takes a3, and immediately we saw that eval bar set itself at 50-50 and kind of not change really for the rest of the game. Black's moves were natural. It played rook to d8 to attack the d pawn. The knight retreated itself. Magnus brought his knight back to safety. And then once that a3 pawn was gobbled by the queen, I think we all knew that this was going to be very difficult for Jan to create any more chances.
I think that we can point to b4 as the first critical moment in the game.
Yeah.
B takes a3 rather than b4.
Yeah.
We were excited about Jan's chances to push for an initiative. It remains a very sharp position, but that would definitely put the pressure on Magnus. And we have to remember that Magnus was getting low on time. It didn't play a factor in the game because his decisions at some point became easy, but it could have played a very important factor if he had been given more difficult decisions, possibly at that moment. And I think that was a moment that Jan rushed a bit. B takes a3 was played in 5 minutes, probably not enough time to fully work out the complexities of the position.
The next few moves were natural. It's still balanced, right? You see it's roughly equal, but we highlighted the storyline of the game is White has some long-term pawn weaknesses, but needs to really make sure this bishop can eventually cash in. Maybe there would be long-term outside pass pawn chances. That sort of came to pass after queen e2, h6, h4. We saw bishop d7, knight e5. Again, another line suggested by e-fawn, a very strong maneuver by Magnus Carlsen to complete development. But after queen to e3, queen to b4, and the forcing lines that occurred with the b7 pawn falling.
Well, we should mention this one moment after d takes e5.
Yeah.
Magnus blundered queen e1. And he said that.
He didn't see it.
He said that after the game to Jan, that he blundered this move.
Yeah.
So he was lucky that the blunder didn't really change the valuation of the position so much, although it feels like knight to d7 was the right move here, the move we were mainly looking at.
Yep.
Knight to g4 is both an interesting move, but also a risky one, because the knight is better on g4, as in it's more aggressively placed. It's also potentially trapped. So this was an interesting moment. Magnus admitting the blunder was also interesting. But we kind of suspected that maybe queen e1 was missed because you said he looked surprised after queen d1.
Well, I think Robert said it, and also it was it's a retreating move, right? Robert talks about that a lot, even at the highest levels. It's a move you take for granted. And as the queens were traded and b7 fell, getting to that critical moment, Robert, take us through again the chances that White maybe could have had here if not for the final blunder heard around the world.
Yeah, because right now it's White that's up a pawn, but Black has the activity attacking a2, c4, and e5. So we're thinking if c5 is in the game, that's not a great decision. So maybe knight to c5 was a better choice. Giving up the c4 pawn, and after rook to c1, really either rook, it will likely transpose into the line. Black gets e5, White pushes the pawn to a4, and it's a position where the pawn quality is more important than the pawn quantity. And here it may be level, but that a4 pawn is super dangerous combined with the bishop on b7, and so Black is the one who has to fight for a draw despite being material ahead.
Note that ideas like c6 now are just ridiculous because trapping the bishop is actually right where that bishop wants to be, as the a pawn would rush up the board. So it was this position right here, it was this moment, and Jan played c5.
Yeah, c5 was terrible. If we back up one move to discuss whether or not Jan had chances here, I think the one thing that we overlooked was after knight c5, Black is not obligated to take that pawn. And in fact, rook to a5 feels like it probably keeps the balance completely. So that's why I think the players were discussing after the game the move f3 instead of knight to c5. Now e5 is no longer attacked, knight to h6 is forced, the knight has to drop back, and now the move bishop to e4 they mentioned. And that move actually contains the idea of knight to c5, because that knight can potentially jump into b7. Or it contains the slower idea of rook e to c1 followed by knight to c5. And maybe this was actually Jan's best chance. It's interesting that both of the players after the game were talking about this position, so they both kind of honed in on this idea of bishop dropping back to e4. It also has the huge advantage of, well, your bishop's never getting trapped again.
Yep.
On e4, it gets out of the danger zone.
Well, and it controls f5, and if we take this pawn, we start to have to calculate very forcing ideas where a4 wants to come. Not quite right away because the bishop, but
White may trade rooks first with rook e to c1, and then, or rook a to c1, and then slowly but surely try to push that a pawn down the board because now it's no longer covered by a rook. It's still covered by a bishop, but a bishop is not a very reliable defender.
Yep. Things like knight c5 to support a4. Note that there is no rook a8 here to go corral the a pawn, which is really huge. In fact, Black's inability to coordinate a proper defense could have spelled disaster for the world champion. But alas, it was not meant to be, because regardless of how he got there, we don't know why. We've said enough criticism in real time of whether it is playing too fast, trying to blitz Magnus, not being as focused as he should be. Jan played the move c5, and Magnus's facial expression instantly said it all, along with the eval bar. That was a blunder.
The game's over.
The game's
because
over.
as soon as Black played c6, which honestly is quite an easy move to miss, and Jan and Max were discussing this, without the pawn on c5 for White, White has the move knight to c5. So the pawn actually blocks the knight square, which means the bishop is entrapped, it's stuck, it's not getting out, and Magnus won that pawn, actually won the bishop, and then won the game in short order.
As we pointed out in real time with some fun comparisons to how it feels to combine all your errands into one. It's not even that Black picks up the bishop, it's that the pieces coordinate along the way. And rook to b6, to give credit, was a fun little finishing idea here. It forced Carlsen to be super accurate. Fun to point out that if you don't take the rook, White will play a5 and cement the rook, and then we could really be talking about some interesting dynamics. But Magnus was as accurate, as ruthless as ever in his pursuit of converting his extra piece here, especially in this position where instead of playing quickly, he paused and realized that, you know what, as odd as this looks, I can afford to grab a pawn even with a strong a pawn on this side of the board.
Yeah, he calculated knight takes g3 till the end. Knight d4 would have also won, but prolonged the game. And yeah, it's impressive that Magnus, rather than going for the safe option, went for the slightly riskier looking option, one where, you know, we even saw lines where Black could potentially lose if he miscalculates something.
Right.
But of course, he calculated everything till the very end, and there was never a chance for the challenger.
c5, a brilliant and important move. Speaking of an accurate move that must be found in order to justify knight takes g3. Giving up that pawn opens up the bishop for defense. We had a lot of fun looking for ways that White might win this game, but ultimately after rook to a8, the pawn is stopped. The bishop will come in to help defend. This knight will continue to gobble up pawns on this side of the board, and it was enough for Ian Nepomniachtchi to throw in the towel and arguably resign his chances to become the next world chess champion. Okay, it's not over yet. A 3-game deficit is not impossible in the next 5 games, but dare we say it, is quite improbable that we might be seeing a new world champion by the end of this year. Either way, that brings our Coinbase recap to a close. That was game 9, and this is officially now Chess.com's post-game coverage. Let's remind you that you can go to Coinbase.com, get your free Bitcoin. Thank you to our sponsor. Let's remind you also that all of our recaps are brought to you on our YouTube channels. The Coinbase recap is on our main YouTube channel, youtube.com/chess. We also have our Chess.com Live secondary channel where we are broadcasting to now, and we'll be doing so for many future events. And our best of channel, Chess.com's Clips channel, has a lot of fun. I'm sure we had a lot of fun moments today that made it there. Some great moments between me and Robert that he loves that we catch on camera and immortalize, because once it's on the internet, it stays there. That's right, Robert. Okay. Don't go anywhere. We're also going to be joined by special guests, starting with Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Then we are joined by Hammer. Then we're joined by Rainn Wilson, best known as Dwight from The Office. He's a big chess guy and should be a lot of fun to catch up with. So much coming up here. But first and foremost, we will tune into the live post-game press conference. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's post-game show for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship returns.
Always wear a mask when you ask questions. Thank the players for joining us. Jan, appreciate you being here. And may I ask, I think the question is, what happened with this mistake that you made?
No, well, actually, I couldn't imagine there is actually a way which exists to blunder in this position. Yeah, like it's the position was somewhat between like slightly better and much better. We were, I mean, during the most of the game, the biggest part. So perhaps I could play something like b4 after a3. Yeah, just more a direct approach, and I think it would be like. I wouldn't rule it like as crushing, but very promising. But I guess after ba3, I mean, okay, this provides some more chances for Black to hold, but still it's pretty one-sided. Yeah, but somehow, yeah, I think this bishop d7, bishop e8, Black is trying to stabilize, and actually I was quite happy to find this idea queen e1 and just get a pawn into the endgame. But yeah, I mean, of course, like c5 is, you know, is even funny that, okay, there is a way to blunder this position in one move, but yeah, who could know?
You spent, it seemed, about 18 minutes before you came back to the board after Magnus played the move c6. What was the time spent?
Well, I was trying to calculate if there were like any practical chances, and perhaps there is no big difference there to calculate sitting at the board, so in the room. But yeah, the best I could produce was, okay, this I don't know, rook b6 c5 idea, but it's far from anything realistic, of course.
After you played c5, how long did it take to occur to you that c6 was possible?
Until it was played, okay, I was quite happy, but I somehow thought that c5, bishop b5 is mandatory, but I mean, yeah, okay, so that's also the problem that c6 idea never works while my pawn is on c4. So yeah, just some insanely bad luck.
So just to clarify, so you didn't notice c6 until Magnus played it?
Indeed.
I see. Your feelings now about the match situation, given 5 games to go?
It's worse than I expected.
Magnus, question for you. I'm going to ask the FIDE question first, given that it's appropriate just at the very beginning. People can tweet in their questions to FIDE Chess. And the question is, when Pragnananda played c4 and Jan stayed with the move, you kept on smiling. The questioner asked, this is by Richard Feynman at Dicky Feynman 11. I would like to know Magnus's thoughts on this. Did he expect c4 or was it out of the blue?
No, I mean, you expect everything, but obviously it was a slight surprise. Yeah, I couldn't know if Prague had any, had a prior knowledge, or he was just making the move he would have made at the board. So yeah, that's why I smiled.
Now, some questions. You must have been genuinely shocked when you saw the move c5 appear, and you saw you could play c6.
Yeah, it was pretty absurd. So I thought I was doing fairly okay, and then knight e5 followed by knight g4 was actually a blunder, since I hadn't seen queen e1. I was considering all the other queen moves that don't trade queens. I thought I'd fortify my knight with h5, and I thought I'm better. And then queen e1 was a shock at first, because I realized I'm just losing a pawn. But I quickly stabilized and evaluated the position as just probably pretty clear draw at that point, and obviously it helped me to see that c5, which is the most obvious try, just loses to c6, and yeah, seeing it on the board was pretty absurd, but yeah, what can you do?
You call you're using the word absurd. Could you clarify why you use this word than any other?
No, it's just because you don't expect to basically win a piece for nothing at this level. So, and yeah, what can I say? As he said, it's also a bit of bad luck that he doesn't even have any try that gives him any chances, but. I think absurd actually covers it pretty nicely.
Your feelings on winning such a game, you're +3 in the match.
Yeah, as I said before, no style points awarded, so I'll take it. It was a tough game in which I was under pressure, both on the board and on the clock, and yeah, just to turn around like that, it's unexpected.
And there have been speculation that maybe the way you lost before yesterday, and maybe even previously the 7 hours and 45-minute game, that maybe this has affected your play. Is there any relevance to that assumption?
Well, as you stated, there is a few reasons to speculate, but in general, I think this basically 2 one-move blunders in a row is a little bit too much. So, I mean, sometimes perhaps, your opponent can blunder your way to victory there. So now that's actually happening. But I mean, in general, of course, there is a lot of work to do to understand why is it going on like this, and what's the reason. But I mean, lack of concentration, or maybe combined with some not the best luck.
I'll take questions from reporters now, please.
Nearly 8-hour game. You seem pretty excited, but the last 2 wins are largely based on blunders. So does the way in which you win chess games affect your mood somewhat?
Yeah, I think that goes without saying. But in the standings, they look the same. But I think that goes for everybody. That's like earning a victory through really hard work is more rewarding than getting one handed to you by your opponent. Actually, that's not the case for everybody. I remember Donner wrote in his book that he appreciated a game won by luck a lot more than game won by skill. But for me, I definitely definitely feel a lot more satisfied with when I actually win a good game. But I'll take it.
Hans Solbakken from NRK. Question to Jan. I asked you on Sunday, how do you rate your performance that day? Then you said, I'm sorry. What do you say today, Jan, about your performance?
Well, until move c5, I think it was overall good. So I could, I think I could play, more principle, like playing before. But I mean, it's hard to make any conclusions after you basically blunder an absolutely safe position in one move. So it's perhaps it was slightly closer to a draw than for some realistic chances for white. But I mean, in general, like a 3 bishop e4 and so on. So black should still be precise to hold this draw. So somehow it's quite interesting, that you can blunder such position in one move. So it's difficult to sum up things here.
How do you feel right now?
It's been better before.
Nicholas Berg from Aftenposten in Norway. A question from Magnus. You were kind of shaking your head after the blunder. Did you, in a way, have conflicting emotions after that?
No, not really. As I said, was just very unexpected.
Sean with chess.com. This is for Jan. It's been said of Samurai that they would cut off their top knot after loss or shame. Can I ask if your haircut yesterday was an homage to that?
No, I just wanted to do this already for quite some time, So just at some point, coincidence.
It looks good.
Thanks.
Rakesh with chess.com India. Question to Magnus. Firstly, congrats on the win. In 2004, you became a grandmaster in Dubai. 2014, you became the World Rapid and Blitz champion. And now you're on the brink of the World Chess Champion title in Dubai again. So would you say Dubai is a good hunting ground for you?
Saying anything else would be pretty absurd.
And was this the same thing, the same fact that Magnus Bastard was mentioning in the podcast yesterday?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what he was saying, but it sounds right.
Thank you.
Sagar Shah from ChessBase India. My question is for Magnus. When Jan played c4 and e6 and d5 you pushed your pawn to d4, which is kind of an ambitious attempt to play as black. What were your thoughts behind it? Because you could have also played solidly with knight f6 and so on.
Yeah, so as you said, I had some conflicting emotions. D4 was what I'd been preparing for the match, and so I wasn't sure whether I would go for that or anything more solid. But the main problem was that I couldn't remember what was going on later there. I remember that knight g4 was the key move, and then I guessed that bishop c5 was correct, and then I couldn't remember the lines. So that's what I was mostly considering already when I played d4, and then we reached a position anyway a lot later, and I still hadn't figured it completely out. So that was a bit dumb. But anyway, I have no major complaints about the position that I had. I think it's a bit worse, but to actually show anything serious for white there, I think requires very, very energetic and precise play, and the most likely outcome is always that black eventually equalizes, and I think that's kind of what happened in the game as well, that before he blundered, I think, position was just very, very drawish.
Can I ask one more? Were you happy with your move queen a3 to b4? Because that, I think, was a very key move, right? Preparing rook a3. And
I was very, very happy with that one, but it was partly based on an oversight, since my idea after rook b1 was to take in knight g4, and I didn't see queen e1. But it turned out, as frankly happens pretty often, that good positional moves tend to work out well, even if you've missed something. So even though it was technically a blunder, still the plan was sound in itself, and it turned out I had good compensation. But I thought in general queen b4 was nice.
Thank you.
Ole Kristian Strøm, VG Norway. Questions for Magnus. About move 19, it looked like you touched one piece and moved another. Could you just explain what happened?
Not this again. This happens in every single World Championship match. Clearly some pieces are adjusted and and it's with no intent to move, so do better.
Mike Klein again with chess.com. My question is once again for Magnus. When you got a one-game lead and you saw some position you didn't recognize after h5, you played queen e1. So now you've got a three-game lead. What can we expect from these next 5 games from the style of play?
We'll see. I'll probably just try and play, and it's more up to him than anything else to try and change the course.
Hans Solbakken, NRK, question for Magnus. Do you ever feel sorry for Ian Nepomniachtchi during the game today?
It's the World Championship. Basically, you prefer to beat an opponent who's playing at his very best, but if he's not, you take it any day of the week.
Thank you.
Saravanan from Chessbase. Magnus, in the previous game when Ian came up with the surprising h5, you preferred a solid approach by playing queen e1. But today in the opening, you willingly went for d4 with black pieces, probably leading to more dynamic positions. So why the difference in approach compared to yesterday from today?
No, it's just that I mean, d4 kind of leads to forcing play as well, so it's not like it's that aggressive. So I think a lot of time, just because a move looks like it's unbalancing the play, it could be that it just forces it, and that's not necessarily an indication of massive ambitions.
One more. On the 14th move, when you played a4 to a3, some engines were a little critical of it because of the move b4 for white instead of b cross a3 with Ian played. So what was your intended continuation for b4, and how would you assess the resulting position?
Yeah, I was considering it, but I thought I'll take it, and if he threatens my knight, I'll go b6, and frankly, I wasn't.
You mean to say for rook b1 you'll go b6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe there are some tactics that don't work for me, but to me it looked okay. But obviously it was a critical option, and if the engine says that it was good for white, who am I to disagree?
Question to Ian. Ian, there is a lot of praise for you in the social media, in YouTube. You have been really gracious in spite of some difficult moments to be present in the press conference, and a lot of people have expressed their respect for you. What would be your reaction to them?
Indeed, I'm very thankful, but I would prefer to have this respect for some good games over, for press conferences.
Thank you.
Question to Magnus. Before the match started, you had a minus score. Score was 4-1 in terms of classical mat games, and now you have equalized. Now none of the top players have a positive score against you. How happy are you about that?
Thank you. That's nice to hear. I think sort of the same happened in the match against Vichy that I kind of corrected my score against him as well.
Question to Jan. You had Sergey joining in yesterday from Moscow. How was it having him by your side in person for the match?
Well, it didn't work out too well, yeah. But no, somehow we played quite some training games before the match. So it I think he had some business in Moscow to do, and then he just came back here to our camp.
I believe that's the last question. Thank you very much. This closes the press conference. The next game will be tomorrow. That is game 10 at 16:30. Thank you all, and have a good night.
It's Expo 2020, and the whole world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
Chess.com is our Grandmaster Ian Nepomniachtchi. Can you tell us where were you when you saw c6? Were you in your break room, and what was your reaction?
Well, first of all, of course, my reaction was I was a little bit surprised, but then okay, it was like, oh, come on, not again. Yeah, but yeah, to say about the game, I think it was very, very comfy edge for the whole game duration, actually until the move c5, because yeah, somehow c6 is never an idea when the knight is on b3. So the knight is, I mean, knight goes to c5 with something, yeah, but okay, c5 was sort of a bad luck. Yep, but I guess maybe I let the major part of my age to slip away by that moment, yeah, because I felt like this queen e1 is very smart, so this endgame is much better, but maybe it's kind of playable for black already.
Going back early on, you walked in with your friend and second, Sergei Karyakin. Was that just because your friend wanted to join you, or was it meant to send a message to Magnus in some way?
I don't know, one transfer, just why not to join?
And finally, today you tried to change everything up. You played c4, as we already said. You brought in a new member of your entourage. You got a haircut. Are there any other changes you can make to get back in this match?
Well, no idea, but I think the only change I need is to stop blundering in one move. So I mean, it's hard. Like, it doesn't matter what position I get. I normally, I mean, within these games, I wasn't outplayed even for one single time. But I found, you know, I blundered my way to some decisive games.
This is no small consolation, but you are winning some fans and how you're comporting yourself off the board. So we thank you again for your time.
Thanks.
We are back here to start Chess.com's post-game show for round 9 of the FIDE World Chess Championship. Joining us right at the top, as he's done several times throughout this event to really kick off the post-show right, is Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Lev, thank you so much for being with us. And I guess I'll ask you the question that Mike just asked Jan. Is there anything Jan can do at this point to change what seems to be the inevitable outcome?
I think this is a typical case, and I think that happened to me before, and it happened to Fabi as well. This is when you seem to be a beautiful carriage, and then time passes and you turn into a pumpkin, and then you're waiting for this time to transfer back. But yeah, somehow things are not going well for him. And it's not just his blunder. I think a move like Rook e1 early on, it shows that it's kind of a lazy move. It shows that you're not really into the match, or you're not really into the game, because it's not type of a move that you're supposed to play in 1 minute.
What about even b takes a3? Is that a move that also reflects how quickly he played such a critical decision? Also,
I think he just didn't think that there is a move like b4 available. But definitely, it's a sign that he's not really in the match anymore. I mean, he's just playing, but he doesn't really believe that he can come back. I mean, his opening choice shows otherwise, but deep inside, he feels that the challenge is insurmountable.
Yeah, that was our feeling as well, Lev. From a purely opening perspective, were you a bit surprised that Magnus went for such a double-edged opening?
Magnus, the main thing he's good at, and this has always been his advantage, he kind of feels the general mood of his opponent. And I think he was feeling that, okay, today's a chance for me to just to put on some pressure, play something that I haven't played. And we could see, and as you mentioned, Fabiano, it was clear that he knew what he was doing, because the moves are not at all obvious. Bishop c5, a5, knight g4 business. So it was the main line for black, and it seems to be a decent line. And he got the position that he's good at. Normally, he's good at this type of positions where he's trying to counterattack and trying to play naturally, have some weaknesses, but he's defending, but he's waiting for his chance. So that's what Magnus's forte, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to talk about because obviously we know how difficult the situation is right now for Jan, and nobody wants to pile on or kick him while he's down. But just to jump to the, again, I guess the last critical moment then that occurred with C5, not so much with the angle of, again, obviously it was obviously a blunder and he played it kind of quickly, but there were still chances here. We were talking about the line that Jan and Magnus discussed after the game in this idea of F3 and Bishop E4, and again, like what would need to change if a miracle was to happen in the last 5 games for Jan to appreciate these critical moments, because he has had his chances in this match against Carlsen, and is at this point it's already a foregone conclusion, or is there any way to say, hey man, you still have chances if you can convert in some critical moments?
Yeah, of course, this was a critical moment, and this didn't seem to be too easy for Black to play here. Because you have to make some important decisions here. Either you're going to take on C4 and try to defend that, or play knight F5 here. So, but yeah, obviously it's not a chess thing. A move like C5 is not related to chess. It's just psychological, and I would even say physical, because Jan does look very tired. I mean, on the camera, he does look tired. It seems like he's not in a great place. He's not feeling physically well. So, but I think I'm not so sure he's going to try to come back or try to just do something. I think the match is finished for him. So he's just going to make a couple of draws and then go home, because he does still have a chance, but it's a theoretical chance, and I think he's tired of the match already.
Yeah. Lev, this mistake, C5, reminded me a lot of one of our games, when I also trapped my own piece. And when I...
yes. But then you survived.
Yeah, it was not so clear as this one. But I also suggested the move C5 today. And then when Robert said C6, I immediately got a flashback to our game when I was sitting there thinking, what have I done?
But I think this is common knowledge that most of our mistakes are, we repeat our mistakes, and the blunders that we make are very typical for our own personality. I blunder the same things all the time.
Yeah.
So, and same as I guess with you, and the same also in this match. Most of us, we know that Jan is extremely strong, unless he loses the game.
Right.
Once he loses the game, quite often he starts not resembling his own self. He loses his confidence, and this is what happened in the match.
Do you think that missing a move like C6 for a player like Jan is because he's sort of an intuitive player, and C6 is under other circumstances is an anti-positional move, so maybe it's difficult for this move to immediately come into his mind?
Yeah, you do have a valid point. Of course, he's a player that likes activity of the pieces, and it's quite natural with the move like C6 that it looks very ugly, but wins a piece could be missed.
Yeah.
I'm a bit upset, guys. I mean, honestly, talking to you is, of course, enjoyable for me, but I'm a bit upset that this match turned out to be so one-sided after just one game that Jan lost. Because honestly, I was rooting for Jan. I was hoping that he could do something that both Sergei and Fabiano couldn't, put some fighting chess and put Magnus under pressure. Yeah, but it's not meant to be, which is at the same time showing us how great Fabiano and Karjakin are, you know, for having an equal match.
But at the same time, it's also leading to the storyline of what will it take to beat Magnus Carlsen in a match, right? Obviously, for all intents and purposes, he's going to be defending his title again in 2023. Who will it be, right? It could be either of the guys I'm talking to. It could be someone else. I mean, what would it take at this point, right? What is the right style that it's going to take to beat Magnus Carlsen in a match, Levon?
Main thing, I believe, is being true to yourself. I mean, both Karjakin and both Caruana played their own brand of chess.
Yeah.
And that's why the match was so close. That's why they were close to be winning the match. And the experiment of Nepomniachtchi tried to play solid, it didn't work out somehow.
Yeah, it's interesting in hindsight. Obviously, it seemed like it was going well, Lev, until the historic Game 6, right? And then it was almost like the gloves came off and the truth behind the curtain was revealed. As you said, the pumpkin. It was not a magical carousel. It was actually a pumpkin. And you feel like in hindsight, such a devastating blow being dealt by Magnus kind of revealed the truth, which was, hey, this was going to be a really hard match for Jan to stick to this really solid style, which is not really his game.
Yeah, I mean, losing one game shouldn't be such a problem, of course.
Yeah.
But for Jan, I think, who was focused, and maybe it's one of the psychological, fixations. You tell yourself, I'm not going to lose any single game, and then you lose it, and then you just, you don't know what's happening anymore.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's this psychological thing where Magnus has been #1 for so long now, and everyone considers him such a strong favorite against any opponent he faces, that this puts the psychological pressure on the challenger, in this case Jan, to try to prove himself rather than believing that he's on equal terms with Magnus?
I think it's a little bit of both in any case. But for example, I didn't feel that you had any pressure when you were playing against Magnus. When I was looking at the match, the one that you played, I think you were doing fine. I mean, from a psychological point. I think it's a very personal thing, yeah? Like some people, it's easy for them to change, to adapt to new reality. And some people just, it kind of stresses them out and they try to prove and they try to play a different type of chess. They try to behave differently around the familiar people. So it's kind of weird. I remember when Magnus was little, for example, he was always very, very friendly and very talkative and active. And then he had this training with Gary, after which I think he came back and I don't think he greeted anybody. But I guess this was part of him. It was natural for him to become a fighter, to become kind of a bully, He always had it in him, so he just allowed himself to release this thing. Maybe being too solid and being just kind of humble, the way I looked in the camera and throughout the match, looking at Jan, I seem to notice a personality change in him.
Yeah.
Maybe this didn't quite work.
Well, we heard stories from past champions about how they felt, how they had to get fired up against their opponents. And you get the feeling that a lot of world champions sort of had some animosity towards their opponents, even if there was no reason to. Do you think that you need that sort of, I wouldn't say hatred or anything, but that sort of, just desire to, or even contempt for your opponent in some way? Desire to beat everyone at all costs?
I've never been a world champion, so I wouldn't know. But I believe that you you know, if you're a friendly guy, you should stay a friendly guy. I mean, Anand is a friendly guy, and he doesn't have that feeling of hatred towards Kramnik. And I didn't see it throughout the match. He just wanted to beat him, wanted to play sharp, and he was enjoying himself.
Yeah.
I don't believe you need animosity in a game of chess to be good. I mean, look at Tal. Did Tal hate anybody?
No.
I mean, he only hated his opponent's king. That's good enough.
That's a good point. And I appreciate, because your comments now go back to what you said, being true to yourself, I guess, is what you should be, right? Whatever that is.
But not you, Danny. I mean, everybody else should be true to that, except you.
I appreciate that. I'm working on not being true to myself, but the harder I try, the worse these shows get. Well, Lev, this is awesome, man. I'm disappointed that apparently your schedule gets really busy, and this will be the last time you're able to join us, from what I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, your insights have just been awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I don't really have much more to ask right now. I mean, kind of a wild day, and I think Levon summed it up pretty well.
Yeah, I think that we covered a lot of things here. Levon, when's your next event? What are you playing next?
World Rapid and Blitz, Kazakhstan?
Yes, I'm going to Kazakhstan, and Fabi, you're coming as well, right?
I think so. It's still difficult to make plans with so much going on, but I think so.
Yeah, difficult for me to...
I know what a fan of Kazakhstan you are, so I'm looking forward to be seeing you there.
As I know, they're the #1 exporter of potassium.
Very nice. I was going to say, it's difficult for us to continue to hold Fabi hostage when the match is coming to an end. So I'm going to do everything I can to think of a way to hold him here and make more ridiculous videos. But Lev, thank you so much, man, and best of luck in your upcoming events and winning the World Rapid and Blitz. I got a feeling this year. So, all right, man. See you later.
Take care.
Bye, Lev. That was good stuff there. Good stuff. You know, the question you asked, Levon, about, you know, the psychological part of this blockade that is Magnus Carlsen for the rest of the chess world made me think of the 4-minute mile, right? That it took so many years for someone to break the threshold of the like, it was impossible for human beings to run a sub 4-minute mile. And then one guy did it. And within a year, 4 other people had done it, right? People that had previously attempted and failed. And obviously, okay, like, completely different comparison, but there is, of course, there's a lot of science backing up the psychology, you know, that we hold ourselves to in terms of what we're capable of. And when someone is as dominant as Carlsen and has kept the rest of the chess world in check, right, by being a bit of the bully that Levon said he is, right, on the board, you know, I'm going to ask you the same question to you. Do you think that there's some truth to that if someone could break through, it might change? But right now, he owns the mindset.
Yeah, I don't really see it that way.
Yeah.
I think that Magnus's success is due to his strength, but it's not something that's insurmountable.
Yeah.
And he has that clutch factor, which allows him at these very critical moments or dangerous moments, like he was down against Sergey in the match. He had these dangerous moments. Somehow that clutch factor comes in. I think it does help a lot that he has the most professional approach possible. And he always keeps his concentration and his will to win, and he at 100%, and he never really gives up. And that's why you see him, you know, trailing Sergey in a really tough match, and he pulls through with a win at a critical moment. And we've seen that time and again. So like I don't feel like the gap is huge, but he does have that edge in super critical moments that allows him to pull ahead. And I think that his career in general is defined by the 2013 Candidates.
Yeah.
He won that Candidates. He beat Vichy in the match.
Just barely. He won it by losing his last game, which is really a shocking sort of sliding doors theory for those who watched it live.
Yeah, I think that this is a critical moment in chess history, at least in modern chess history. Because if something had changed in that last round, of course, Magnus would have at some point been world champion and been, you know, top of the game. But if he would have kept that same dominance that he's shown for the last decade, or let's say for the last 8 years or so, is a question. Because becoming world champion at a later date, it could have changed things a bit. But we can only speculate about that. Of course, Magnus is the #1 player in the world and has been for nearly as long as we can remember now.
Right.
At some point, he will face a challenge that will be too much to handle.
Yep.
The question is only when and who.
Yeah. Well, great stuff. And will it be a challenge from the guy sitting directly to my left on the couch? Who knows? Obviously, we have a lot to look forward to in next year's candidate cycle. This match is not over yet, but of course, it's impossible at this point not to talk about Magnus Carlsen, his legacy, and who might be able to dethrone him, if you will. Will it be Fabiano Caruana? Will it be Ali Reza Firouzja? Will it be someone else? Right? There's so many people to talk about, and that's not meant to disrespect anyone else. But two names on the top of our heads right now because of the Riga Grand Swiss. So much to talk about the future, but we still have a lot to talk about on today's show. So don't go anywhere. We still have Jan Ludwig Hammer. We have Rain Wilson. We have so much coming up on Chess.com's postgame show. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. You ready?
Yeah.
Your knight's on f7. Where can it go?
f7, d6, e8, g7, h5, g3, e2, c1, b3,
Stop.
a5.
White king on a3, white pawn on b3, black king on e7. Who wins?
It's a draw. Black's king gets to a8 before white's king gets to b7.
Name the fastest checkmate for white.
e4, e5, queen h5, king e7, queen takes e5.
Recount your opening versus Alexeyenko from the first half of the 2020 Candidates Tournament.
d4, knight of6, c4, e6, knight e3, bishop e4, f3, d5, a3, bishop e7, e4, d4, fe4.
Stop. Tell us about a chess game that made an impression on you.
Karpov-Kasparov from the World Championship match 1985. Kasparov's octopus knight on d3 controlled 8 squares in the enemy camp and allowed him to become the world champion.
There's a knight on e5. What squares does it attack?
f7, d7, c6, c4, d3, f3, g4, g6.
Stop. How do you do this?
Visualization in chess isn't difficult for me. It just comes naturally.
Where does crypto come from?
Honestly, I don't know. Can you tell me?
Learn more at coinbase.com/chess to get $5 in free crypto when you sign up and verify your account.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
In case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today. Welcome back to Chess.com's post-game show for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. It is presented by Coinbase, and it is now joined by the one and only Jan Ludwig Hammer, who, by the way, is looking fresh AF. Almost as fresh as Fabi today with that new haircut.
Thank you. It worked out better for me than for Jan, but I'll take it.
Well, you obviously now we know what you did with your rest day, so we don't need to ask. Apparently, what Ian Nepomniachtchi did with his rest day, unfortunately, did not prove to be enough. As usual with you, Hammer, I'm just going to turn it over. Give us your thoughts on this game, your thoughts on the match, and where we go from here in regards to talking about the legacy of one Magnus Carlsen.
The match is over. There's no way Jan can make a comeback after this. I know you reacted to the fact that I felt like I didn't feel enthused on Sunday when Magnus took the 2-game win. And I think that's partly because you want the World Championship to be a match of ideas, of great play, big fights. And having it decided by just blunders, it doesn't feel right to me. And today was a continuation of Sunday in that way, that it was just inexplicable. And it's inexcusable by Jan. He's just, it's eerily similar in some ways, I think. He had a time advantage. And he was trying to play quickly to put pressure on the clock, I think. And then he just makes this incredibly simple tactical oversight. And last time, maybe he could have fought better on Sunday. But today, the game was just over. C6, bishop is trapped, good game. So, yeah, I feel for Jan. But it was his own doing. This was the Jan we talked about before the World Championship match. One who plays quickly, tries to stress out his opponent, but who is also prone to making rash decisions. And yeah, he did so twice in a row, and the match is over.
He certainly did, and it certainly seems to be that way. But I guess the question for you, Hammer, is does Magnus want to play another World Championship sooner rather than later? Because you sound disappointed. I'm guessing to some extent Magnus isn't thrilled about winning the World Championship this way. So do you think that actually this revs him up for the next one?
I think Magnus is way more okay with it than I am. So Magnus was asked about this specifically. And he's like, yeah, I feel for Jan, but this is the World Championship. There's just... a win is a win. No one remembers how you won. What they remember is that you did win. So I think Magnus doesn't care. He's here to win this thing, and that's his main priority, and he's going to do it very convincingly. So, yeah, I don't think my sentiments are shared by Magnus, no.
What about the sentiments of Jan, of the fans in Norway, obviously, in regards to Ian Nepomniachtchi? This is not proving to be as tough of a challenge for Magnus as his last two competitors were in Caruana and Karyakin. But for them, is it just that's because Magnus is Magnus, or are they looking forward to the next challenge? Right? Forget what Magnus wants. What do the fans want in Norway, and are they looking forward to someone at this point to challenge their guy, right? To give them drama? Are they looking forward to the next World Championship match?
Well, Norwegians are very happy with other Norwegians winning at stuff. So I wouldn't put it that way. But I will say that a lot of the comments we had coming in on our broadcast today were expressions of compassion and feeling with Jan making these mistakes at what's supposed to be the biggest moment of his career, and yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
I think when Norwegians know the win is in the bag, we have time for some compassion.
Otherwise, no, all fight. But I mean,
no. Otherwise, if this is a close one, we don't care. Our man winning, that is top priority.
Well, I was about to ask you, because it's not close, it's a 3-game lead. In a sense, is Norway rooting for Jan in the next game? Or you said you're ruthless, you just want a championship at all costs. So win, that's fine for you and fine for Norway?
I think there's a fair amount of people rooting for Jan now. Because a 3-0 blowout, that's not exciting, right? So if we get another win for Jan, maybe there can be some tension still left. Because the energy in the broadcasts obviously is going to be affected by the fact that there's not really much to say. If Magnus starts making 20-move draws with white, that's not entertaining.
Well, speak for yourself on the energy of the broadcast. That's why we did all these behind-the-scenes videos, so we would make sure we had silly things to talk about no matter what. I had a contingency plan.
Well done, but unfortunately we don't have. Unfortunately, we don't have Fabi as our. Yeah, so we're just gonna have to make do with what we do have, and for us, making a good broadcast would be helped if Jan could make a little bit of a comeback, try and set his stamp on, show us something in the next one. But
jokes aside,
like, what are the chances?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what are the chances now that we're going to be done on Friday?
I was just about to ask you. I mean, is Magnus
losing
push?
One of the next 2 games? Yeah. Magnus is absolutely not going to push, but we know how ruthless he is when other people do push. So when Jan tomorrow with the black pieces has to win, that could very easily be something Magnus can exploit and win a 4th one. And then he makes a draw on Friday and we're all done. I feel for the people who booked like their flight after work on Friday. They booked their tickets to Dubai, and they're gonna have like a long weekend, getting Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, watching the World Championship live from the scene in Dubai. I think those people are concerned right now, because there's a very big chance that at the moment they get to the playing area, it's going to be all packed. Packed in the negative sense, in that everything is packed away and stashed, and yeah. So it's a weird match now.
I'm sure FIDE has a great refund policy in place for those people. But Hammer, I want to see Jan win, just so I can see you do that dance you just did in the chair. Show me your Jan gets a win dance again. You were shuffling in your chair. Show me that. What did you just do right there?
It's subconscious, Danny.
I actually do have a question for you, Hammer, though. So coming into the match, the storyline was Magnus down 4-1 in decisive games to Ian Nepomniachtchi. Now it's 4-4. Do you think it matters to Magnus that he has a winning record against Jan for his career? Of course, they'll play more in the future, but right now, if he can win one more game while winning the World Championship, you know Magnus pretty well. Do you think that matters?
No, I don't think so. I think Magnus, for him, it's all about the World Championship. And if he can secure, play safe, and get the win he now deserves, he's going to do that. But I also suspect Jan is not going to allow Magnus to just coast in with a couple of draws. I think Jan is going to be incredibly aggressive now. And when you take enormous risks against Magnus, you often end up losing. So I think Magnus will try to play solid. Jan is going to do something crazy. And then Magnus is going to win another one.
Wow.
That would be my guess in some universe.
It's a universe that we're probably all going to be joining you in. It is Magnus Carlsen's world, and the rest of us are just living in it when it comes to the World Chess Championship. Hammer, I don't have much else, man. Again, this is awesome. Thank you for bringing us your perspective. And again, as usual, at the end of you joining us, I hope you're wrong, but you're often right. And whatever.
I did say something about Magnus deciding the match in less than 14 games after he won the 6th one. I didn't realize how right I was going to be, but I at least I am on record saying that.
Yep. Well, if
just going to remind you,
I knew you would. I gave
forgot.
you the assist, and you dunked all over me. So you're welcome. You're welcome for dishing out the assist here. But if Hammer, if it's wrong when Hammer's right, I don't want to be right or something like that. But we appreciate you joining us, man. We'll let you get to your evening and see you tomorrow, regardless of the result of Game 10.
See you guys.
Bye. All right. Well, you think there's something to that storyline of tomorrow Jan goes nutty, Magnus accepts what's offered to him, and we're talking about yet another decisive game. So much for this theory that you can't win chess games in classical chess, right?
No, I could definitely see that happening. But
Yeah.
before I answer more about that, I just want to say it's great that Hammer is always so respectful of the players, because some of the questions at that press conference were despicable.
Yep.
Like, it was deeply upsetting to hear some of those questions asked, especially about Jan's hair and shame and things that are just
Which,
absolutely
for the record, I will say on the record that the question asked there is not representative of chess.com or any of the people we have on site there. That was a freelance question that we are unhappy with and have already expressed such sentiments to Jan himself. So
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really care who said it personally. Just the fact that it was said, the fact that some of the questions have just been bizarre and offensive, it's deeply upsetting. But back to Hammer, as a respectable journalist, I mean, what he said has complete merit. He's been correct that after Jan's first loss, it was now a free fall. And Jan, he has to try to win. And often when you try to win, you take risks. And against Magnus Carlsen, you make a risky decision that you haven't calculated fully, you're likely going to lose the game.
Yeah, well, and like Hammer said, and to start the first question I gave you, it seems like we could be talking about yet another Magnus Carlsen victory tomorrow. Who knows, right? At this point, fighting chess will be played, and it will be entertaining, and we will have the content for you, for all those tuning in. Speaking of content, again, let's remind you that we still have one very special guest to join us. His name is Rainn Wilson, most known for his depiction as Dwight in the hit TV series The Office. Of course, Rainn is also known for almost winning PogChamps 3, losing in dramatic fashion to Sardoche, the streamer from France. But the most viewed chess tournament of all time before this event here was PogChamps 3, and Rainn was one of the stars of that event. But we'll talk to him about chess. He's interviewed Magnus Carlsen himself. He's played Magnus Carlsen in some fun events we've had actually on chess.com years ago. It'll be great to catch up with Rainn. And as we head to the break, we'll remind you that you're about to get the question we asked earlier today one more time. For all those of you playing along, every day you simply have to quote tweet your answer to our trivia question for a chance to win a 1-year Diamond membership. Everyone has already been playing along today, so we're going to have the answer coming up for you after the break. So don't go anywhere. We're also going to be debuting the next episode of Chess, a Reflection of Us, and that'll be the main content you get to enjoy as we get set for Rainn Wilson to join us. So still so much more ahead as Chess.com's post-game show of the FIDE World Chess Championship rolls on.
Hi there, Jonathan Corbla back at the World Chess Championship playing site with another trivia question for you. In 2016 and 2018, Magnus Carlsen successfully defended his World Chess Championship in rapid tiebreaks after drawing in the classical time control. How many challengers were able to draw in the classical time control against the champion?
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
In case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today.
Hi, Jonathan Korbla back with the answer to our trivia question. How many challengers were able to draw in the classical time control against the world champion? Well, that answer is 9.
And we are back here, getting set to debut, as promised, our next episode of Chess, A Reflection of Us. Today's episode picks up the chess storyline in 1948. World War II pauses the World Chess Championship. Alexander Aljohan has passed, and we have a new governing body taking over the chess world. So a lot of jam-packed stuff in this next episode of Chess, A Reflection of Us. which debuts right now.
(1948) is the dawn of a new era. Indian pacifist and leader Mahatma Gandhi is assassinated. Israel is declared an independent state. And the United Nations establishes the World Health Organization. 1948 also marks a new era in chess. It had been 11 years since a World Championship was held. While World War II prevented a World Chess Championship, it did not prevent the game from being played. In fact, chess was routinely used to ensure the humane treatment of prisoners of war as established in the Geneva Convention. The chess world was struggling to find a new identity after reigning world champion Alexander Alekhine died in 1946. His death created a gap between reigns of world champions. The International Chess Federation, commonly referred to by its French acronym FIDE, or the Fédération Internationale des Échecs, seized the moment. It would take control of the next World Chess Championship. Their solution was a tournament featuring a quintuple round robin of top players to determine the best player in the world. The roster was a who's who in the chess world. The Soviet Union's Mikhail Botvinnik was a favorite leading into the competition. Paul Keres, another USSR player in his early 30s, was already a veteran of international play. An accountant by day, Samuel Reshevsky was a Polish-American grandmaster and 8-time US chess champion. Another participant was 1935 world champion Max Ova, who had not been playing well in recent years. Rounding out the five was Vasily Smyslov, a rising star and already a strong player who had emerged during World War II. He had not played in the AVRO tournament, which was considered the most important chess event in 1938. But the Soviet Union was allowed to substitute him as a competitor in place of Salo Flor. Finally, 3 years after the war ended, it was time for the tournament to take place. Matches were set for The Hague and Moscow. Travel restrictions were still in place in much of the Soviet Union. The Soviets' installation of communist-leaning governments in Eastern Europe spurred American and British fears that communism would spread worldwide. The tournament got underway as planned. Mikhail Botvinnik had plus scores against all of the players in the round-robin style tournament and became the 6th world chess champion, winning the tournament convincingly. In subsequent years, he tied 2 matches to retain his title. He also lost and regained the title twice. Botvinnik also helped to pioneer computer chess in the years to come. Botvinnik's victory marked the beginning of the era of Soviet domination of international chess, an era that would last over 20 years. Coming up, a closer look at how chess became an important weapon in the Cold War.
We are back with Chess.com's post-game show for Game 9 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. And our next special guest is brought to us by Grip6. Remember, you can go to grip6.com/chess for 25% off. And our next special guest is a man that many have been waiting for. Rain, it's great to catch up with you. I realize it's been a while since the chess world got to see you, since PogChamps 3. So how has your chess life been since PogChamps 3?
You know, I've taken a little time off, Danny.
Yeah.
I went into a retirement. It took a lot out of me. Like Magnus,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes I need to decompress.
Well, you know, I know that because I feel like it was almost every day there for a bit, and then we had this plan, man. We had a plan to do chess more regularly, and then you got busy. You're kind of busy, I guess. So.
Well, I dropped the ball a little bit, truth be told. So I go in phases with chess.
Yeah.
Like I'm very, I think like a lot of chess players, I'm a little bit OCD. So when I go in, I go deep in, and it's kind of like every day, and it's, you know, half an hour, at least an hour every day, and then it kind of overwhelms me, and then I start losing a bunch of games and playing poorly, and then I'm like, oh, screw this, and then I kind of need to. So I'm about ready to come back in. So maybe we'll get our lessons going again.
Yep. Did you enjoy competing in Pog Champs? What were some of your biggest takeaways, and were you also nervous at all?
Yeah, so that's what, like, you know, I'm an actor and I come from the theater and, you know, do talk shows and in front of audiences and streaming, and, you know, I don't really get nervous anymore. I used to early on, but all of a sudden, when my first game, I was playing someone who I was far better than, but I blundered my queen. I was just like, all of a sudden I'm like, oh man, there's 40,000 people watching me take this next move, and the clock is ticking. Yep. And yeah, I didn't kind of realize how much nerves would come to play in the game of chess.
Yeah. Well, we like to remind everybody when this is a chess show, right, of people's love for chess before we dive into some questions. We got some questions for you and about some of the stuff you're doing right now, but tell everybody real quick again the story of how you got into chess and when you learned the game and what you love about it most.
When are we going to talk about our fantasy football league?
I was waiting to bring it up. Do you want to talk about how you crushed me when we were head to head, or the fact that we can't believe that Pedram is winning? Which topic comes first?
Those are both good topics. They're both very true. You're above 500 with a 7-6 record. That's pretty impressive.
Well, last time I checked, you're 8-4, right?
I'm 8-5. I'm in 5th place, but looks like I'll be going to the playoffs. Yeah, looks like you will not.
Although I was going to use the inappropriate time to remind you of how my Cardinals are doing versus the Seahawks, but is that
rough time to be a Seahawks fan.
Is that okay? Are we allowed to bring that up?
Wow.
No.
No, I'm sorry. That was not a pre-approved question.
All you have to do is point to the rings on your finger, and it puts me back in my place. But anyway, man, yeah.
And the name of our fantasy football league is again?
Can we say that on here? It is. Do you want to say it, or should I say it?
You should say it, because I think the chess world needs to hear you say these two words.
It is Teeny Peeny.
That's right.
That is right.
Oh boy, what did I walk into?
You walked into a private world we live in terms of our fantasy football league, and let's say draft night, and go ahead, Rain.
Yeah, but so I grew up. My dad taught me chess, and then I started playing, and I found I was pretty good at it. I was not a prodigy at all. There's always that one kid in the school or two kids in the school that can just all of a sudden watch some games, read some books, and they're instantly a 1400 level chess player. That was not me. But I was on the chess team at Shorecrest High School in Seattle. My freshman and sophomore year, we competed a lot. We went to state championships one of those years, and I was 4th board, usually, sometimes 5th board. My record and the school team was pretty good, but anytime I went to go play a chess tournament, like a weekend tournament or day-long tournament, I entered like 4 or 5 of those. I just lost. I just got obliterated. I get nervous and start sweating and just blunder, and I was really bad at that. But I've always had this on-again, off-again love affair with chess, and sometimes I dive in and get my game up, and sometimes I don't.
Is there a favorite opponent you have in the acting world?
Actually, Paul Lieberstein, aka Toby from The Office. We've played a few times. He's pretty darn good. I usually beat him. I think we've only played a handful of times, but he's tough. He's a wily adversary.
Well, you mentioned you weren't a prodigy. None of us were prodigies when it comes to comparing ourselves to Magnus Carlsen, but you had the pleasure of interviewing Magnus years ago on your Soul Pancake show, which was the first time that I, as a fan of you and Magnus, was like, oh, wow, Rain plays chess, right? Before we even got connected on chess.com, and years before the fantasy football league that we shall not name again. But tell us what Tell us what that was like interviewing Magnus.
Tiny P9. Tiny P9. Yeah.
Tell us what that was like. And for those who missed it, you should just Google right now, Soul Pancake, Rainn Wilson, Magnus Carlsen. You'll get it. You recently kind of relaunched this show into a podcast, right? And so tell us about the interview with Magnus Carlsen before we talk about kind of the relaunching of Metaphysical Milkshake.
Yeah, so Metaphysical Soul Pancake was a YouTube channel and digital media company that I launched with some friends, and it was all about digging into life's biggest human questions, profound topics, but in a joyful way. And I had a show called Metaphysical Milkshake, which was a talk show in the back of my van. And I was really, Magnus was just on the scene. I don't know how old he was at the time. Maybe he was 22 or something like that. But he was just taking the world by storm. I'm like, we got to get him on the show. And some people say, he's a tough interview. You know, he doesn't reveal a whole lot. And some people were like, oh, you got more out of him in that interview than anyone else has ever been able to. But we had a nice conversation. We kicked the soccer ball a little bit on breaks. We played just a terrible speed chess match, which I just blundered 5 moves in and lost a bishop. And then it was just like, and he just like, I think it was 2-minute bullet chess. And he just tore me apart, but yeah, he's amazing, and it's interesting because I was just watching King Richard about Venus and Serena Williams and their dad. And so I thought it was a terrific movie, and Venus and Serena they'll be legends, human history, 1,000 years from now, you're going to point to the greatest tennis people that have moved the game forward. Those sisters are going to be at the top of the heap. And I think Magnus is going to be the same way. I mean, he's already in legendary status, and I think a few more world championships. I mean, it's going to be really hard to dethrone what he's done.
So you say a few more. So in the debate of Garry Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen, you still have Garry, it sounds like.
They're pretty even at this point. So I would say he's got to get like 2 more wins. I mean, he's got this one clinched, let's face it. But, couple more wins, and then it's like clearly Magnus. Like, it's like Serena needs to win like 1 more major, and she's chasing that 1 more major. Like, that's what it's going to take to lock it.
Well, it makes me think with the relaunching of the Metaphysical Milkshake now as a podcast, you guys are talking about all the deep stuff, but when are you going to have another chess episode? Maybe get Magnus back on there. I think that's the deepest topic to discuss is chess.
That is a great idea. And Magnus, if you're watching, oh, wait, you're probably not watching. Because he hates chess.com. He doesn't want anything to do with you guys.
Oh, man.
He's got playmagnus.com and or something like that.
It's Play Magnus,
anyway.
Yeah.
But sorry to give props.
Hey, no, all props given. We are all in Magnus Carlsen's world today. And he doesn't actually hate chess.com, for the record, privately. It's just business at this time. But yes, thank you.
No, I know that's true. But no, that's a great idea. He'd be an amazing guest. We'd love to have. In fact, I think I have some contact information for him. So that is a good idea. I'm going to reach out and try and get him on the show. That would be amazing.
Hey, just talk about Play Magnus while he's there, if you would. And,
Give it a boost. Absolutely. Yeah. But, Danny, you were kind of fangirling earlier during the match. I was watching some of the streaming, and you were talking about his his ruthlessness and the way he closes out matches. But how would you could just summate, what makes Magnus the greatest of all time? How would you do that?
Oh, man. Wow. Now I'm on the spot. I would say I do believe he's the greatest of all time. And I would say that what makes him but I give him the nudge over Garry is I feel like he's the most versatile chess champion, for lack of an all-inclusive word, that we've ever seen. I think that Magnus is also the most mentally tough, and that you almost never see him beat himself. And I think he sets an example with that stuff. I mean, like you tuned in when I was calling him ruthless, because I believe that what defines him is a character that I've read sports psychology books, and they call them, the great white sharks, if you will, or they classify these different mindsets that the greatest athletes have. And it's like this supreme level of confidence and comfort with himself and who he is that allows him to never get rocked. It allows him to have the shortest term memory lost if he ever does make a rare mistake. And you just don't see any type of non-important factor ever affect Magnus Carlsen's game. And when you combine that with his ability to win in any fashion, which, not that Garry Kasparov wasn't incredible, and he's known as this brutal sort of bully, kind of like Magnus is at the board, just a bully in terms of he takes what he wants. But I feel like Magnus is even more versatile, and his ability to create opportunities for people to go wrong is why he wins games where we say often, like, you weren't supposed to win that game. But throughout his career, Rain, I can tell you, following him for the last 2 decades, I've had more moments of saying, you weren't supposed to win that game, and Magnus won the game. And to me, it's that combined with his versatility and his mental toughness that just puts him above the rest.
Yeah, and to go on top of that, people chalk it up to luck often.
Yeah.
But I think with Magnus Carlsen, he creates his own luck.
Yeah.
And he's sort of a throwback player because we're in an age where engines and neural nets, there's just so much more at your fingertips in terms of resources. And yet he doesn't play the sharpest opening lines. He's not trying to out-prepare people in these 20-move theoretical battles. He's like a throwback to the likes of Capablanca. People often make that comparison because his endgame skill is second to none, where he is able to squeeze advantages like nobody else. The position looks dry. Everybody else would shake hands and make a draw. And Max like, wait, I have this little idea here that if my opponent doesn't play with pinpoint accuracy, they're going to fall into a trap, or I'm going to be able to increase my edge. So kind of like what Danny was saying, there is this fear of him, but it's very well deserved. It's not just reputation based. It's proven time and time and time again, no matter who his opponent is.
Yeah. Thanks for that question, Rain. That was really great. And
very well said. Very well said.
Yeah. Well, I want to give a shout out again to the charity that you co-founded, Lide Haiti, and it was the charity you represented, PogChamps 3. If you would, please tell everybody again what that charity's about and maybe a little bit of information on where they can find it. We want to give that another shout out here to the chess community, and please go ahead, take it away.
Well, as us chess players know, there's nothing more important than education. And if you want to achieve societal change and social change and economic parity, education is the way to go. So Lide Haiti, that's Lide, Haiti.org, is a nonprofit that does girls' education in rural Haiti. We work with about 800 girls in about 11 locations, and we do scholarships. We have a mobile computer lab. We do arts, literacy, and try and help move these girls out from kind of a life of economic serfdom in a way to some other possibilities. And it's been incredibly gratifying and satisfying. Things are really rough in Haiti right now politically, but we're just soldiering on, trying to educate girls and bring the light of education to people. So yeah, you can check out our website, Lide Haiti, or our Instagram, Lide Haiti.
Awesome, man. Well, last question. I guess the floor is yours. Any other projects? Let us know, besides Magnus joining the Metaphysical Milkshake podcast, and besides you dominating the playoffs in our fantasy football league, where I will be on the outside looking in. Any other projects to let us know about? Like any movies you're doing? Tell us things that you're not supposed to say.
Oh, I cut off Steve Carell's pinky finger in a bar fight.
That was you?
Yeah. So anytime you see him with 10 fingers, that's CGI. Oh, wow. It's been digitized onto his hand. No, I've just wrapped a couple of cool projects, some movies, always, developing some more, but there's nothing really to talk about right now. Cool. So just a pleasure to be on the show, and thanks you guys for providing great coverage, and onwards.
Cool, man. Well, thank you so much, and best of luck in the playoffs. I will literally be rooting for you. I really still don't know how Pedrom's team had the record that it did. So good luck there, and I'll see you next time, man.
Okay.
Bye.
See you, Rain.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
All right. Well, that was Rain Wilson, legendary Rain Wilson. That was hilarious. I did not expect the Steve Carell pinky chop off.
No,
Yeah.
but I could have helped you with your fantasy team.
Some of the emails back and forth, and just like when we get into the chat rooms and everyone's talking smack, Rain gets a little scary where I might believe that happened.
Did you see emails back and forth?
Did
you just boomer yourself in front of all these people?
First of all, we do send emails, but we do it in boomer fashion where we're writing emails in rapid fire. So it's like everyone's clearly sitting there writing emails and pressing send.
Emails?
First of all, stop it. Don't judge our fantasy football league. It's been no, it really, and I was gonna say some of the email threads get a little wild with trash talk. So anyway, that was great, and a great question by Rain for us on. I hadn't thought about how I would frame Magnus Carlsen if I was to make an argument for him being the GOAT. I have to deal with the arguments at home between my two sons, between LeBron James and Michael Jordan. So I have very good arguments framed and polished for either side. But we both made interesting points there, and I think that is what defines Magnus, as you said. In an era that we thought was almost dying, chess was getting more engine prepared. They thought the kitchen was killing, the home cooking was going to kill what we were eating, right? But now not so. Like Magnus he's injected life. The neural nets have helped too, but I think that's what I would define as one of the biggest impacts he made.
Yeah, just pro tip, you're going to be wrong no matter who you choose.
True.
That's how this works, right?
Yeah.
You're like, how could you choose Magnus? Gary.
Yeah.
He was Gary the Great.
Yeah.
But no, I think what we said made sense. And I mean, what Fabiano says very often is that Magnus may be the best prepared player.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem that way.
Right.
Because he's not necessarily crushing people 15 moves into the game with some kind of sacrifice that came unexpectedly to them. So that's a talent in and of itself. Of course, Magnus is extremely hardworking. He has this universal style that he continues to work on. And that's why he's a 3-game lead here at the World Championship.
Amazing stuff. And that's why he's Robert Hess. And again, one more reminder that Grip 6 is helping us sponsor our special guests. And one more time, you can go to grip6.com/chess. Use the promo code chess. Get up to 25% off. Check out their belts, their wallets, their socks, and all that Grip 6 has to offer. Thank you so much to them and all that the support they've given us. So, all right, we take our last break. We come back with our Coinbase Critical Moment on the board, brought to you by House of Staunton. We also come back with a very, very, a video regarding the behind-the-scenes life that they continue to roll on here. This one's a little personal, not one that I necessarily knew we were going to share. It
means a lot.
It means a lot. It means a lot. To me and Robert, as far as the love and effort that Fabiano puts in to helping take care of us here around the set. So don't go anywhere. You're going to want to catch the world premiere of our latest behind-the-scenes video with Fabiano Caruana. Chess.com's coverage of Game 9 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship wraps up when we return. Guys, what's here? Robert, it's here.
No way.
It's here, dude. Hold on. Hold on. And boom. We did it. Yeah, baby. It is the World Chess Championship. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. This one has the copyright C.
What is that, Danny?
But you get it. No, look at it. Look at it. You'll see. You'll see. Here, there's a few others. The design, the full thing.
That one's nice. Here, I want that one.
You see it? Fabi, you get it now? You see it?
No, I have no idea what.
No, his face, there's missing C's.
I don't get it, Danny.
Robert, you want to explain it?
You know my name. The game you play, it's called chess.
Right.
And there's no word championship. It's championship. So there's a C,
Yeah?
Yeah?
No.
I mean, I think it's hilarious. And don't you think people would buy this?
No, I don't think anyone's going to buy that. Danny, that's the stupidest I've ever seen in my life.
Well, holy You think it's too late to send it back? I ordered a lot. Well, that was an epic day. It's not quite over yet. That was a fun interview with Rain. Robert?
Yeah, it was very enjoyable. Like I said, if you needed help with your fantasy team, you could have asked a while back. But
I asked Nash, my son.
You seem a little dejected over there, Danny.
Yeah, because I was 5-2 when it started. I have not finished well. Mahomes has had the worst year ever, so that was the biggest issue on my team. Can we just
talk about him more?
I mean, Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he played horrible. I also had McCaffrey, who got so. I was kind of bitten this year, but it's a rollover league. Rain kicked it off this year, and it's one of those leagues we're going to be doing for years to come. So I'll have plenty of chances to get Rain back. Don't you worry. I won't name the other people in the league because they may not want to know, but I have some revenge to get against several people.
Okay.
You know, sometimes you have a rough day, and a lot like, Jan's having some rough days right now, and when Robert and I have a rough day, lucky for us, we have a great friend who helps take our mind off of our troubles and make sure that we generally have a good night's sleep. It's the kind of friend we have in Fabiano Caruana is I hope that these are the kind of friends that Jan is surrounding himself with right now. But let's dive into this footage that our team caught up, just following the private lives of this trio here, and see how Fabiano has been helping me and Robert get to sleep every night. So there's just one night that he had with us, but Fabi's been helping us get to bed every night, and without any further ado, we'll take it away.
And into the night of his very own room, where he found his supper waiting for him. And it was still hot.
Fabi?
Yeah, Robert?
Can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah, one more time.
Oh, guys, it's late. We gotta get up early tomorrow.
Bobby?
Yes, Danny?
My throat's still dry.
You've already had 5 glasses of water, and you remember what happened last time.
It was an accident.
Danny pees his bed.
You
Danny
peed
pees his bed.
You peed the bed
All
too.
right. Good night, guys.
Night,
Good night, Dad. Bobby. The best part was the first time we did that, I accidentally called you Dad.
I think it was you accidentally peed the bed.
I have not peed the bed in a long time, although...
It's been a few weeks?
It's been a few weeks. If you had kids one day, would you read them Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual to bed?
No. It might put him right to sleep.
I would stick to Where the Wild Things Are.
Where the Wild Things Are. You did a great job. Where the Wild Things Are. That's such a good book. Thank you for that. What people don't know about that particular skit, of all the ones we did, I think that one took the most takes to fill, because we just could not stop laughing. That was so great.
It's so ridiculous.
Especially because every time we did it, we kept making up new lines. Like Robert just made up the Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual on cue, and never mind. That was just so great.
Also, the bed was pretty tiny.
The beds were super tiny. Those were my girls' beds. My amazing daughters let us use their room for that skit. Bobby was on a very comfortable fold-out Dora the Explorer couch, which
Robert was not quite as comfortable.
Robert was not quite as comfortable in my youngest daughter's bed. But I was curled up with the unicorn pillow. Thing is super comfy.
Yeah. You did look cozy.
It was cozy. All right, well, it's time to get cozy with our House of Staunton board right in front of us. Our sponsors at House of Staunton bringing us these beautiful sets, which is where the Coinbase Critical Moment will be brought to you. Remember, you can go to go.chess.com/Staunton. Use the promo code chess.com today. Oh, wow, that was filmed earlier today. Look at that thumbs up that we had there. That was
today?
That was today. We filmed that in real time. It was a lot of fun. And there's a beautiful chess set. We changed it out, which is why we made a new video. So we've got the Coinbase. Sorry.
Where was I?
You weren't there. You were off doing whatever you do before the shows get started.
Oh, okay.
Me and Bobby were just sitting here, probably playing Clash Royale or something. All right. So we chose the moment earlier in the game before the blunder, not to continue to add insult to injury. Obviously, everyone knows that C5 later on was critical, but Fabi, you felt like this moment was, even hindsight being 2020, even more of an early indicator of a missed opportunity for Jan?
In terms of Jan playing for a win, of course, losing was a disaster for him.
Right.
But this was probably a must-win game for him. So even if he had drawn,
yeah,
it might not have given him many chances in the remainder of the match.
Yep.
So this moment, when he could have really played for the initiative with b4,
yeah,
and chose not to, or possibly didn't consider the move,
yeah,
we don't really know, is a critical moment in the game, and for the end of the match, also a critical moment.
Yeah. Ultimately, we know Jan played the move b takes a3, which unfortunately did not yield any result, and if anything, immediately led to a position where Black had as much to play for. So yeah, it's unfortunate that was how the game first started to really go off the rails for Jan. But there you have it. Thank you again to our sponsors, Coinbase and House of Stan. And remember, you can go to House of Stan, use the code chess.com for 15% off. And you can go to coinbase.com/chess to get your free Bitcoin, which is as good as free Bitcoin. I hear free Bitcoin is as good as free Bitcoin. Did you know that?
That makes a lot of sense, Danny.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
You might get those exclamation points in chess.com.
Hey,
for that.
there you go. That brilliant move. All right, let's remind everybody of our schedule. We still have games coming up. And tomorrow we will be right back at it, of course, with round 10. That is December 8th. After a rest day, we will be there again on Friday for round 11. Even if somehow we should have a decisive game in the direction of the world champion, we will still for sure be here on Friday. But you should mark your calendars. I'm going to guess that we're here for a round 12 on December 11th as well. So make sure that you plan to join us. Also, a reminder that tomorrow we have, again, several very special guests. We start things off with Vidit Gujrathi, the Super Grandmaster, who we know is tuning in, checking out his insights on chess.com. He texted me. I don't leak DMs with screenshots, Vidit. I just talk about it. So Vidit's loving his insights. That was kind of cool. You can check out your insights if you're a premium member on chess.com. Then we have Gordon Hayward. Even though Robert's a Knicks fan, I think I'm going to let him interview Gordon Hayward. Are you going to be cool with that?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
Okay, just because...
Because sometimes he helps beat the Knicks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got Gordon Hayward coming. And then, of course, we have Jan Ludwig-Hammer joining us as well. That's a zoom in of the elf that bounces around the chess.com shelf, if you will, our shelves. Not exactly sure why we're doing that, but there you go.
He's always causing trouble.
He's just always causing trouble.
Especially after...
Right now, he looks like he's putting a chokehold on the pawn. He's actually... Hickey is trying... Why is Hickey so mad at the pawn?
I think he's just excited because of his big win yesterday.
Yeah.
It's true.
He did have a big win yesterday. Hikaru Nakamura took down Anish Giri, which, again, I think, I don't have it right here, but there's an Anish Giri thing floating around the office somewhere, and unfortunately for Anish, it might be the last time we feature him on the Sofa Boys, But, yeah, there you go. There you go, Anish. We got you here, buddy. I would say that you shushed Hikaru, but we all know that didn't happen. So I got nothing else for you.
But we were pulling for him.
We were pulling for Anish because everyone likes parity. Everyone likes to see, exciting things happen. I thought it was going to be closer, but Hikaru, give him credit, he showed up to play, right? I think maybe the Svidler match was just enough of lighting the fire a little bit, but that Hikaru was as tricky as ever, right? Impossible to put away in yesterday's match, and ultimately showed why he is still the favorite to win the Speed Chess Championship. So, all right. Tomorrow we will be right back here. Again, we start bright and early with the first move being made at 4:30 a.m. Pacific time. Our next Speed Chess Championship match is Wesley So versus Fabiano Caruana. That's December 9th. Did you know that was the case? Did you know that's when you're playing?
This is the first I'm hearing about it, Danny.
Well, there you go, right there.
All right, well, I guess I got to start preparing now.
Got to start preparing for Wesley So. It was funny when Hammer made a comment earlier, like, you guys have Fabiano and you're keeping him. And I almost feel like he almost said prisoner.
It's true. I've tried to escape so many times. I just can't get out.
Well, you got bedtime stories to read tonight, so you're not going anywhere. All right.
You're free to do as you please, just for the record.
Yeah, as you please.
I was trying not to laugh, and then I was trying so hard that I started coughing because I was holding the laugh. You are funny sometimes, Danny.
Somebody clip that for me.
No.
All right. It's on the internet. Can't take it back. We're not gonna let that get taken back. We're gonna sign off right now. So whether you are about to have a good day, you're about to have a good night, either way, This is Goodbye, Dubai.
It's Expo 2020, and the whole world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world has just begun, and it's right here at Expo.